No,
Ladies and gentlemen, I have news at the top. Somerset have won it and will field. Today's match sponsor is Glastonbury Abbey. Glastonbury Abbey is a heritage site, visitor attraction in the heart of Somerset. Welcomes over 200,000 visitors per year. Famous as one of the wealthiest abbeys during the medieval period, the abbey today offers visitors a glimpse into the past through its museum and guided costume tours, as well as 36 acres of grounds and gardens, and award-winning events program. Somerset members can get 15% off a day visit to the abbey by using the code 25 SCCC 15. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal Women's Metro Bag One Day Cup sponsors. We are pleased to be working in partnership with our grounds and naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, again in 2025. Cooper Associates are award-winning mortgage advisors and financial consultants, with their head office based in St James's Street, Portsmouth. Somerset County Cricket Club would also like to thank our principal women's partners for the 2025 season, Eurolane and Synergy. We would also like to thank WPA Health Insurance, Silvertech, and Brown Insurance and Services, Thatchers, TWG, Chorus, Moldex, and Virtu for their pioneering support. I inform everyone the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today during the break between innings. It's housed in a very impressive 600-year-old stone building. contains many excellent displays about the history of cricket in general, Somerset cricket in particular. An expanded display about women's cricket, probably the only permanent large display about women's cricket in this country. Also during the break there'll be a sale of cricket books in the museum office. There are literally hundreds available, including wisdoms, yearbooks and playfares, all in good condition and at very low prices. Both cash and card payments are accepted. The museum and its office are situated behind the Ondarchi Pavilion, next to County Sports. If you're looking for food and drink today, it's available from the lower concession in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, Lord Bowden Bar, Great Catch Fish and Chips Bar, and the County Council. just confirm for everybody, just arriving, Somerset women have won the toss and will field. The umpires for today's game are Martin Saggers and Gabby Brown. The match referee is Simon Hinkley, and the scorers are Polly Rhodes and Kevin Mitchell.
Mum's just there, but I'll see you later. She's just trying to figure out where to sit. Mel's over there, in the right part. Gregory's parents are going to be here at some point. I'm not sure who the other parents are here. Well, I know they're not here yet, but they are coming. But I don't know who else is coming. So. Alright, I'll see you after the game.
And welcome here to the Cooper Associates ground for what is looking like to be a fantastic day of cricket. Somerset women versus Surrey. I'm here with Ed Seaborn for what should be a brilliant day. We've already had Somerset play Surrey earlier in the season, first game, and they got a brilliant win there. Duckworth, Lewis, a little bit assistance, I think, but you know, they were very resilient and changed their game plans and saw that over the line there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here today, Ed.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Somerset are on a real roll in this competition so far. They've now won 3 in a row coming into this game. Winning the opener, as you say, against Surrey should give them a lot of confidence as well. I'm sure the one thing that they're really wanting is that first win on this ground, because that's the only game that they've lost so far, against Lancashire, and then wins at Taunton Vale against Essex, and a really successful road trip going up to Durham. Again, a bit of Duckworth Lewis involved there, so some chase management having to be done in a similar way to that Beckenham fixture, and then a cracking win at Edgbaston as well. So Somerset in a good position in the table, and they can consolidate that position with another win here. And they have won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first, so that's another thing that you figure is possibly in their favour a bit. We'll see. It may not turn out that way, but with this Surrey side, you look at what they've done the last couple of games, and the batting has been fantastic. They've scored bucket loads of runs. The problem is that they've also given up bucket loads of runs. So I don't think that Somerset would have felt too safe with any score that they would have set in the first innings, whereas they'll know from what Surrey have done recently that they've got the chance to chase anything, because sides have done that against Surrey this season.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, I think they're going to want a home win. They haven't had that here yet, and that will be very much part of their plan. But Surrey, they've got a brilliant lineup. They've got some fantastic players in their squad, and you know, I'm sure they'll want to showcase what they can do as well. They've got strong batting, and I think it's going to be key for Somerset to get wickets early. If that doesn't happen, I think it could run away quite quickly. It's a fast-scoring ground. The outfield's, you know, lush here at Somerset, and it's very much going to be a case of can they get, you know, Wyatt Hodge out early? Can they get Smith out early? And you know, you've got Capsey, Dunkley, Davison, Richards. You know, they bat deep. Schofield, all of them. Yeah. They've got like some aggressive batting as well, so it'll be interesting to see how Somerset go about it in terms of what are they going to do with their bowling plans, and how are they going to adapt if they're not taking wickets early.
So just the one change from the side that won against Warwickshire in the last game for Somerset, that is that Laura Jackson comes back into the side in place of Molly Robbins, but it's a pretty familiar looking Somerset line-up now. There's not been too much chopping and changing, because there's not needed to be too much chopping and changing. And Ellie Anderson has new ball in hand. Umpire Gabby Brown will call play. And we're ready to get started. With a boundary. Crashed away through the covers, and that's Bryony Smith for you. She doesn't tend to waste too much time.
No, I think that's definitely not a delivery you want to bowl to her. Anything short, she's very quick on it. She sits, stays still, doesn't even move her feet, and just sits back, bang. And that is absolutely raced away like a tracer bullet. Not the start I'm sure Anderson would have wanted, but we will see how she goes about that now.
She did get Bryony Smith in that opening fixture. On offer again, this time not timed. So this ridiculously powerful Surrey top order, Bryony Smith and Danny Wyatt Hodge out in the middle, Alice Capsey, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davidson, Richards Page, Schofield, they just keep coming at you. It's England players or close to England players in that top order, and they, you know, it doesn't really stop with that top six either. But as you say, you feel if you can make early inroads, you can start to limit them. just within the wide markers, away shape from Anderson. She does have the ability to swing the ball both ways with that new ball.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting in who Sophie Luff goes to when the times, if Surrey do kick on, you know, who is she going to go to? I'd imagine obviously she'll use Wellington, but who else, and where are they going to create the pressure from if they need to? But I'm sure that they've had some discussions and they've looked at their bowling plans and they've looked at the batters in where their scoring areas are, where there should be bowling, where their plan A's and plan B's are. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. At the moment, we've got one slip in play, Heather Knight.
Deep backward square and deep third back. Oh, that's off the edge. Squeezes into a gap, so that'll mean Wyatt Hodge will be on strike for the first time. But yeah, in the game at Beckenham, whilst Anderson removed Bryony Smith in the first over, it took that combination of Wellington and Dean just to really pull that innings back. So what they'd love to do is make use of what might be slightly assisting conditions for seam bowling early on, having won the toss. And a good start to Wyatt Hodge as the throw gets away, but 5 runs from the first over. And Ellie Anderson, who in her 5 matches this season has taken a wicket in her first over in 3 of them, hasn't done so here. So they've seen off the first over from Ellie Anderson. That's the most important thing start-wise for Surrey. She did it twice in the first over of the match and then was on a hat-trick after her first over at Taunton Vale against Essex. So she has taken wickets up front. Laura Jackson, the new ball from the Jackson.
Katie Jones standing up to the stumps here, no slips in play. Quite a tight mid-wicket in there. And other than that, we've just got a wide third man and fine leg. Everyone else is in the ring, fairly standard. Katie Jones has now moved back, not standing up. Short ball, and that is pulled away. Once again, another short delivery to Bryony Smith, first ball of the over, and unfortunately you can't bowl there. She's just going to sit back and she's absolutely smacked that over cow.
She's just in the frame of mind all the time just to attack the ball, and she's had a short wide one, she's had a short one. Okay, there's 2 catches in the mid-wicket area, but the way she hits them, you're going to take some catching.
She's very powerful, and like I said, on a bowl short. And again, and that is racing away towards the James Hildreth stand, just to the left there. And that's 8 off 2 balls so far. Not the start that Jackson would want, I would imagine. And she's going to have to pull something back out of the bag fairly soon. Just watching the replay there, you can see Bryony Smith has sat back, kept her head still, and put that in the stand. Short again. That's really not an ideal start here for Somerset. You know, 3 fours in a row, and I'm sure she's got to really think a little bit about what's going on for her there. I'm not sure if she's possibly losing her rhythm. Hasn't quite maybe got her run up, or something's not quite right. It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, captain's now got to decide whether she's going to set the field for this bowling or hope that it's changed. But now they are setting the field for. It's a shame,
you know.
Ball.
At the end of the day, they've bring up third man and said go out, but actually you need to bowl better. It's harsh as it sounds, and there you go. She has fuller delivery, but yeah, no. It's almost playing cat and mouse with it. You know, I've bowled 3 bad balls and then I've put 1 out rather than backing yourself. You know, it's your job. you practice every day, and you got to back yourself to bowl fuller and bowl that stock delivery. Full delivery just dug out there by Smith.
Yeah, they do just put that pressure on you as well, I suppose. These two, you just know that anything slightly off is going to be punished. So quite often, I guess that if you're not quite feeling it, that can lead to more deliveries being off.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I mean, it could happen. You know, you could bowl a short wide one outside the off stump now, and they've not got cover at cover. So, yeah. Well played there. Just a little bit of a shape back from Jackson. Just pulled it back those last few deliveries, but 12 off that over. Score is now 17 for naught. Off Surrey's just only facing 2 overs here. Anderson's going to come back for her second over now, and she's still got a slip in play.
Thanks to our match sponsors for today, by the way. It's Glastonbury Abbey, and I gather that Somerset members can get a discount if they visit that historic site.
Anderson in here. Full delivery. Well fielded there by Wilson at point.
There's a little bit of shape out there. I mean, I suppose you'd expect there to be a little bit, especially up front, but I do just feel if they can get this right in the right areas, and with Surrey looking to go on the attack, that should present opportunities. They're just sneaking down. Out, says Gabby Brown, but that's what Anderson can do. She's shaped one away, and
just watching this replay here. White Hodge batting on leg stump, it is going down, but nice shape there.
Just the swing from the previous delivery. Even though actually, you know, if that ball's bowled in another time, Wyatt Hodge may well whip that away through the leg side, but because there's a bit of swing, just introduces that bit of uncertainty. It's a nice delivery. Anderson certainly corrected things after her first ball, which was whacked for 4. But I was looking back actually at some of the internationals that Bryony Smith played. I could pick out a couple of T20s. 3 years ago, actually, the last time India came over, and the top 4 in those T20s was this Surrey top 4, just in a different order. Well, down the leg side, and that will be the first Sandry, but it just shows you really the ability that they possess up top, and also just the fact that they are not just out to score runs, they're out to score them as quickly as they can as well.
Very destructive batting lineup. Wyatt Hodge here on strike, just back of a length there. Danny doesn't look like she's in such a hurry, whereas Bryony, you know, she wants to go at that bowler pretty much 99% of the time. She's not going to let you bowl at her. And maybe that's a little bit in the back of Somerset's heads there a little bit. They know that she's going to come at them. And they haven't quite hit their lines and lengths and rhythm yet. Nice delivery there from Anderson. Just holding her length there, a little bit of shape. But I do very much feel that Somerset are going to have to try and get wickets early, I think, otherwise it could just run away, and they need to try and stay in the driving seat if they can.
Yeah, and they'd love to get the likes of Capsey and Dunkley in, I think, against the ball while it's still got a bit of life in it.
Driven away, good stop there.
And Chloe Skelton, she's been sharp in the field. She's also been a key reason why Somerset won both their games on that road trip with wickets, and I think that particularly that last game against Warwickshire was the most encouraging part of that was that, okay, Wellington came on and broke the early couple of partnerships that were looking really dangerous, but it was Griffiths and Skelton that really rammed home the advantage.
Yeah, I think Griffiths was bowling really good areas, and she looked probably as comfortable as I've seen her in quite some time, which was really nice to see. And, you know, she's been batting well as well. You know, she got that 40-odd down here when we were here last, Ed. It's just nice to see that confidence. She's playing with a little bit more freedom now. Short delivery again. Ooh. And that will go away for 4. Not a convincing shot there from Smith. She's just leant back and a little bit lost her shape there, but she has got it into a gap and it's gone away for 4. Just seemed to be struggling a little bit. She sliced that, you can see on the replay there. A little bit struggling with the length here to Smith.
That's the problem often if you bowl it short and wide, although it may not be out of the middle of the bat, that's where it can go.
Good bit of fielding there from Dean in the covers.
But yeah, I mean, you think about those 2 games, Griffiths, Skelton with the ball especially, of course Sophie Luff, we have to mention that, or more than mention that 100 in the last game. How fitting that Sophie Luff was the first to score 100 for Somerset in their professional era.
And then full delivery, lovely shot there from Smith, straight down the ground on drive, straight to a fielder. Yeah, absolutely, and I think Luffy probably needed that for herself. You know, she'd not had a lot of runs so far this season, and you know, once you get one, it's almost like they don't stop. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll see that for her. But yeah, as you say, very fitting. Full delivery again, driven from Smith hard through the covers. A little bit of a misfield there from Dean, but no runs scored.
And in the previous game, one of the real standouts being Rebecca Rodgers getting her first go at the top of the order, and she
Absolutely.
batted fantastically up at Chesley Street to help set the table. Really
60,
powerful shots
yeah.
all around the ground.
Yeah, and she's just shame for her really, because obviously she's got some runs and then not in the squad, in the team. You know, she's batted really well, so that is a shame, and hopefully we will see some more of that throughout this season.
Yeah, so I mean, I suspect the England players are only going to be around for a couple more matches now.
Maybe 4, maybe
4.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Who knows? I think that's something we will see in a few games. In shorter delivery, great shot there from Wyatt Hodge as she has just sat back onto the back foot, and that's going to race away down here near the family stand. Jackson, she doesn't seem to be hitting her length well at all this morning. She's bowling too short, and unfortunately with batters of this calibre, it's not something you can really afford to do. 21 off 2 overs. If I was Luffy, I would be saying let's change it up, because unfortunately it's not going to take long and that will race away from them. Maybe she just needs to reset, regather and come back a little bit later in the game when you know, maybe it's not in her head as much and she's just in a bit more of a rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, you just have that going through your mind as a captain, don't you? I just can't let this get away. You've got to use this ball while it seems still proud, etc. From Anderson as well, but Smith for once unable to get hold of it. But yeah, it's been short and wide or short and straight, and that's certainly not what Jackson would have wanted. They haven't tended to need to change things up early too much, so whether they go to spin or Griffiths, if that's the option that Luff goes with. Oh, that's got underneath Chloe Skelton, having praised her fielding. That's going to be at least 2.
Just got in a little bit of an awkward position there, front onto the ball, and it's just gone underneath her hand. I'm not sure if it was through the leg, but just a little bit, almost skidded on across the square there, and just got in a little bit of an awkward position. after that good piece of fielding in the last over. Anderson now 8 off her. This will be her 3rd over. 2.2 overs gone. She did pull it back, only going for 2 in the last over after being hit for that 4 in the first. Fuller delivery, good shape there from Anderson.
Hold the pose, the defensive shot from Bryony Smith. She clearly quite enjoyed that one. It was also a very similar delivery to the one that
I think she was
Anderson
reassuring
bowled
everyone
with.
that she can defend at times.
Yes, and she's not all about crash bang wallop. It's just quite a lot of crash bang wallop.
Yeah, I mean, even in the 100, you see her and she goes in the nets and you're thinking, well, she's not here for a long time. She's definitely here for a short time. And that's a good flick off the legs there, just to the left-hand side of mid-wicket. Couldn't quite cut that across. Yeah, she's always been like that. You see her, she's having a net and she's smacking them back over the bowlers. You're thinking, well, the poor person throwing them down for side arming is absolutely getting walloped.
So you're just thinking, I mean, this is you personally, you're just thinking, well, she's probably going to be out before I'm on bowl.
No, I actually quite like bowling. I had a bit of a laugh with her, but she always keeps you on your toes, that's for sure. And you've got to be ready for one to come straight back at your head.
Yes, I
you don't look like you fancy that one, Ed.
No, thank you. No, well, we did both send down leg spin. That's probably where about the only comparison ends there. But no, I don't think I would fancy that. At least bowl it short so she's whacking it out over mid-wicket. Somebody else can go and field it then.
No, up for the challenge. 4-1, Wyatt Hodge just trying to cut that. It's a little bit too full for a cut, but Wyatt Hodge, she just plays it so late. You watch her and she just times the ball. She barely looks like she's hitting it, really. Nice shape, holds the shape well and just times it so late underneath her eyes.
Ominously, rather feels as though she's due a big score. She's got some starts this season without really going on.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing with her. It seems like not much is happening, and then all of a sudden she'll get a big score. And I'm sure, to a degree, Luffy was probably feeling that. You know, she probably felt, I need a score here because, you know, she didn't bat in the first game, I don't think. You know, they had to change the order, Duckworth-Lewis. And then, you know, she's not had particularly any runs. So then maybe she was thinking, I really need a score here. You know, I'm a batter. And very much did that there in Birmingham.
For Wyatt Hodge as well, sort of new old team, I suppose, because I suppose she's played for just about everybody in that southeast region, apart from Kent now. So she's certainly had a few teams, but Southern Vipers in the previous regional set up, and there's been a few that have now made that trip from the Vipers / Hampshire up to Surrey. Paige Schofield made the move, and Alice Monaghan is also in this side. But there is that change now. Alex Griffiths is coming on to replace Laura Jackson.
No slips in play here. Just back of a length, worked off the legs there. Deep square leg and a fine leg out at the moment here.
It's a pretty heavy leg side field. Griffiths, somebody that will get in shape. So short, straight mid-wicket, deep square, deep backward square. Just allowing her to target those pads.
Ooh, good shape, but a little bit too straight there started, and that is going to go for 5 wides. Katie Jones couldn't quite grasp that one, as it did go quite late.
Well, this isn't quite what Somerset were after, having won the toss.
No.
There's still time to pull it back, but you just don't want to be giving away freebies. A couple of those shorter deliveries will help yourself to Bryony Smith, and that one 5 free runs. Oh, that's
Well
delicately played.
Very well played there, as Danny White-Hodge just glancing that down to third man, and very delicate shot there. She's just watched that onto the back nice and late. Knew there wasn't a third man and looks very much in control of that, as you can see there on the replay. And Luff is moving that fielder, playing into their little game, almost cat and mouse, the batter and the bowler fielder, and the captain, which is interesting because, I mean, that wasn't a bad ball, it was just a nice shot. And it is a high-risk shot, really, and it only takes to do that and guide one straight to the keeper. So you're kind of taking that option out of there then. And that's a fantastic shot there. White-Hodge has just gone up over covers, and that is creamed away for 4 in front of the dugouts there. And you can see that on the replay there. No guiding there. She's just taken that one to it, and that's raced away. Lovely shot, and she is renowned for that. You know, she likes to go up over the covers, and you know, she's always been very strong there. And that's interesting, this field set really currently, because they've got a deep square leg out, and if you're bowling full on off stump, you've got to go some to hook it round to square leg. So I'm intrigued with what the plan is, and why have a deep square leg. That would suggest, as you say, they're going to bowl into the knee roll, very straight, and possibly be flicked there. And I'm sure Griff's plan isn't to bowl short to get pulled there, because she's not a bowler that bowls particularly short normally. So that's an interesting field. I would be more so thinking, would I have a cover out on the boundary, and make her want to go leg side, do something that she doesn't do, that isn't so much of her strength, and flick across, you know, is coming in, get her to flick one and possibly get an LBW. So it's interesting. Katie Jones just out there. It's going to be a leg by.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, that change has not changed the fact that there are a lot of runs being conceded from that river end at the moment. Anderson, 3 overs for 10, has done a more than decent job from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. From the other end, we've now had 35 runs in 3 overs. In fact, 36 counting the leg by.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting fields.
And I suppose if you're Surrey also, you want to get that spin into the attack early. In a way, it's a bit of a victory for you. If you start using up overs of Wellington and Dean early on, then those overs aren't going to be there for the back end. Another wide.
No, but I mean, they've got a spin-heavy attack here, Somerset. They've got Dean, they've got, you know, Wellington, they've got Knight, they've got Skelton.
Yeah.
So they've got options, and that's why I was, yeah, that's why I was saying you've got to be a bit ruthless, because it's not like they haven't got bowlers.
Yeah.
But possibly they think they want to keep using the ball whilst it might shape. Well, that's a full toss, and that is not being hit by Wyatt. That's just chipped there, but they're going to come through for a single.
Almost worked.
Yeah, I think she wanted to work it around the corner a little bit more, just down to more the fine leg, but didn't quite get it around the corner. It was almost a slow full toss, about waist height.
Saw Laura Jackson get a wicket in the game at Taunton Vale with one of those. Just slapped straight to mid-wicket Joe Gardner without scoring. Just couldn't believe what she'd done.
Oh, it's a brilliant shot there. Well fielded, well fielded. Lovely shot there. Smith is timing the ball lovely this morning. That's the second straight drive down the ground. She's not got a run from, but she's timed it so well. 2 good pieces of fielding here from Somerset so far.
I think that one at least you don't mind so much, because she is at least showing a bit of that off stump, and if she's going to drive you like that, at least that gives you a chance as a bowler. That one gives you less of a chance, although...
Short delivery, that might get cut off here. Jackson just comes around. A good piece of fielding there. She scooped that one in from the boundary. Just going to get a couple there for Surrey. A little bit too short. It actually wasn't as short as it was, but Smith, she's on it. You know, the slightest back of a length you give her, she'll be there, and she sits on it head still. And she doesn't particularly move her feet. She's got very good hands, and very much relies on those.
50 up in the 7th over.
Full delivery there, better delivery from Anderson. It's interesting when they've got the ball in the right area. Their length, in general, they've bowled better, and at times they haven't kept the stumps in play enough. You know, we saw it here against Lancashire. And
Yeah.
Lancashire bowled at the stump, ball on ball. You know, they weren't doing massives with it. The spinners particularly, they were just bowling stump to stump, and that was probably the difference in the two sides, really. And again, wide down the leg side.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same before that delivery. When Somerset have bowled it straight, when they've got it close to that top of off, Surrey have recognised that and defended it. They actually haven't, even though they're 51 towards the end of the 7th over, they've not really gone searching for very much because they haven't had to.
No, that's it.
This is just a delivery that's offline, will go.
Full delivery, full toss again there from Anderson, second in the
Length
over, but that has gone straight to the fielder. Smith's a little bit annoyed with herself because she knows she's missed out there, but that's just the way it is. But yeah, no, I think need to possibly look who's going to bowl stump to stump and just tighten up, bring her back a little bit of pressure, because 52 off 6.5 overs so far. Surrey don't need to do anything crazy because they know they're getting those deliveries every over. Worked off the legs there by Wyatt Hodge. Good piece of fielding income there from Jackson.
And it does feel as though, as the 7th over ends with 53 on the board, it does feel as though pretty much anything that's slightly off will go, but the problem is that Somerset have been quite a long way off here, and okay, it does show you the level that you've got to be at bowling at these sorts of players. So that's something that you're seeing a little bit.
I think they talked about it even, you know, it's never been too different, whether it's men's, women, you know, you need to keep the stumps in play in order to create that pressure. And as soon as you're not threatening, then you're not in danger, because you're not going to get hit, you're not going to get LBW, you know, you're not going to be bowled. So it's a lot, you know, easier for a batter if you know they're never bowling at the stumps.
Yeah, and you also, they're going to come through for one here. It's a little bit
misfield there from Dean, hit well from Wyatt Hodge. So yeah, I think, you know, they maybe need to go a little bit back to basics. We talked about it at Storm. Bowlers would have a meeting with the bowling coach, and he would go through how many percentage of your balls are hitting the stumps, and you know, sometimes you've got to keep it simple. You know, it's all very well swinging the ball, spinning the ball, doing this, that and the other round corners, but if you can't actually bowl it at the stumps and you're bowling wides and half trackers, unfortunately you're not going to be too successful.
What were batting meetings like with Triggs?
Interesting. He's always got something funny to say, I'm sure. I will leave him talk to you about that.
Okay. That's not a ringing endorsement, is it?
No, you know, and 99% of the time it would be, you know, 94% of your deliveries are hitting the stumps, and you've only gone at 2 or 3 and over, you know, whereas other people say they were going 60% of their balls are hitting the stumps and they're going at 6s. Well, you know, it does stack up. So it's just sort of reining in, keeping it simple. Obviously, you want to be challenging and entertaining, but in doing so, you know, sometimes it is just going back to those simple things. Sometimes I think we try to make it almost too complicated and too clever, whereas Lancashire, they did it really well, and their spinners do it week in, week out. They bowl stump to stump, and, you know, they're not massive spinners of the ball.
And we saw it from Kate Cross with a new ball as well. And
Absolutely.
Immaculate ball after ball. Helped in the air. It's going to be well short of the fielder. And that would have been another one if that gets planted into the hands of a fielder. That's just fortune, really. And they just need a moment like that. Somerset, they've asked Surrey to bat first. They know that Surrey have given up a couple of whoppers in terms of chases, but at the moment this is looking a little ominous.
Good delivery there from Griff, just good shape coming back, and White Hood's just defending that back straight to her. Yeah, I think, you know, we need to sort of think about how are they going to get this wicket, and I think they might need to go to Dean. They might need to go to Wellington at this point and just try and get a little bit of a breakthrough, just to break this partnership, you know, before it races away too far. And a good delivery there from Griff. A little bit of a doubt, shall we run, shall we not? But they do get through for a single there. As Wyatt Hodge was almost having a chat with Smith down there at the middle of the wicket.
I think this is why this opening partnership is so interesting, because, I mean, you think back to that T20 World Cup in the winter, and Danny Wyatt Hodge was the one batter almost of anybody on that desperately slow pitch in Sharjah that was just happy to do that, just drop and sprint. And if you were batting with her, you just knew she's going. You've got to go. You've got to be backing up and you've got to go. They don't really have to do that here because they've got so many boundaries, but she's got that in her game. She's one of the few players that really backs themselves with a 25-yard circle, still just to dead bat the ball and go.
And that's it, you know, she's very experienced and she's keeping that quite simple. You know, at the moment I'm not getting any freebies, so I'm just going to drop and run. Shorter delivery, worked off the legs there by Wyatt Hodge. Nice little shot there. So, yeah, she's keeping it simple, you know. She's not doing anything too high risk, you know. If they're not giving me a freebie, I'll drop and run.
Yep. And
she plays for England, you know, so it doesn't have to be too complicated. And she's very successful in what she does. So, yeah, I think hopefully Somerset are just going to have a little bit of a change. Just need to get a bit more ebb and flow in their direction. And Anderson is doing well, trying to bring it back here now. There's Peter's coming to share some knowledge. I don't think Ed can read his writing. So
what on earth does that say?
Unfortunately, it's a little bit like a doctor's.
Yeah, I just about got that first word right.
Anderson in here. Oh, it's a big swing there from Smith outside the off stump, looking to throw her hands at.
It looked like orb with an E, that first word.
I didn't have my glasses on, so actually I had no chance. I don't know why I was trying to suggest I could not read it or read it. Yeah,
orb, I just worked out was over or overs. The next word after that, I just...
Short delivery there, crashed away, but it's going to go straight out to the fielder. I think Somerset right now, just mix it up. Let's just get a bit of spin on. Even just for one over, just change this flow and slow Surrey down in their tracks, because at the moment they're going at 7s and 8s, and it's just hard to get back then.
Just put a drop of coffee on my notebook as well.
Oh no, is that doing you in
dear.
That's a little bit bothering you, isn't it? Yeah, I would have to remove that page. Just full toss there, and that is timed absolutely beautifully through backward point by Wyatt Hodge. She has just sat on that, not even played a shot really. She's just watched it straight onto the middle of the bat, and that's gone racing away. You can see it on the replay here.
That's just timing, isn't it?
Just checked it. Yeah. Absolutely just checked it. Just timed it so well. And that is the third or fourth full toss here from Anderson in the last few overs. And Fran Wilson's nowhere near it. You know, she couldn't even get near it. It's a great dive from her, but there was no chance of her stopping that.
I think others would have been clearing the left leg and whacking that all over the place. Now just angle it into the gap.
Short ball, and that is well placed again. That's going to race away in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. And White Hodge is almost just toying here with the bowler, and I think Luff needs to be saying, let's take a blow there, mate, that's enough for you, for a minute. And looking to possibly Dean or Wellington here.
Well, it's a shame that end from Anderson, because she's actually not done a too bad a job in terms of keeping the runs down. 5 overs for 27, but 8 of those have come off her last 2 balls.
A real shame, yeah. She did pull it back.
But yeah, I think it's just going to be a matter of one more over to sneak out of the power play, put some fielders back, and as you say, the spinners are probably going to have to come in. And that's going to be 4 again.
Was there a little bat on there? I couldn't quite see that.
I think there might have been a little touch. It does just cross the rope. Yeah, 4 more runs. Again, that's all it needed, because with Griffiths bowling, Somerset have gone with now a deep forward square and almost a deep backward square as well. So she can bowl it straight, but they're expecting her to be hit square rather than fine. And there's just no chance for a fine leg to stop that.
No. Few people coming in today. It's brightening up now. The sun's coming out. There's a few more people coming into the ground here to watch today, which is nice to see. If anyone would like to get hold of myself or Ed, you can on X. Ed, what is your handle?
At Ed Cricket 6, the number.
Or you can message, or I don't know, it's not a tweet anymore, so send us a message or a
post
to
us.
It's Nicole Harvey 02. As Griff is in, straight shot down the ground, lovely hands there from Smith, but it's no runs scored as it goes straight to mid-on. Just a few more people mooching around the ground with their sun hats on, which is nice to see. And what a lovely view here up at Somerset, just out over the hills.
Your oilseed rape seems to have been harvested since the last game.
I wondered if you noticed that, Ed. That's a brilliant shot there from Smith, and she's timed that one through backward point, and it is going to race away for 4. 2 fielders chasing at that, but couldn't quite get to that.
She was slightly out in front of herself playing that, but not too much. And again, it's just found that gap, and there's just no chance. The outfield's far too quick to be catching anything once it's got past that infield with any sort of pace on it.
Just guided on the up there, because it actually was on the up. And again, full delivery down the ground there. Luff with the long barrier at mid-off.
I still think, again, though, if that were all that was happening, if those were the boundaries that were being scored, and if you're being driven up to mid-off, I think that's one thing. It's just been the short deliveries and the deliveries down the leg side. If you're being driven, that's one thing.
Fuller delivery there. Smith has tried to hit that a little bit too hard and lost her shape, which she's been holding so well throughout this innings, but she just lost her shape there a little bit. And a dot ball there from Griff as she finishes that over. And Surrey now 74 for naught. Going in to the 11th over, 10 overs here from Somerset, 74 for naught. Smith on 39, Wyatt Hodge on 25. As I think there's going to be a change of bowling. Dean's going to come on here. And just having a chat here with Heather about what they might think.
Slightly disappointed we haven't had any Dino chants audible yet at the home games. I think we'll get used to that, Somerset fans. When Dean comes on, the correct response is... Nicole's not going to do it.
I'm not going to do it. I can't do that. It's just too much.
Too much. Well, that's what Somerset have been forced to do. Go to one of their 2 international spinners straight out of the power play. They're still keeping the field up. Trying to
got a square leg and a
Hodge over
cow.
the top.
And it'll be interesting because I'm sure Wyatt might look to go over cover if it is right, as she hits that one straight through the covers. A little misfield there from Skelton, but she's recovered that well.
Ex-Viper to ex-Viper.
Wow, I was just about to say that, Ed, actually.
Were you? Oh, well, I got there first.
Beat me to that one. I was about to say, I'm sure she... And that cover's just nipped out after the first shot, interestingly. Chloe Skelton's just gone out onto that boundary. Only one shot hit straight to her. Was hit hard, and she's just gone straight out. And now 3 deliveries in. 2 deliveries in, apologies. And mid-on is going back as well. Slightly loopier delivery outside the off stump. White Hodge driven that hard. Heather's just got a hand to it. As just get a single. Smith now on strike. Mid-on coming up. Cover's going to stay out, and square leg and cow are staying out here for Bryony Smith. Possibly tempt her, make her go up and over the top. And all shorter, quicker one outside the off stump there. Smith playing and missing in that one, as you can see here on the replay.
It just wasn't really that short.
No. Mid-on drop back now again, so they are changing that field up all the time. And dot ball again there from Dean, well bowled. Only one off this over so far.
I mean, they can't afford to have a bit of a look here, Smith and Wyatt Hodge. And as we've been saying, if the bowling's been good, they've tended to treat it as such.
Loopier delivery hit straight down the ground. Good shot there from Smith, and it's going to come through for a single.
But they've pretty much bought themselves the luxury of, if they want to, and knowing Surrey, they won't treat Dean and Wellington with an enormous amount of respect. They'll give them some, but they will still look to score against them, which is in a way possibly what Somerset are hoping for. But they bought themselves with this start the ability to just tick it along against Dean and Wellington if they choose. They will have known that it was quite likely that Wellington would be coming into the attack as well, and this is what Somerset were able to do a little bit against Surrey in the reverse fixture. But it was a condensed game, so it happened a bit earlier. But they were 62 for 1 in the 8th over when Wellington came on and struck pretty much immediately. And it is the one thing that has been noticeable about Somerset this year, as opposed to maybe Western Storm a little bit towards last year and years previously. Cut into the gap for a single to start Wellington off. But they have pulled situations back a bit. There have been times when, you think up at Chesley Street, for example, Holly Armitage was going strong. There have been times when there have been batters going hard at them. Stair Callis, same thing at Edgbaston, and they found a way to break through. There's a bit more faith, I think, in this team that they can pull these sorts of situations back, but they won't want this situation to get too much further away from them. Run rate of 7 and over, no wickets taken yet. Oh, that is just belted straight back over Wellington's head. So I did suggest perhaps that there wouldn't be a huge amount of respect for Amanda Jade Wellington, and Wyatt Hodge has taken the attitude of, well, if I hit Wellington out of the attack, then where are they going to go after that?
Well, this is it, and she's almost looked for her to bowl full to her in her slot, and you can see that on that replay there of that shot. Crashed it straight back over her head. And again, sweep. You haven't got a square leg, out you go. There you go, 4 more. And she's taken to her, 9 taken off 3 balls. It's not ideal.
No, and she hasn't done too much wrong the last couple. Wellington maybe a little bit full the previous one, but that's just manipulating the field, and Sophie Luff is having to chase here really with her field placements. They play a shot in one area, the field changes, and then The different areas targeted. Oh, that's extremely wide, and it's going to be 2 more onto the total without anything having to be done by Wyatt Hodge.
Yes, it's interesting. 11 off this over so far, and I think Wellington's got to be a bit more savvy in where she's going to go, because 2 very good batters in Smith and Wyatt Hodge, and they're just almost milking her now. And just got to be a little bit more savvy. You know, they are in. It's a difficult time to come on and bowl. They're 88 for North, not many, and it is difficult, but a little bit more savvy, and I think she could get a wicket here if she's clever about how she does it. But at the moment, it almost looks like Wyatt is just milking it as she's placed that down nicely in the gap again for a couple more, and 14 off 5 so far in this over. It's doable, and I think Somerset, yeah, they do have an ability to pull back, but it's just how far it would have gone before they get that, and they just need this breakthrough. Shorter delivery there, and good piece of fielding there from Wilson. Actually lucky it was a slight misfield there, because Bryony Smith called Wyatt Hodge through for a single, which I think she wasn't actually expecting there. But 15 off the over, was it? And Surrey now 91 for naught. Just Somerset needing a little breakthrough here. And I see Luff there going to Wellington, having a chat, thinking what's going to happen next. Heather having a chat there with Charlie Dean. And, you know, it's a high-scoring pitch here at Somerset, it is. But 91 off 12 is really quite high-scoring.
Yes, it is. That's
especially with no wickets down at the moment. So, you know, at the end of the day, Somerset have got to go and chase them as well. They've got to remember that. So Dean, I think, could be the one here. She's only gone 2 off her first over, and I think she could get a breakthrough here and possibly hit one on the pads there, but that is flicked away by Wyatt Hodge. She's flicked that, tickled that round the corner, timed it so well. And that's another 4 to her score as she moves on to 41, I believe.
It's just a flick of the wrists, help it round the corner, and it flies away. In the last 2 games, Lancashire chased down 297 against Surrey, and Warwickshire chased down a record 314. It's just squeaked by. Backward point, it was full and wide. She used the pace, and they're going to come back for 2 again. Just such good running from Wyatt Hodge. It's almost as though they've come out here and they've gone, right, we might need 350, 400. Let's just go out and score 400. That's the solution.
Well,
we just need to score more. That's what we haven't done the last 2 games.
Well, I do think as well, specifically Bryony Smith, she's very much take it to the bowler, and Wyatt Hodge as well. Once she's in, you know, she knows her game so well. She can milk those singles, and then when it's there, you know, she takes it to them as well. But Bryony, very much, she's never going to let you bowl at them. She's not going to particularly run extremely quick drop and runs. She's going to hit you hard along the ground, and they know that. And anything short, she sits on very quickly. She's got great hand-eye coordination, and hits the ball very hard. Fuller delivery there from Dean, works straight down the ground here to mid-on. Just 4 out now. There are 4 out actually. Mid-on cover, mid-wicket cow area, and a backward square out there in front of Trade Nation. Dean comes in, good delivery there, nice shape on the ball. You can just see it out of the hand. You might see the replay here, but you can see that she's creating good revs on the ball. It gets a nice bit of dip. Surrey now 99 off 13 overs, no wickets. And no, not the start Somerset would have wanted, considering they've won the toss and chose to bowl. But I'm sure they will bring it back. And Sophie Luff's having a big discussion there with Wellington, possibly about her field and where she's going to go with her plans.
It certainly hasn't been the script outside the power play either, with Wellington's first especially going for 15. I'd have thought, well, should get a few overs of immediate control, but Surrey have not allowed that. Wide slip in place.
Full delivery there.
But you would think if Amanda Jade Wellington is going to go for runs on this surface, then that may tell you something about it.
I mean, Dean didn't go for only 2 in that first over, whereas Wellington went for 15.
They really went after her, you know. They were in that frame of mind. I know that one that Wyatt Hodge lifted over the bowler was quite full, but you're not always looking to just tee off against that at this stage in the innings. Oh, she's happy to play that right off her stumps, and again it goes back to what you were saying earlier about bowling at the sticks.
Yeah, and I think if it would be interesting to see those stats on how many balls were hitting the stumps. Flighted delivery, loopy, and Smith has just worked that straight down the ground. How many of those deliveries were actually hitting the stumps in those first 13 overs? I would like to know the statistics of that, because I would say probably not too many were percentage-wise.
Ton up.
That's 100 for Surrey, 44 and 44 for both batter. 44 for Smith off 48 and 44 off 34 balls for Wyatt Hodge. Full delivery, and that is a catch caught there by Fran Wilson. Flighted, and she has sliced that Wyatt Hodge. She's looked to go almost over the cover area. I'd like to see the replay of this as that comes on our screens now. Almost tried to work that, open the face a little bit, and she sliced that up to Fran Wilson, who has taken a great catch there, and that is very much what Somerset needed. 100 for 1 now after 13.5. And they needed that breakthrough, and Wyatt goes for 44. Good innings, but didn't quite kick on there. A little bit unfortunate, but she did bat well. Some brilliant shots, only off 35 deliveries.
I think it's hard to criticise Surrey's batting, because it's been so strong and they've scored enough runs to win more games than they have. But if there's one thing that you still want, if you're a Surrey fan, and also if you're an England fan looking at some of these players, Dunkley's got 100, and Davidson Richards has got 100, but just sometimes there's a little bit too much of the 30s and 40s, and the wicket falls. And I get that. I mean, it is Surrey's philosophy. They don't show respect to anybody, including Amanda Jade Wellington, but that delivery was not there really to be hit over the top. A little bit of bounce, which she's going to get, and that causes it to go up in the air. So it's a slightly disappointing dismissal, I think, if you're Surrey, but at the same time, 100 on the board, going at 7 1/4. You'd rather it were happening then than in the second over.
Interesting, though, if you think about it. Wellington's first over, they went at her. That second over, they looked a little bit more tentative in tactic. They weren't going at her as hard. Wyatt was very clear plans. First ball, I'm banging you straight over your head. Second ball, I'm sweeping you. And that sweep looked fairly premeditated. Whereas that over, it was almost like Smith had defended a couple. Wasn't quite as much intent there from the batters. And then Wyatt Hodge has almost just come off her shot a little bit. Ended up slicing it there to point. But, you know, she's played a brilliant innings. 35 balls faced, 44 first up, and 100 for naught off only 13 point something overs. It's a pretty great start for Surrey.
Yeah.
Dean coming in here. Full delivery, hit straight back to the bowler, though. Good piece of fielding. No, Somerset needed that, and it'll be interesting now. They've got to squeeze, and they've got to squeeze hard. And they've got to look to take a couple more wickets with Surrey's batting lineup.
Yeah, wicket points is the remedy, and they've just got to keep picking them up. But for Wellington to strike early in a second over, especially after going for 15 in her first, just something that will boost a side. Cream straight to Heather Knight. But again, just like the Warwickshire game, they've brought Wellington on. She's got a wicket early. It's just must be so nice as a captain, even in a situation where you're going at 7s and 8s, just to have that one bowler that you just know that they've got a great chance of picking up an early wicket. Try to shovel that a bit finer, Bryony Smith. She has slowed down a little bit now as Bryony Smith. It was Wyatt Hodge who was doing most of the attacking out of the power play and was also picking up those singles in around the boundaries as she does so well. So now it'll be interesting to see what Bryony Smith does with the new batter Capsey out. Yeah,
looking elsewhere, Durham versus Warwickshire. Warwickshire are 57 for 3 off 13.2. Hampshire are 66 for 2 against Essex. Lancashire have got the Blaze 60 for 1. 14 overs. And yeah, 3 wickets down there, Warwickshire versus Durham. Wider delivery there. Played nicely, and that's going to race across the square. And McCorney's not going to catch that one as that goes away for 4.
Nice way for Capsey to get underway. And we'll have a change here as Trigger will be coming in to join Nicole Harvey.
A little bit of music here, as you can hear on our pitch mic. And yeah, I think Wellington will be looking for her second wicket now, and Somerset very much will be willing and wanting that to happen now as well, as Surrey 105 for 1 here, 15 overs gone. What do you think?
Morning, Nicole.
Morning.
It was a good 15 overs, I suppose, to let you and Ed take the reins. I think Somerset bowling gave 2 very good batters the opportunity to score quite a high percentage of boundaries. Echoing Ed's thoughts there, having Amanda J. Wellington up your sleeve as a captain. Even though the first over didn't go to plan, she just has that natural sort of X factor, doesn't she? She always manages to grab you a wicket when you need it. It's just an important period now for Somerset to bowl that tight off-stump line, bowl with good sort of length control as well, just to try and make the start of Alice Capsey as challenging as possible. Yeah. Bryony Smith, I think, has played really nicely in that post-wicket period.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's a great catch there. Heather Knight, a first slip, a reverse sweep. And the former England captain takes a very sharp chance there. Wellington strikes again.
Yeah, what a fantastic catch there from Heather Knight. You see on the replay here, made it look far too easy, and a little flick backwards, just add a little bit of salt and pepper there. But Capsey, you know, she'll be disappointed with that as she goes. But they have got Sophia Dunkley coming in. Surrey got a good batting lineup here, and they do bat quite deep. Another very experienced batter coming out to the crease, but as you say, Jade Wellington has struck again, and this is what they needed, Somerset.
Yeah, lovely bit of change of momentum from Somerset there. It is a bit of a powerhouse, certainly the top 5 that Surrey possess, but not to underplay that bit of first slip work there from Heather Knight. I think your natural reaction when you see that blade turn round for the reverse slog sweep or sweep, even though she didn't time it, I think your natural instincts are to back off it. Heather Knight stood her ground and took a very, very good catch.
Very cool.
Wello doing the business, as she often does, with bat and ball. I like the fact that, in particular with the dismissal of Wyatt Hodge, I like the fact that you know, her first over went for 15. She got hit back over her head, and she still had that confidence to toss it up and spin it. And that wide ball, even though it probably wasn't the exact ball Wello was trying to bowl, it definitely had some revs on it and brought that false shot just to get the ball rolling this morning for Somerset. 106 for 2 at the moment. Surrey no doubt off to a flyer, but can Somerset make the most of these back-to-back breakthroughs?
Just moving mid-off out. Dunkley's 2 playing misses there. There's Wello's got a nice up and down there, nice bit of dip on the ball. You'll see the replay here. Nice bit of shape up and down, getting those eyes to really light up with Sophia Dunkley as she plays and misses a 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's the thing you get with the old leg break bowlers. They do generally sort of have to toss it up, but there's always plenty of revolutions on the ball, nice bit of spin away, and they're just offering a little bit for the spinners, which is a good sign in regards to trying to peg Surrey back there. Like I said, they're off to a flyer, going at 6.5 and over at the moment, but it was looking a lot worse 10 minutes ago, and certainly Wello's figures have taken a dramatic turn for the positive.
Good shot there from Smith. She's batted really well so far, I think. Times the ball very late, and I think she's going to be key in Surrey's sort of innings here. Can she sort of see it home and bat on? She's on 47 now. So I think...
Yeah, she's noticeably sort of gone down a gear. Very much the dominant sort of starter. She got a couple of quite poor deliveries that she put away really well through mid-wicket, and you know, she was off to an absolute flyer, but doing clearly the smart thing in just consolidating a little bit and hoping a partner up the other end can just get their feet under the table a little bit. So smart batting and showing all the signs that she's not finished on 47.
Been playing any golf lately?
Yeah, a little bit of golf, and played cricket yesterday.
How was that?
So that's why I'm sitting down a little ginger at the moment. It's always a bit of a struggle, the old Saturday games, but yeah, my team got a nice little win, so it was all good.
Nice.
And the golf's in good shape. Happy, sun shining, beautiful weather the last 2 or 3 weeks in the UK. I'm sure everyone's enjoying it. Hence why we've got a nice little spattering of a crowd here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, enjoying the day's play.
Yeah.
And yourself, what have you been up to?
What have I been up to?
Been a busy bee, BBCing and
yeah, just staying
all that
busy,
sort of stuff?
doing all that, and enjoying the sunshine in Cornwall.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine down in Cornwall recently. Actually, the owner of one of Somerset women's sponsors, Cinetech. He sent me this picture of his view, and it, you know, could have been in the Mediterranean. It looked absolutely stunning down there.
I don't actually think there is a nicer place when the sun is shining, but maybe that's a bit biased.
Well, home's home, isn't it, at the end of the day?
True. Wellington, I think, is going to be coming looking for her 3rd wicket here. She's bowled 3 overs, 2 for 17. Dean's bowled 4 overs for 17. Well placed there by Dunkley. But Emma Corney will come round and cut that one off as they come through for 2.
Yeah, Emma Corney's already covered a few miles out there. She scampers around and does the fielding, but yeah, great turnaround from Wello, showing she's got pedigree and character. 1 over 15, and now she's into a 4th over and it's got 2 for 19, so excellent bowling there. She drifts slightly down the leg side. Looks like it might be a couple of leg buys if umpire Martin Saggers does the work. No, bit of bat on it, so another couple of runs for Dunkley, just getting herself in.
Hit hard to the covers there, but straight to Sophie Luff. Dunkley's looking a little bit itchy here, and I think could go one of 2 ways in the next 2 overs.
Nice little paddle sweep, a little bit more on it. Heather Knight's going to
She's putting some steps in now.
save the 3. Yeah, good work from Heather Knight. Great catch a couple of overs ago, and a couple of 60-metre dashes thrown in as well. But on the whole, what a great start to the season that Somerset have enjoyed.
Yeah.
I think the first game we played here, they didn't have the greatest of days out, but on the road they've been absolutely fantastic.
They
4
have.
wins out of 5, sitting second in the table. So a positive camp, and I think that kind of helps when you're in a situation where a team gets away. If you're on the losing side of a few games, you can get that sort of familiar feeling, but plenty of winning vibes in the camp at the moment, hence the fight back.
Absolutely, and I think Surrey are on only 5 points, 6th in the table. So they're quite a way ahead of them. So they have got confidence and they have got that resilience to come back. They've shown that this season so far. And they've got those players, you know, Dean, Knight, Wellington, who can change the game fairly quickly.
Next to one of our matchday sponsors, Glastonbury Abbey. If you haven't visited the tour, that's certainly worth a visit. Lots of nice artifacts to go check out. And, you know, you can get your Ouija board up, go up the old tour and do whatever they do. Wizards and witches welcome. Charlie Dean keeping it tight from this end with the flighted off spin. Very good use of the pace, I think. Not a huge turner of the ball, but she's very canny. She sort of has a good sort of sixth sense as to what the batter's doing, just varies her pace nicely, drops it on a length, and then that slightly quicker one, looking to target the stumps.
Yeah, no, there has been quite a bit of a momentum change here. Somerset just feeling a little bit more as they're coming on top, whereas the first 13 overs was very much Surrey dominated. Charlie Dean flighted delivery, crashed down the ground there.
Beautiful shot there from Riley Smith, bringing up her half-century. She will know that Taunton is a place where you want to be converting your starts. I think the old coaches used to say that 50 is just a sign that you've arrived on the day. Taunton is the place that yields a lot of hundreds if you have got that mental fortitude just to keep batting and batting. Beautiful pitch here at Taunton, nice quick outfield. She's playing with a lovely straight bat. And I think a real signature part of her game is anything short, and I think that's where the Somerset bowlers miss. They've bowled a lot of short balls at someone who's renowned for being very strong square of the wicket, so certainly an overcorrection here. But as we often see, the slower bowlers very good for Somerset just to get a bit of control.
Oh.
As Dunkley uses her feet and pushes that down the wicket. There was a little bit of a collision there. You know, so cricket is known as a non-contact sport, but every now and then there's a little bit of a physical clash when the bowler's trying to save a run.
Don't think she was saving much. Bryony Smith or...
Bryony turned into a fielder there for just a minute. I'd have appealed for handled the ball. Oh, she's done another lovely job at the non-striker's end. That was Dunkley this time, stopping it with the bat. Gabby Brown takes the ball and Charlie Dean's over is complete. Yeah, so a nice little phase there for Somerset.
Yeah, just feeling that pressure being built there a little bit from Dean. She's not taken any wickets, but she's definitely bowling tight lines and length. She's holding her length well. As you say, she plays with her pace and she does get good dip on the ball, and you can see she gets good shape on it as well. Not necessarily getting a massive amount off the surface, but in the air she does really well, and she's bowled very tight. And I think they might think about a little bit of a bowling change here, might think about Skelton just to mix it up, bring her into the attack. I can see her looking like she wants to warm up, as Wellington just changing the field here for Dunkley, getting her square leg going a lot finer out on the boundary.
Yeah, certainly one of the algorithms Captain Sophie Luff will have to work out. She's got spin options that are her trusted, I suppose, in many respects, and rightly so. It's the bringing back the seamers at varying times throughout the innings, and let's be fair, the seamers have been pretty expensive so far, and she's going to have to find at least 20 overs from her seam bowlers, so they're going to have to get their heads round, maybe starting their spell with a bit more intent and a bit more quality. Bowled there from Wello. You always get a sense from Amanda Jade. She's always sniffing wickets, which I think is a real good thing from your sort of, as I say, X-factor bowler. She likes to give the ball a bit of air and certainly put some revs on it. I think she's, on occasion, underuses her googly. She's got a really nice googly. She doesn't bowl it that often. I always think that, good leg spinners, they'll show you it early on just to get it into the psyche of the batter. I think it makes the leg spinner more dangerous. I'd like to see her bowl it a little bit more often.
Just moving mid-off to mid-on, so it's now long on out on the boundary for Bryony Smith.
There we go, right on cue. Cheers, Wello. There's the googly.
She heard you. Have you got a little mic in her ear?
Got Bryony Smith in a little bit of a panic mode there. She's gone back to cut. I don't think she picked that, and it just sort of like raced in towards the pad. So, yeah, me and Wello have got that telepathy link there nicely out of the back of the hand. Oh, she liked the look of that.
Dunkley just hitting that straight down the ground. Interesting, actually. For Dunkley, that they've already put that long off out. She's only on 13 now, 14, and she has looked a little bit twitchy at times. She's swept pretty well, paddled, scooped, but I haven't seen anything particularly striking straight down the ground yet. But then I think, are they probably playing in, we need to sort of catch back a little bit here, because they were going at 7s, nearly 8s.
Yeah, I always think with a new batter, if I was a spin bowler, I'd probably want the batter to show me that they've got the confidence to go over the top before I gave them that easy single, because, yes, you don't want to give away boundaries, but I think there's a calculated risk involved with keeping those fielders up, because you've got the two pocket fielders, you have mid-on and mid-off up, and I think it throws the question to them, where are they going to get their easy single? And at the moment, with the fielder back, they can just push one down the ground. It's very low risk, and they can tick over while they're getting in. I would like to see a bit of a claustrophobic feel and make them hit one over the top and take a risk. That's my personal view on that, but maybe that's why I didn't really captain very often.
No, I think that's right, and I always think that it's an ego thing as well, is it? Can they hold their ego, or are they going to go, no, I want to bang one straight over? And, the amount of times you do that, can they do it, every time? Probably not. Everyone's human.
Yeah, the match situation as well. They've got off to a flyer. They've lost 2 quick wickets. They really don't want 3 quick wickets, and I think that sort of adds to the shall I, shan't I kind of mode that the batter can get in.
Whereas, like I say, if you put them out, it's just a matter of milking it straight down the ground. It's very low risk then, and you can get at least one a ball.
Yeah, there has been a change.
Fuller delivery there.
Great bit of fielding there from Skelts, and another bit of contact there. An
Granny
aggressive
Smith.
game out here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. My money's on Skelto every time.
Oh, against Smith, I'm not sure about that.
Oh, I don't know. She's a fierce competitor, Skelts. There we go. Putting a body on the line for the team. Yeah, Charlie Dean taking out the attack. I think, again, much good thinking there from Luffy. Just try and preserve a few of England superstar spinners' overs. Save some for later and get Skelto into the attack. So good move there from Sophie Luff.
Flighted delivery there, and Smith's going to take that one to her straight over the top of mid-off.
Yeah, that's a superb shot there from Bryony Smith. little bit of a shimmy down the wicket. And she's bopped that straight back over mid-off for a one-banks 4. Lovely, clean striking of the ball. She's going to be a very prized wicket for Somerset at the moment. She's off to a flyer. 58 off 62 balls. Played nicely. Dunkley also has eased herself to 16. That's always a good sign of a good player, where they're sort of already in the sort of high teens. They get to the early 20s and you don't really feel like they've done much, but they just managed to accumulate. Good batting so far from Surrey after those 2 wickets. Can Wello produce a little bit of magic in her now? 6th over, 2 for 29 at the moment. Surrey 134 for 2. That run rate was touching 8. It's now back into the 6s, where Somerset will be a little bit more comfortable. One thing you know here at Taunton, if you bat well, you can pretty much chase anything. It's a great pitch, fast outfield. If you stray line and length, there's boundaries to be had. Nice flatter delivery there from Wellington, just inside edged into mid-wicket.
Got a little groundsman down there doing a little warm-up. Is it? Isn't the groundsman?
Well, that's a ballet warm-up, that, isn't it? On the old beam. You can have a little look at that. It's lovely footwork. It's showing excellent groin and adductor flexibility there.
I haven't got the cameraman down there, but he is definitely just in front of the scoreboard. If any of the cameraman can hear me.
Yeah, if we could just pop a little 2-2 on. Lovely. Little play and miss there. Little bit of turn there from Wello. Still hunting those wickets, and this is the prized one.
He's doing well, that man. I need to get the cameraman to just show everybody.
Yeah, it's marvellous. That was what I was doing before I had to bowl yesterday.
See on our screen there.
Very nice. He's doing his first and second position. little that's an arabesque, that one there. My daughter was went through all of her 7 grades of ballet, so I know some of the moves.
That's impressive. That is very impressive. Oh, now.
I'm not,
oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. I'll get the old hammies loose, tie the old shoelaces up. Good lad. God, look at the flexibility on him. I'll tell you what, that is not easy to do with steel toe cap shoes on. We're gonna monitor this through the next 5 overs.
It's a serious warm-up, though.
Excellent bit of work. Well, you kind of think there must be rain around if he's limbering up. Let's get him viral today. Let's see if we can have some more funky moves. Skelton to continue that last ball, just spoiling her first over's figures. She bowled a tidy over, went for only 3 runs, but that boundary just kind of put a bitter taste at the end of that over, but hopefully she can scrap back. Dunkley on strike at the moment.
Just one there for Dunkley as she works that round the corner out to square leg. Skelton fly to delivery.
Oh, no.
Was that a chance? Can we have a little bit of a replay there, please?
Oh no, she's dropped it, I think. Yeah, Bryony Smith just offering a chance back to Skelton there, and she's put it down. That was a big opportunity. Oh no, dropped short. My bad.
That one is hooked away though, and it's good piece of fielding there from Griff as she scoops round there and saves the boundary.
Yeah, so no drop chance. Certainly, I think Somerset can't afford to do. If Riley Smith does offer a chance, someone's got to grab it.
3 out on the leg side here, mid on. Cow, square leg, and a cover out. That's Skelton's 4 out at the moment.
Dunkley very methodical before she takes guard. She's definitely got a routine that she goes through before she takes strike. Not quite sure what happened there. No wide given. Must have clipped a bit of something on the way through. All very dramatic. Looked like Katie Jones might have got a bop on the helmet from the bat swinging through. But yeah, as we see that replay there, actually a good piece of fielding there from Skelton. That awkward half volley length back to her. We actually had a horrible situation yesterday in my game with a similar bit of fielding. Our overseas player got one on the half volley and it jumped up and hit him straight into the front teeth.
Oh no!
Oh, it was.
Oh no, that's horrible.
Yeah, it was not good.
That's
I think
funny.
it's knocked one of his front teeth quite wobbly, and the first thing he says, "I'm getting married in February. I can't lose my teeth."
Oh.
Panicking. So don't worry, it's easy to get a dentist appointment in the UK. You won't have a problem, honest, mate.
You've just got to pay all your salary.
Yeah, obviously I'm a very sympathetic person. While he was down on the floor, sort of washing the blood away from his mouth,
Oh, no,
I pretended
not
to
the
get on my
teeth.
phone and book him a trip to Turkey for a new set of teeth, which the opposition found quite amusing, but I don't think Delon was quite as impressed with my humour.
Not a bit too soon.
We've got a change of bowling. Wellington has taken a break. Heather Knight is into the attack with her wily off spin.
Struck hard there from Dunkley. A little misfield there from Jackson at mid-wicket.
Back-to-back misfields from the short mid-wicket fielder. She's going to have to sharpen up again. Massive, massive positions. Short mid-wicket, short extra cover. Stopping those singles. Anticipating the drop-down run shot. Probably the two positions where you really need your strong fielders. And another one sort of need away from the captain. Didn't get a mitt on that one and probably got a little badge of honour for her troubles there. Straight onto the thigh or knee. So 3 runs all conceded from misfields. This over. Heather Knight strikes me as a sort of cricketer you don't really want to misfield off. I think she likes the standards to be high. Am I right? What do you think?
Yeah, no. I mean, not as much as like Anya Shrubsole's time. You know, that was quite scary if you did a misfield off her.
Right, okay.
There was a very strong evil stare.
Good stop there from Sophie Luff. She's in the business area there. That was always my least favourite part of the ground to field. Luffy is right on the end of a used net wicket, which is very, very abrasive, very bobbly with all the bowlers' footholes. So, yeah, not an easy place to field.
Dug out there. Bryony Smith just coming down the track. 63 off 72 deliveries so far. And Surrey 143 for 2 now after 24 overs. Nearly up at the halfway mark here, and they are looking towards 150. So a good start there from Surrey.
Yeah, well, I know there is a thought that whatever you get at 30, you can double if you've got wickets in hand, and I don't think Somerset would be too keen on that calculation at the moment. So definitely a bit of work to be done. I think Bryony Smith is an absolute key to the Surrey innings. You see that enormous spike on the wagon wheel at the start where Wyatt Hodge and Smith got off to a flyer. The spinners have done a grand job so far as that leg side ball has been helped around the corner. Ellie Anderson in hot pursuit. Only a couple of runs.
Rain in Chard, so there could be some rain on the way. I think it was forecast around midday to 3 o'clock.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't.
35% chance of rain. Do you not keep an eye on the weather with your golf?
Well,
You're not playing today, so you don't mind.
No, not really. I view that as a 65% chance that it won't rain.
Well,
So,
exactly. The positive way of looking at it. I like
positive
that.
geezer.
Yeah, I like that. There we go.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things that go on in Chard that don't happen anywhere else in the country. So
I don't know too much about Chard, I'm not going to lie.
great shot there, inside out, over cover from Dunkley. A beautiful cricket shot there, down the wicket. I suppose an element of risk there. She came down the line of leg stump just to give herself room. Probably not the intended target, but that fabulous piece of Grey Nichols willow doing enough. Other brands are available, but
Skelton is 2.3 overs now, 0 for 17. She comes in slightly back of a length. Oh, Luffy's caught one then again. Rolled up her body, and she's not looking too happy as she throws that back on the aft volley to Skelton. Skelton in here. Good bit of turn there as that comes in on Dunkley.
yeah, lovely little bit of sharp turn back into the right-hander. Excellent. Bowling there from Skelton, yeah, turn from just outside off to leg stump. So a little bit to play with there for the bowlers.
Dunkley just hitting that down the ground as Dean comes in and picks that one up. And that is Skelton's end of her third over, 18 off that. And Surrey reach their 150 now off 25 overs as they have a drinks break.
During that drinks break, if you just take a look there, the 7th of June, the women's ODI match, England take on the West Indies. 4,000 tickets have been sold so far, so there are a few still available, but make sure you get in there quickly. That'll be a great day, less than a month to go there. The 7th of June, England women's ODI match versus the West Indies. Plenty of action this summer here at the Cooper Associates County Grounds. Make sure you keep checking out that website. Lots of great cricket available. Double headers where the men and the women are in action on the same day. They will be fantastic days for all the family. Surrey currently 152-4-2 at the halfway stage. Ed Seaborn has just joined me. Nicole has put a good shift in.
She has.
I think she needed
yeah.
it. She needed a break, didn't she?
Her voice just needs a little bit of time just to settle, and then she'll be good to go for another 3-hour stint this
Grab a
afternoon.
Coffee, get some caffeine on board. Again, June, great month for events here. We have one of those quite remarkable kind of days of entertainment. We have a women's game followed by a Taylor Swift tribute act. So, I mean, what more could you want for £5? Forever Swift and Somerset take on Lancashire. That's June the 13th, 6:30 p.m. Full evening's entertainment. Are you familiar with the Taylor Swift sort of catalogue of hits?
I think, no, not really. I have the general impression that she tends to feel moved to write her expressions of her emotions when she's just had a breakup. So
is she not in a steady relationship with the
well,
NFL?
I think so.
Kelsey or something?
Yes,
like that?
the tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, okay.
But I think you'd feel a little bit concerned that she might need to...
The inspiration might dry up if she's happy.
Yeah,
is
might
that
need
what
to
you're saying?
put some more out there. And I'm not saying that it's going to happen before I get descended upon on social media by hordes of angry Taylor Swift fans. But at some point, they will also be clamouring for the next great folio of
just
her
so
work.
the Twitterati are aware that if they do separate, Ed Seaborn from the Somerset County Cricket Club media team started the rumour.
Well,
So you could be.
I'm just saying that's maybe what you need for another. You know, her greatest work could still very much be ahead of her. I mean, you know, you think about all the songs that are yet to be written. She's only 35 years old. She's not even coming into her prime yet.
There are unhappier times ahead where she could just knock out tune after tune. I feel like Taylor Swift songs, even though I couldn't tell you one of them, I reckon I could sing along to most of them. I think it's one of those kind of pop culture. You know, she's obviously huge. She's the songs are, I have no doubt, fantastic. But yeah, I think nothing like a breakup to get the old creative mind going.
Look what you made me do.
You then think about bands like Radiohead and their sort of songs. They must have been pretty miserable at the time.
Well, I think you do need misery in order to write a lot of decent music.
But we've had two pieces of joy here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 2 wickets by Wello, which really did sort of like stem the flow of runs that were coming easy. Heather Knight's going to continue from the river end, bowling to Sophie Dunkley. And we get off to this kind of like second session, if you like, in this first 50 overs. I always think there's always that thing, isn't there, about drinks breaks brings wickets. You know, that little bit of concentration lapse. Corn's doing a great bit of work out there on the square leg boundary, sliding, stopping, and a certain 4, and they'll just pick up 2.
Certainly happened in the last home game I covered. First over after drinks there was a wicket, but then there were quite a lot of wickets in that game as Somerset skittled Essex out for a low total. She's getting a bit of drift, looks like.
Yeah, I was just thinking there. It's just it doesn't look familiar in terms of off spin the way the ball's coming out of her hand. I wonder if she bowls the occasional sort of knuckle ball. Doesn't really come out of the side of the hand in that traditional sort of off spin shape. So whether she just toys with a few sort of knuckleballs, and for those who aren't familiar, it's kind of come from the world of baseball where you bowl a ball where you sort of tuck the hands in and the ball comes out with any spin on it, and it kind of like oscillates, it wobbles rather than spins with any revolutions. Great shot there over cover from Bryony Smith, and she started this second session as she started the first. Beautiful strike there through cover for 4. Great power and timing there.
Yeah, I think she should have welcomed the refuelling. She's just on her haunches after a few of the quicker singles in the previous sessions. I think drinks has probably come at a good time for her. Cover's coming up.
Yeah, I think that's certainly an invitation to open the stumps up to the batter. It's always quite unusual to hit a ball in an area and then remove that fielder. I thought with the pace that Heather Knight bowls, maybe that cover fielder could have been a bit straighter, but looks like Heather Knight's going to go a bit flatter through the air and into the stumps, and that concludes that first over and a successful one for Surrey.
Yeah, that was a quicker one. Get the speed gun on that. So lots of off spin for Somerset. They've still got 5 overs left of Charlie Dean on their sleeve. Skelton's only bowled 3, Knight only 2. It is something that there's certainly plenty of. When does Somerset go back to seam, if at all? I mean, they're going to need to go back to it at some point, but
yeah, it's tough, I think, because you know, in the captain's psyche, she would no doubt associate seam with a poor period of play, so I think she'll be quite reluctant. I mean, I think in an ideal world, maybe one of the Somerset spinners would be a left-arm orthodox spinner. You've got obviously Wello, who bowls the ball turning away from the right-hander. We've got 3 off spinners on show, and you can get that sort of it's very samey, isn't it, in terms of the challenge to the batter. They can sort of just rinse and repeat almost the way that they're trying to score, and it certainly looks like this period here, you know, they're creeping up to maybe just past a 50-run partnership there, and it's all looked very, very easy. Quite ominous for Somerset at the moment. Certainly need to break this partnership sooner rather than later. Nice bowling there from Skelton. Bit of turn in towards Bryony Smith. You just hope that little lapse of concentration will offer a chance up. Bryony Smith very confident with her backswing. She plays with a very, very sort of true bat face. You know, presents the full face of the bat to most of her shots. So she's got that confidence to really hit through the line of the ball. Dunkley giving herself room and threading the needle there at extra cover. Races away for another 4. There's consistently a boundary and over being scored here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and it's hurting Somerset at the moment.
Yeah, a few shorter deliveries in that over that didn't get up so much, but that one certainly did sit up for Sophia Dunkley. I was shocked actually to look and see she only scored 1 boundary before that. It felt as if she scored more, but she's just dialed this aggression level back a touch after that second wicket fell, and you felt that was probably needed given the fairly quick losses of Wyatt Hodge and Capsey. Use of the feet and just clearing extra cover. Sophie Luff just unable to get there. They set seemingly, if not a trap, a tempter for Bryony Smith to try and clear that extra cover region. Got to the pitch of it. Yeah, hit it well enough. Yeah, I mean, close in the end.
This field, you really can't bowl anything outside of off stump with this field. I'm not. I think it's a gamble. It could be a costly one if she doesn't just straighten those lines up. Anything outside off stump, Bryony's shown time and time again already today that she's very happy of swinging through the line. The other night doesn't really look to turn the ball. So a bit of a high-risk strategy here from Somerset at the moment. That's undoubtedly some form of knuckleball. That's just slightly sort of swung away a little bit in the air.
Did you bowl knucklers?
No, that's sort of, you know, that phrase "old dogs and new tricks." Okay, the knuckleball came in way too late in my career to spend any time on working on it.
I don't know. I've never even tried. I think if I tried, it would probably end up being just a beamer.
Yeah, I mean it's. I tried. I bowled it. I did bowl it a few times, but it certainly wasn't part of the repertoire. Jackson there just throwing the ball in and dunking Bryony Smith on the back of the helmet. Pretty sure she'll be fine, but the obligatory concussion test might have to happen.
It just struck low enough. She's got entangled a couple of times at the non-striker's end as well as Bryony Smith. She's not looking too happy out there for somebody who's got 74 to her name.
Yeah, certainly no fun getting hit on the flesh by a cricket ball. Another wide ball outside off stump. It's been smeared through cover point. Bryony Smith's going to pick up another 2. Runs flowing here. 3 overs of Heather Knight have gone for 22. So a shade on the expensive side. This partnership is bubbling nicely. Run rate sort of pretty consistently between 6 and 6.5 runs and over. As we see another spinner that many of the Somerset fans would have seen far too much of. Max Waller there just having a chat with Molly Robbins.
Fellow member of the coaching staff last year with you.
Yeah, I think he still does a bit of work with the fielding, from what I can gather. He's a very good coach, is Max Waller. He's coaching at Exeter University now, and I think he's doing a bit of coaching in the 100, which would be great for his CV.
It's pretty classic Sophia Dunkley, really. She likes to play very straight, use her feet. At the moment, she's just providing the perfect foil for Bryony Smith, building her own total as well. It's just got a little gloomier the last little while. Pulled high in the air, and it's going to be straight down the throat of Jackson, who drops it. And it's gone for 4 as well. It would have been a real bonus to have taken the wicket that way, but she looked to have set her feet pretty well, seemed to have judged it. What a wicket that would have been.
Well, Jackson's having one of those days to forget that's an absolute sitter. And just to compound it, it's gone over the ropes for 4 against the batter that Somerset desperately need to get out. Couldn't have gone much worse, and almost inevitably the next ball goes for another boundary. It's happened so often in this crazy game we love, and there will be no doubt reasonable amounts of steam coming out of the captain and bowler's ears right now. It's one of those send over to she fielding deep square leg, a shovel.
Substitutes are walking around right behind you as well. Shout for leg before. No, says the umpire. It's a strange one, isn't it? Somerset 4 wins out of 5. Look at this. I thought that was pretty close, you know.
Yeah, just a little bit high, I think, but yeah, pretty straight. Not a bad shout at all.
4 wins out of 5. Their one loss came here against Lancashire, and certainly haven't played their best cricket yet in this game. Just be desperate to perform in front of their home faithful. Ten runs off that over as well, and the combination that worked so well at Warwickshire, as we take another look at this chance out in the deep. She just towed it, really, Bryony Smith. I thought it was going out of the ground when she hit it, but yeah, it's not one that Laura Jackson will want to see on the replay again.
Not ideal.
That's a tie. Somerset tie on the balcony up there.
Yeah, probably one of the great views in terms of residential areas near cricket grounds. The old Pegasus building, that lovely balcony area they have there at the top.
I think whilst not to complain at all, because it was fantastically enjoyable, we probably were about as far away from the pitch at Taunton Vale as they are up on the balcony. But no, it was great. I certainly never covered a game from there before. It's beautiful.
For that. We've got a reason for that warm-up.
Ah.
I see the groundsmen are playing a bit of indoor cricket. Yeah, Taunton Vale, it's taken a few players and coaches down. It's, you know, you get a warm day there and you end up getting absolutely frazzled as well. Yeah, it's very sort of, I think there's always a wind blowing through Taunton Vale, so it doesn't feel that warm, but you end up with quite the tap.
Well, it can't be Merchant Taylor's School for that. I've still not covered anywhere quite like Merchant Taylor's for the wind whistling through. Massive playing fields with about 4 or 5 pitches, and you're actually at one end, but they always seem the wind always seems to blow across. It's not as though anything's sheltering you at the other end of things.
Much more civilised for us at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Well, we are spoiled.
Yeah, it's very nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
What
The
more
view
can you
almost
want?
right over the top of the pitch, seemingly.
You've got reasonably drinkable coffee. You get your voucher to go and grab yourself a thing of fish and chips or a pasty at half time. You're very well looked after here.
Might be a bit earlier than half time if this cloud continues to build up. Hopefully not. Taking the run to Anderson at short fine. Better over with 5 runs coming from it. So still around about that 6 1/4, slightly better in terms of a run rate, Surrey. And so much batting still left in the hutch. Alice Davidson-Richards, she very much enjoyed batting in this part of the world in the previous era. Paige Schofield likewise got a big 130 against Storm a couple of years back.
Turning to bowl from the Marcus Scottish Pavilion end, number 45, Ellie Anderson.
So it's time to return to seam. Last 2 deliveries just put a little bit of a dampener on what was a pretty tidy opening spell from Anderson. She bowled a few wides, but had 4.4 overs for 19, and then it's just that sour taste that's left by the last couple of deliveries.
Always thought that the captain might have gone for Laura Jackson just to try and get her back into the game. She'd probably be feeling quite low at this point, and maybe a spell might do her good. She's gone with Ellie Anderson. We needed a bit of change of momentum. Last wicket was 106, Surrey now on 189, so the runs are flowing here. And Ellie Anderson has started with a poor delivery, and it's been pulled again by Sophia Dunkley. She moves on to 44, so not what the captain wanted.
It's a hard boundary to defend. It's actually quite similar to the last delivery that she bowled in those first 5 overs. So it's helped round the corner. Angle of the ground with the Colin Atkinson Pavilion over there, it just makes it pretty much impossible to track round from deep backward square as the fielder is. It's getting very gloomy now.
Yeah, the clouds definitely come over. Yeah, I think at Taunton, speaking from relatively vast experience, you can normally stray on line length, but not the 2 together. I think you can. I think that length would have been fine if it was on and around off stump, but the fact it was into leg stump, maybe even slightly down the leg side, just it's almost a free swing for the batter. Certainly don't want to bowl short to Dunkley, and that is, well, I'm not really quite sure what that was, but that's going to go all the way for 6. A wide down the leg side, full toss. Bryony Smith moves into the 90s. Not really any way to defend deliveries like that.
No, and I would have thought that Bryony Smith would be quite high up on the list of people that you know it's going for 6 against, not just 4. She's not going to be happy just to help that one round the corner, get a little bit of bat on it. That's going out the ground, and that one wasn't far off either.
I've yet to have an analysis meeting where the modus operandi is to bowl waist high full tosses down the leg side. I've yet to find a batter where that is a weakness. Ellie Anderson's got to fight back here, show a bit of character. The over's not gone to plan so far. She's got to scrap for these last 3 balls of the over. Another ball
Belted as well.
into length, but nice bit of fielding out there from Skelton, and keeps it down to a 1. Could be a very short spell if she doesn't get these next couple of balls right.
Last little period to be accelerating as well if we do get this rain. It has to be said those pictures aren't looking magnificent for us continuing right the way through, so a bit of acceleration here will certainly help Surrey going forward.
Yeah, it certainly looks like the 35% is going to win in front of the 65% at the moment. You could always tell when the rain was definitely going to come from the old pavilion when we used to change in the Colin Atkinson. If you couldn't see the hills in the distance, you knew it was coming. Still relatively clear underneath, but yeah, we might get a few little spots.
Getting into the pitch, there was a scream of two, but well, having said that, there was a little fumble down at long on, but I don't think that at this stage they're thinking too much in terms of twos, not when you just had a massive over like that. And that really has ruined Anderson's figures now, 6 overs for 42.
Yeah, that run rate's gone from 6.3 to 6.6 in a heartbeat here. Somerset under the cosh. It's the Surrey pair, just one run away from a 100-run partnership, and it's come at ease. And I think the concern is, bar the Jackson drop, there hasn't really been an opportunity given. So both Surrey batters batting in a very sort of what you'd call professional manner, doing a very good job. Smith 94, Dunkley 46.
And that, I think, is going to be a 50. It just squeaks between backward point and cover point, and that's a fine innings from Sophia Dunkley. 4 boundaries in the end, but she only had 1 boundary when she was in her 30s, and she's just starting to hit that accelerator now. And steadied the ship after 2 wickets fell in the space of 3 overs.
Very frustrating, Ed. I just don't see this field as a smart move. I think I always look at fields when you're under the pump. You know, numerous boundaries now have been scored to that cover boundary, and I always think, what's the harder shot? To hit me inside out over mid-off, or just place it through the offside? And we've seen time and time and time again that cover boundary has been exploited, and that ball there, you know, if Wello was up, would have been a dot ball as well. Yeah, so a little bit of brain fuzz out there from what I can see at the moment, but you know, credit to the Somerset batters, they are playing beautifully, and they've gone past that 100-run partnership as well.
So she was going to try and fire that one past Dunkley down the leg side. It would have been a brave move, but Dunkley is basically shimmying every ball to Heather Knight pretty much. And they're so respectful of Dunkley's ability to hit straight, with that straight mid-on fielder, almost long on, long off, but there's been quite a lot outside the off stump, and there's just been no protection on that cover boundary for Heather Knight. And that's over the top as well, and will spin away. I don't think there's going to be any chance to catch that. There won't be. And that's just another one which is in the category of help yourself. So the over has been bookended with boundaries, and the floodlights are coming on as well. It's never a good sign.
Yeah, it's not been a couple of good overs there from Somerset. They must fight back now. 216 for 2, with 18 overs still remaining in this innings. Got a bit of weather around.
Oh, it's definitely
just
raining now.
See into the sight screen that there are some spots of rain coming down, so there's every chance we might get a little halt in play. And I think that Somerset and the Somerset captain will very much welcome a little bit of a debrief back in the dressing room. I think the plans have been relatively good. It's just the execution. The bowlers haven't really backed up the captain here. There's been way too many deliveries, short, wide, down the leg side. Got to keep bringing those stumps into play. But Somerset will no doubt keep fighting back. Anderson, much better control of her length there, just a single.
Yeah, and it hasn't been. I think it's one of the things that it's just not been in keeping with what we've seen from Somerset this year. There was a feeling coming into this year that there might be a bit too much reliance on that Wellington-Dean bowling partnership, but it hasn't been that way. Anderson's taken wickets up front. Griffiths has really contributed well in the middle overs, as has Skelton.
I think there's one thing that Somerset bowlers have to be aware of is, and it's a thing that we used to sort of not joke about, because it was a thing, especially when we used to use it as a a plus for us against the opposition is we'd get a lot of bowlers come in here and they were instantly, before they bowled a ball, defeated. And we used to call it tauntonitis. You know, you get a lot of bowlers come in here who would be like, oh, I've got a little bit of a niggle, and would pull out of the game. Or you could just tell from the first over they knew that it was going to be a tough day. And I think that, you know, that is a challenge. As a seam bowler, you've got to be prepared for what you're facing. But that is a magnificent 100 from Bryony Smith. Sorry, I missed that one run, my bad. But that is a top draw 100 from Bryony Smith. And how many does she want? That's the question, Ed.
That's good Yorker. And another one's hit Bryony Smith. She must be getting tired of this. I think she's smiling about that one. But yeah, fantastic knock. 14 fours, a 6, 96 deliveries. She attacked early. Now it is really raining. I think they're going to have to go off, which is certainly, whilst it doesn't look as though from the forecast it's going to be terminal, whilst Somerset, I'm sure, will welcome the opportunity to get off the field. Any calculations now with Surrey only 2 wickets down and going at the rate that they are, which is 6 2/3 basically, any calculation is going to leave Somerset a really stiff task if there's a revised target later on. But yeah, she attacked early. She pulled it back a little bit actually, even when Wyatt Hodge was out there, and they were both about in the 40s, and it was Wyatt Hodge who was accelerating, and Bryony Smith just paused for thought a little bit around the end of that 10 over power play. And then actually it hasn't just been all about the strong hitting that you associate with Bryony Smith. She's recognised the bad delivery and hit that away, but she has actually defended well in this innings, even though it's an innings which is well over a run a ball and is worth 3 figures. This has been a fantastic knock from her, and actually this is, you look at her 50 over record, this is her 4th list A 100, but 2 of them came for Surrey in the previous era, so the previous county cricket era, and just the 150 over cricket for the South East Stars. So this is potentially a really massive knock for her, because Surrey, I mean, they've got such depth, but they want these big scores. They want one of those top 4 or 5 players really to go on and turn the starts into a big score, and she's done that in this innings. I do love what they do here in terms of covering the pitch with that.
Well, it was
sack
lucky. At least one of our groundskeepers had a magnificent warm-up, so he's moving very fleet of foot at the moment. He's at the top of the screen. If you have a look at the scorecard there, Bryony Smith has been fantastic. And I think actually, you know, if we do have a break, I'd really like to see our team put together a little bit of a montage of her boundaries, because I think she's just played beautiful cricket shots. I mean, slightly ominous in respect to where the game is. If Surrey get the chance to bat, she's, you know, going to be able to sit down. She's going to get a well done from head coach Johan Myberg, who will be really encouraging her to make this a big score. You know, there's, you know, if Surrey get the opportunity to bat for another 10, 15 overs, you know, she could get a really big score here, the way that she's playing. And Sophia Dunkley, I think, you know, she's started to pick up the occasional boundary now, but, you know, massive credit to her, the way that she just accumulated. And I think that's a sign of a very good player, where they can almost go unnoticed into the 30s. And you know, she didn't really take any risks. She allowed Bryony just to continue to play her aggressive style of cricket. I think it's been very smart batting so far. Capitalise on some poor bowling, let's be honest, but yeah, that one opportunity, you know, how big could that be?
Yeah.
That drop on the boundary, a very simple chance as well. I think that's going to come back to haunt Somerset if we do get back on.
Yeah, it is teaming it down at the moment.
Yeah, we've got some highlights of the previous game against Warwickshire for you to enjoy, but well done to Bryony Smith. At this stage, a magnificent 100 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We'll watch you with a little bit of footage while we scramble around and try and find ourselves a little plate of fish and chips or something. We'll see you back soon.
The Knight plays that. Oh, that's going to be 4 runs. I think we're going to get a boundary off the first ball. We are 4 runs to Heather Knight into a gap there at sort of cover point. Hope you're enjoying this one as one comes in again. Heather Knight plays that again through that cover point area. There is a gap. They're obviously tempting her to that. It's racing towards the rope, and the ball wins the race with Davina Perrin. Another 4 to the total.
Oh, and that's tickled fine, glanced very finely. I think that's going to be another 4 for Heather Knight. Yep. So.
I think so. Wong into Knight. Comes forward, back past the stumps. They're going to get at least 1 there. There's 2 fielders running after it. It's gone. I think they both thought the other was going to stop it before the rope.
Pull that back a bit. George in again. Oh, and that's flashed wide off stump, and it's gone between the keeper and first slip for 4 runs. In again, elbows pumping outside the off stump, and that's a very nice shot actually from Corney, who's just leant into a cover drive, not trying to overhit it.
Wong again to Corney, beats the diving fielder, that's racing away to the boundary, and that'll be another 4 for Somerset. A good strike by Emma Corney.
In right arm over. Ooh, and that's a flash from the on the back foot from Corney, and it's gone down to third.
Comes in. Corney carves that past Abby Freeborn, who can only make a despairing dive, and it's gone for 4 runs. Another 4 to the total.
Baker flighting that. That's gone up in the air. Going to, yes, goes straight to Georgia Davis, the captain, who takes a good catch. She's brought herself in. She came back into a normal mid-off position. And a bit of extra flight there, I think, from Hannah Baker. So Baker in again. And Knight waits. And there's just, yes, tickles that rat into the mid-wicket gap and takes a single easily. So Baker having to do the fielding.
Georgia Davis comes back into the attack tonight. This one guided really nicely into the offside, but finds Izzy Wong, and that's the 50 for Heather Knight.
Davis comes in again to Sophie Luff. Plays that forward underneath the diving cover field. She's going to get 4 runs. She is. 4 runs to Sophie Luff. Another 4 to the total.
Pavley to Luff. And this one just nudged behind. It's racing to the far boundary. And it will go for 4. That was a good attempt at a chase, and I think that's Nat Rafe out there.
And then comes from behind the keeper, the umpire, drops that short. Oh!
Is it clean bowled? Is it?
I think she might have hit that. I think that is.
It is.
That is the wicket they wanted in extraordinary fashion.
This runs in again to Luff, and has pushed into the offside, and that brings up the 50 for Sophie Luff. The 50 comes from 60 balls. And it's been an important innings for Somerset. 7 4s. George to Luff. Pushes that.
So Pavley in again, and there she drops and goes. This is the single, and it is a very well made 100 for Captain Fantastic.
She is.
Over
Captain
to you.
Fantastic, yeah, Captain Fantastic. 100 runs there for Sophie Luff.
Without you noticing it, she was at 50.
Yeah.
And she was batting with Heather Knight. Oh gosh, she swept that in the air to mid wicket, and is that Katie George?
Katie George will count that as a drop, but it would have been again. Oh, it comes in, played up in the air, but it's up and over the fielders. Oh no, it's not. I thought the trajectory was different from where we stood. That's caught, and that's out, I'm afraid. Confirmed. So Fran Wilson goes for an enterprising, I think.
Yeah.
37 off 36 balls, but what was the perfect foil really for Sophie Luff's magnificent innings so far, and not finished yet. 101 off 100 balls is Sophie Luff, and Somerset are 271 for 3. And yes, Wilson 37 off 36 balls, 63 minutes and 2 4s.
And she's done a really good job there.
We've got Amanda Jade Wellington here facing. What's she got to offer? Oh, she takes a swipe at that one, and it's out. Oh, it's just gonna. Oh, I've got loads to say about Wello. AJ Wellington. She gets caught behind by Abby Freeborn off the bowling of Emily Arlott for the first ball without scoring, and I was working my way up to saying that she got 24 off 7 balls with bat in hand this time. Arlott comes in. Dean plays that into the covers.
Hit.
Oh. There's Arlott comes into Dean. Oh, has a little swipe at that. Is that caught behind? She's out. That's caught behind. So she had a swipe at that, got an edge. Another catch.
That's another wicket for Emily Arlott. So
yeah,
she's gone for more runs than she might have wanted, but
yeah,
she's picked up
getting
3
wickets.
Yeah.
And I think that and that's a job as well in itself, isn't she? So she got 2 against Hampshire for 30. She got 3 against Ablaze for 39, and a good economy there. This may not be the economy, but it's certainly 2 wickets. And given that they have lost so few wickets, that's really key. So Somerset are 291 for 5. Griffiths is coming in, Alex Griffiths, and to bat with her captain, who is on Nelson.
Anything outside off stump would be it.
Up and over. Is it going to get caught? Oh, it's a great diving catch. I think that's out. I'm not sure. I think it's out.
Yeah.
Oh, rather nastily as that's in and played through
that's
the
a good
covers.
shot.
That's a lovely cracking shot. Was enough energy taken off? Will they actually haul it in? No, that's the first boundary of the innings. Robbins in. That's played through
nicely.
point. She's found another gap there. It's properly carved out through third. It's going to hit the rope. That's another 4 for Stair Callis, who's liking this posh side here, Barbara said. Played into the leg side. There is a gap there. They're not going to catch that. That's a short boundary. It's that one that we've been talking about. 4 runs.
Wellington takes a few steps into action, and this is lofted in the air. It should be taken, and it's taken. Abby Freeborn is out for 15. Wellington in again, and this time through backward point, racing away to the boundary. Chloe Skelton coming all the way round. Also another fielder in pursuit. And they'll run through for 3 in the end, I think, and that's the 50 for Stair Callis.
The pavilion end. Oh, that's going to be... Oh! Callis hits that just over the top. Was that Robbins there?
Yes, Molly Robbins. Rosa Talks Ball said that they inherited Central Sparks' collapse, which I haven't. Oh, look, you see? What have I done now?
So she's hit 1 over the top, just cleared the fielder.
As Dean comes in to Perrin. Makes a big swipe. It's going up and over the top. Are we going to get a 6?
Yes.
We are.
That's
the
into the Holly stand.
6 of the game. And not only that.
Griffiths to George, who has a big attempt at that. It's out. Out, LBW. Alex Griffiths gets her first wicket.
Amanda Jade Wellington waiting at square leg. That's up and over the other side this time, but it's straight to the fielder at backward point.
Griffiths going put over the wicket. And this is defended. Little tap and run. There's a shot at the stumps, and it's going to be out. Pavley is run out.
I think it's caught behind. There's an appeal. Arlott is walking off, I think. Oh, straight back to the bowler. But she puts it down. Skelton had the chance there.
Wellington to Davis. This one chipped in the air, and the catch is almost taken.
Would have been a spectacular one.
She made all the yards she needed to, got under it. Dean to Davis, and this one struck powerfully down the ground, and it's going to beat the 2 fielders. It's going to be 4. The off spinner into her rhythm. That's been rocketed in the air, and that's going to go all the way for 6.
My, that's a captain 6, isn't it?
That's gone all the way.
Davis on 44, Wong on 24. Up and over, mid-wicket, into a gap. There's a fielder there, Skelton again. Diving, but can't get to it. That's another 4 runs. Davis gets another 4.
Taking a few paces. Swept down the ground. And that's the 50 up for Georgia Davis. Not a huge task on her hands. This has been struck down the ground but fielded inside the ring, and that's going to be out. Izzy Wong is run out. Charlie Dean to Davis. This one lofted into the air. It's going to be taken, and that's game over for Warwickshire. Georgia Davis caught on 50 by Heather Knight on the boundary. Charlie Dean picks up another wicket.
Well, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, where we're ready to get back underway after that rain break with Surrey's women 218 for 2 in the 33rd over. And the good news is we haven't lost as much cricket as I think a lot of us thought we would. It's a 44 over a side match now, so we've lost 6 overs from each innings. I must say, I thought it was going to be rather more than that. So the new cut-off time for this innings is now at 5 to 3. So have got an hour to bowl 11.2 overs. I think it should just about manage that. So the target will be a revised one, of course. DLS will get involved and Surrey will have that 11.2 overs now to have a real dart and a thrash, as it looks as though mostly the weather has cleared. Of course, we can't see exactly in our position in the box where the weather's coming from, but it does look as though we should be okay for a little while. So Surrey will have a bit of a go, and then it will be time to a bit of a DLS adjustment, which is certainly going to favour Surrey because they're in a great position at this point with a run rate at 6.7 and over, and the fact that they've only lost 2 wickets. So DLS will look very kindly on that as far as an adjustment. There'll be some runs added on, and then Somerset will have to chase whatever they are set. We went off mid-over, so Ellie Anderson has a couple of balls of her over here to bowl, with Dunkley and Smith, the not-out pair, having put on 112 so far for the 3rd wicket. And it's been all Surrey, really. Wyatt Hodge and Smith getting Surrey off to a great start. A couple of quick wickets for Amanda Jade Wellington, but since then it's been this partnership that has really dominated. As Dunkley will get Surrey back up and running, and getting us up and running up here. Ed Seaborn alongside, delighted to say, Mike Unwin, who is here to have a chat about the Somerset Cricket Museum. It's great to have you up here.
Thanks, Ed. Great to be up here again.
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 Season campaigner. You've both been up here more often than I have.
No. Yes, we had a few visitors in during the lunch break, or the rain break, sheltering from the rain, watching the videos, which was welcome.
Yeah, well, it was more of a lunch break, I suppose, wasn't it? Because it's going to be a break at about 3 o'clock for supposedly lunch.
10 minutes, I'm told?
Yes. So that's probably going to have been lunch during that rain break for the players as well.
And to all the people on the live stream.
I've been told to keep an eye on the comments whilst this is going on. I'm expecting some first-rate stick.
No, they're a good lot. They're a good lot. As long as they don't block me.
So it's Amanda Jade Wellington to bowl. And as yet, just a couple of singles for Sophia Dunkley. Have to, well, I suppose there's almost nothing to lose, really. Surrey shouldn't get bowled out in this remaining time. Bryony Smith immediately looking to get on with it as well. So as far as the museum and the women's section of it especially, what are people looking out for?
Well, we've had a women's section since Taunton was branded the home of women's cricket. Mm-hmm. A lot of that collection went back to Lords, and we've kept quite a bit. So we have an England area with photos of Claire Connor and, of course, the New England coach, Charlotte Edwards. So we're completely on trend there. Mm-hmm. The Western Storm exhibits we've developed. We just had a picture of Anya beforehand. Now we have a cabinet full of Western Storm memorabilia.
Do you have the original Western Storm shirt or something from there before the logo got changed?
No. we have, of course, the Western Storm history of shirts, when the little picture graphic tin shirts. Sophie's shirt, Anya's shirt.
Oh, it's beautifully picked up by Bryony Smith. Oh, tremendous fielding. Will be a couple, but that's very much 2 runs saved out there. Charlie Dean, fantastic round the boundary.
And one of the best exhibits we have is Heather Knight's 50th cap, when she played her 50th match for Western Storm, which she donated to us. So a nice little collection of Western Storm. And in a drawer underneath the Western Storm, again a tribute to women's cricket, Polly Redfern's umpire's coat.
Oh, yeah.
Polly, the first woman to officiate in a first-class game. And then Jasmine Naheem and her husband, her shirt, they were the first man and wife.
Yes.
To officiate in a... So we tribute to the umpires as well. And this year we built a new Somerset women's cricket display. We're still looking for memorabilia, but I've got some shirts from Jess Hazel, which was very kind of her. Lots of photographs, and hoping it's going to this game's going to turn around. We have the original scorecard as filled in by Sir Peter Wanless, the president of the club, at Beckenham a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, that's a magnificent reverse sweep. Sophia Dunkley, seeing that there's a fairly backward point, but nobody finer than that, and she has hit that very well. Charlie Dean in first ball, and she got just the ball that I think she'd have been looking for, just outside off stump, and just helped on its way, and looking in fine touch.
But the scorecard was when Peter filled out, and he was very cold, and his writing's very
right. Okay.
Reflective with the weather at Beckenham.
Yeah, it was quite a game, that.
Yeah.
Certainly to kick off the new Somerset women's professional era, Somerset couldn't have asked for much more, and they're probably going to need something similar, if not even better, to
this afternoon
come back and win this one. Smacked away. I don't think that's going to be stopped. It's a valiant effort from Fran Wilson. If she can't get there, then I don't think anybody can. Just such solid striking. Just about to the pitch of that Bryony Smith. There's not a huge gap there either. Mid-wicket's in pretty straight as well. It's just clattered away. And the other thing is, down there's a little gutter sort of area which has probably got a bit of water on it as well. So Charlie Dean's come out with the towel. Yeah, this is certainly looking like absolute guns blazing from Surrey. They've got Davidson, Richards, got Schofield, and likes of Chatley, Monaghan, McDonald, Gay. I mean, it just keeps coming. Alexa Stonehouse is a more than decent bat, coming in at 10. Again, work to do round the boundary and turn it into 2, even though it's a short boundary. Alex Griffith slipping and sliding about. So runs off every ball this over.
We're also trying to expand our knowledge of cricket in the West, women's cricket in the West, and particularly Somerset. Matt Kingdom has written several papers on the history of Somerset ladies and cricket, the West. They seem to interchange.
Yes.
The West and Somerset, depending on whether you had enough clubs to be affiliated, I believe. And he and Hannah Radford Thomas from Swansea University are writing a book on Somerset women's cricket. I think the last count they got to about 40,000 words. And if any people who have any connections with Somerset ladies cricket would like to get in touch, I'm sure they'd love to hear your stories.
Yes, and well, having worked with Hannah a lot over the years as that's gone high up in the air. Fielder trying to get round and just won't get there. Lobbed perfectly between long on and deep mid-wicket, and Bryony Smith back for 2. But yeah, certainly having worked with Hannah, there's absolutely nobody better to write that book than her. So.
I've also put them in touch with David Gurr, who's secretary, I believe, of the Men's Former Players Association, to see if we can get some sort of...
Well, that should be a catch. Down at long off and well judged. Nicely held, and Amanda Jade Wellington has struck again. That's the end of a fantastic knock from Bryony Smith. She'll get the acknowledgement of Sophia Dunkley, but also from everyone here. She just had a bit of a hack at that one as she couldn't get close to the pitch of it, and a tumbling catch taken down there by Heather Knight. Just had to try and fetch that. She tried to target the short boundary, but just coming up a little bit shy. But 110 for Bryony Smith.
Good knock.
This has been a really spectacular effort, and for somebody who can be so destructive over short bursts, this has been an innings where she's paced it beautifully. She got some deliveries at the start which she could pick off, and then just through those middle overs was happy to rotate the strike a bit, also take boundary options when they were available, but she's perished in the cause of trying to move this total on quickly. And in fact, a change to the order. Paige Schofield has come in ahead of Alice Davidson-Richards. It's going to be wided. So Wellington could bowl 9. If I've done the maths right, 4 bowlers can bowl 9 and 1 will bowl 8. But again, Surrey just don't... A lot of teams would go, well, I've got a couple of overs of Wellington here, let's just make sure we just consolidate, push it around. Surrey don't do that. They'll still go after what they perceive as your possibly best bowler, or one of them anyway. But yeah, you mentioned the West as well. Another of our colleagues on the
Claire.
Somerset Women's live stream, exactly. Claire Jenkins has
had
played for them.
A few months ago, we had the start of this memorabilia stories collection with a coffee morning and pastries downstairs, which Claire came to, and a few others from the Somerset West. Some of them hadn't seen each other for ages, and it was a great morning. And from there, Hannah's been developing these stories she's collecting, and 3 of them come to mind, reflecting on Audrey Didsbury, first international with the team from Somerset. Colleen Ashby, who was the first girl to get through the Somerset Academy. So they're lovely stories that need to be collected.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I'm sorry, I got her surname. Elaine Mankalova from Czechoslovakia. She was at Bath University, looking out of her window, saw cricket being played, joined in, and eventually played for Somerset. So some lovely stories that we need to collect, because if we don't collect them, they'll go. Exactly,
and also, whilst there is the tendency to focus on the future and the present with the new professional era as well, it would be a real crying shame if those stories of those people who would have been in these shirts were circumstances different, were their contribution to the overall journey of women's cricket in the region lost.
And then coming up a bit more up-to-date story of Somerset stroke Bath Wanderers and the work Jan Godman and Nikki Tranter did for women's cricket. I think Nikki's favourite story is, I think Somerset got disaffiliated one time. They turned up for a match in Weston-super-Mare, only to find it was cancelled. Nobody told them that Somerset had been disaffiliated. The game.
Gosh.
And it was her quote was very much so, if you wanted to play women's cricket, you had to organise it yourself. Far cry from today.
pushing for 2. They should just about get it. Well, they know. Hesitation, and Van Wilson has kept it to 1. But yeah, I mean, you hear even internationally stories not too dissimilar to that, and county level players still having to pay for all their own playing kit, never mind
that's right.
general equipment.
One of the ladies who came was Leslie Smith. She played in the 70s. I met her again down at Plymouth a couple of weeks ago, and she was just telling me, you know, we stayed in our opponents' houses when we played away with lifts. Took our own kit home to wash.
Oh, just done her with a little bit of drift there, Charlie Dean, not much turn.
So if there are any Somerset people with connection with Somerset ladies, do get in touch with us via the museum website if you like, because we'd love to hear your stories.
Dunkley along the ground this time. Oh dear, Fran Wilson's had that go through. It's a real surprise, and again it's the pressure that Dunkley's put on, because actually there was less 2 in that one than the previous one, but because Dunkley screamed 2 repeatedly and then charged the first run, that's caused the misfield, and it's approaching 250 already for Surrey, and that has spoiled what would have been a pretty good over from Charlie Dean. And Somerset are going to have to, with the bat, make up for some of what's gone on in the field. That should be another catch that's well judged. Again, running in, and Wellington has got forfeit. Paige Schofield, the latest to perish. Not quite sure where she was looking to hit that, which was part of the problem. I think going for that mid-wicket gap, and it's skewed off towards long off, and if you're just not to the pitch of Wellington, we saw it with Wyatt Hodge earlier on, that leg spinner's ability just to generate the revs and the bounce means that you can't get hold of it, and Schofield comes and goes for 2. I'd imagine that we will be seeing... No. I was about to... Oh, Alice, but it's not Davidson Richards, it's Monaghan who's come out to the middle. So Davidson Richards continues to drop further down the order, and Chatley's been passed by Alice Monaghan. But all helps, whilst it's been a very much front foot display from Surrey. If Somerset can just take a few wickets late on here, limit the damage.
Help the DLS.
Might help the DLS a bit as well, yeah. The calculation will take into account where they were at the stoppage as well, but it will also be factored in how many runs and wickets they are down at the end of their innings. So wickets particularly important as the 250 is brought up for Surrey. I suppose for Monaghan, it feels like an obvious thing to say, but you just want to be getting Dunkley on strike, really, as much as you want to be hitting boundaries yourself. Oh, nicked, but there's no slip at this stage, and that will work very nicely for Dunkley because the outfield's going to do the rest. That's unfortunate for Amanda Jade Wellington. I don't think that this was a... maybe a little bit deliberate. I don't think it was meant to go quite as fine as that, but actually perhaps she did just open the face on it. Wellington's got 3 balls left for a potential 5-for. She wasn't letting that one get by. Actually, having picked up the boundary, Dunkley's played a really intelligent innings so far. but she's picked up the boundary in the over. There's not really a particular need for anything more, just a couple of singles, and you'd have 7 off this over, which I think you'd have probably taken. Wilson just watching the spin there. Into the gap, and that should be 2. Monaghan goes, and yeah, he'll make it, and that completes what will be Wellington's spell there. 9 overs, 4 for 47 in the context of an innings where Surrey have been scoring at closer to 7s than 6s for an awful lot of it. That's a remarkable effort. Amanda Jade Wellington.
Bringing the women's cricket right up to date. We mustn't forget the side of Kieran Peters last year, most of whom are probably with other counties now. For instance, Daisy Jeans, I know, who played for my own village cricket club, Broadway.
She's been doing very well for Glamorgan, hasn't she?
Yeah, she opened, didn't she, last week? And we need to collect all these names. They've got most of them, but they just want these extra stories to finish this book off. So, as I say, anybody who is connected with women's cricket, get in touch, and Matt and Hannah would love to hear from them.
Very much so. And as far as today, people can still head on down, can they?
Well, I'm not sure about opening for 10 minutes, if that's going to be the break.
Squeezed out through the gap. That's really nicely timed. And that is a fine way for Monaghan to pick up her first boundary.
We had some of the girls in week before last when they're playing Hampshire, and that rained off friendly. Of course, got Hampshire on Tuesday. 4 of the Somerset girls and 4 or 5 of the Hampshire girls came round just to appreciate the heritage that they're playing with, or playing for.
Swing and a miss this time. Alex Griffiths being tasked with bowling these overs that, well, I mean, sometimes you can pick up a good number of wickets bowling at this stage, but not sure anybody's particularly queuing up to bowl to Sophia Dunkley.
Last week we had Alex, Fran, Katie, and Emily all around the museum, which is very good, very good. Anyway, it's better than watching rain trickle down the window pane.
I'm sure that wasn't the reason.
But yes, I don't think we'll be open in 10 minutes, but certainly I'll be opening the museum up at for 9:30 on Tuesday morning for the Hampshire game, and again during the break. So we'd love to see visitors, new and old. Come and have a look at our women's cricket selection and how we're trying to promote Somerset as a Tier 1 side.
Well, I'm sure for the next game that I do here, I will, just for you, I will forgo a Cornish pasty.
Oh, right. We'll bring it with you.
I could bring it. Well, I don't know. I don't want to get it over your exhibits.
Oh, that's all right.
It's all right, isn't it? Oh, it's the second time she's tried that ramp. And
we did have some Essex fans in last week bringing some cider in, but they left them on the counter.
Oh, well, they've never drunk anything like it, have they?
They'd been to Sheppy's for lunch. So over the winter, we've improved the ladies' cricket. We've moved some things around, accommodated a new art gallery. Some lovely paintings, especially one of Bath, before the redevelopment.
Well bowled. Scramble 1, but that's it. So, I mean, at this stage, 8 off that over, not a bad outcome. 264 for 4, 5 overs to go.
And to celebrate Somerset's 150th, and I can never get it, sexcentennial, something like that, 150th year, we have a timeline around one of the displays of the 150 years, just telling the story. For those who don't know the history of the barn, it was part of the 15th century priory, Taunton Priory, which was dissolved by Henry VIII in the dissolution of the monasteries. And the barn is the only remaining building, probably one of the oldest in Taunton. But we've still got Priory Bridge Road, Priory Avenue, St Augustine Street to remind us of that period. The Somerset.
Oh, she's gone too far across and bowled. So Skelton back into the attack and takes a wicket with her first ball, and the first Somerset wicket not by Amanda Jade Wellington. The end of a excellent knock from Sophia Dunkley. Just premeditated going across her stumps, and Skelton was shown the target and hit him. But Dunkley's batted beautifully for her 79. It's a little bit unfortunate for her in a way that the rain break came when it did, because I think she would have certainly been thinking about manipulating her way to 3 figures, but ended up coming out in a situation where she pretty much had to hit from ball 1. And again, it's unselfish stuff from Sophia Dunkley, but Somerset are picking up fairly consistent wickets here, and they've got 2 new batters out there. And having said how much batting there was in this Surrey side, it looks as though they're going to be using quite a bit of it, as now they are bringing out Alice Davidson-Richards, who's not a bad number 7. That is for sure, but Somerset just looking to keep on chipping away and creating wickets. And the wickets can so often do that, just create dot deliveries, and with Surrey just looking completely to really try and whack their way towards 300 or so. That's hit up into the air, out towards a fielder as well. That's just parried. It's a good effort from Charlie Dean. She did her absolute best to try and take the catch. It's one of those where you're just not sure what to do out in the deep, and I think she's done as well as she could there to save the boundary and go for the catch as much as she could have done.
One of the nicest things we have in the ladies' display is a little bat autographed by Charlie.
Oh yeah.
She was down on a Saturday afternoon, and I can't remember why I was down here. Just popped into the museum, and Charlie was in M&H collecting her cricket bats, and she signed the little bat for me.
So just pick one off the shelf, and
yeah, this was one of those little.
That is opportunism.
But, absolutely, but she did say,
ooh, reverse sweep just passed off stump.
She did say it is still a secret. I have signed for Somerset, but nobody knows yet.
Oh, okay.
And it's one of the worst kept secrets in cricket. I think
it was quite badly kept, yeah.
But it was very good of it. She signed that. And then a couple of weeks later, of course, she took a hat-trick in South Africa. Yeah. So that it just adds to the stories.
Yeah.
But I was saying about the museum, and in the 80s, the Somerset Cricket Association bought most of that land behind the Ondaatje Pavilion. A lot of it now has gone to the indoor school, of course, but we retained the building and the offices behind. So we own the building. We had some money raised, and we put it through its first refurbishment. And then in the 2000s, we received a legacy, a rather large legacy, which increased very rapidly due to the high interest rates at the time. And a lot of the work then was done. A new staircase, new gantry. It's a lovely, really tasteful conversion.
Oh, a big shout here, but no. Squeezed through the pads in the end of Davidson-Richards. Well, I have been down, and I'm trying to think. I think it was at the end of last year. I have been down, but I will certainly get down.
Yes.
And so in the next home game that I'm on. Oh, she's anticipated that ramp, has Anderson, but it doesn't matter because it's been hit too well. And Davidson-Richards, she went fairly early there, but again just got a ball on leg stump, allowing her to help it away. A bit of wrist work involved in that one. It wasn't one of those where she could just put the bat there and have it ramp up off it. She had to put a bit on it herself, but it's a terrific shot. I'm sure there will have been one of her trademark wide smiles, which I don't think Alex Griffiths would have appreciated too much after that. She's going again and not getting it. Oh, careful doing that. Flipping heck. I think the phrase which is often used to do with ADR, as she's known, is that she wears her heart on her sleeve. Mm. She almost wore her bat on a glove there. Just over mid-wicket. Wilson trying to get there and can't. It's another boundary. Alice Monaghan is turning this into a more than useful little cameo here. It's not that short, but she's just deep in her crease. Able to lift it up and over Jackson in the ring. Taking a single to the edge of the circle. And McCorney at least stopping the boundary. So when did it open to start with?
1989.
1989. Oof.
And they produced, after 21 years, a little booklet, first 21 years of the museum.
Ramping again. And ramping for 4 again. Goodness me. Alice Davidson-Richards. She's put away the big swing and just dealing in little dinks over the shoulder.
We seem to be in the wrong places, either too far in or too far out.
Well, they've toyed with the field pretty much since the start.
Yes.
Sophie Luff has, rather than really asking the bowler, where do you want the field to be set, a lot of the time, unfortunately, she's having to be told, or having to tell the bowler where the field is going to be, because she's having to set the field for the bowling, which has been a little wayward at times, but also she's been dealing with an in-form Bryony Smith, yes, Sophia Dunkley, etc. It's a double whammy, really. This is going to be an absolutely monstrous chase at this point. I mean, Surrey, as I've been mentioning, Surrey gave up 314 against Warwickshire, which was a record chase, but it could be, even in a 44-over game, it could be more than that is required by Somerset. So, well, if you're looking on the bright side, we might see history today.
Yes, we might see Amanda Jane hit 10 fours in sensation.
Well, she's made a bit of a habit of this. That's been whacked straight back over the bowler's head. That's a beautiful strike from Alice Monaghan. It's just slightly too full from Charlie Dean, but not by much. And just no hesitation at all. Just pick the length up and whack it straight. Well, that looks pretty straight, gone. So a wicket for Charlie Dean. And, well, Surrey won't hesitate. They'll continue to go for it. That's a more than useful 18 from 11 from Alice Monaghan. But it is a 6th wicket for Somerset. And, yeah, I mean, it's sort of hit in front of middle and leg, I think. And there's basically no turn, and it may even have just struck her on the full. I don't think it matters too much. Martin Saggers, not much hesitation there.
I think his finger was up before the ball hit her pad.
So if Somerset are to effect what could be the highest successful chase in English Women's List A cricket, what piece of memorabilia do you think you would most want?
anything.
Anything.
No, anything. I did ask Tom Banton about his bat the other day, but I got a rather dirty look back.
You can have it when it's broken.
Yeah. Well, having said that, I asked Lewis Goldsworthy last year when he broke his bat and the bat nearly knocked the wicket over, the broken bit.
Oh, gosh.
Whether we could have that, and it didn't come our way.
What are they using that for, then?
I think Ben Green said he's going to get it repaired. Yes.
Hit back. It's a crowd catch. And apparently a commentary box catch as well.
Bumble. What I would really like is some of the jerseys or caps from 5 years ago when they were playing in a maroon colour. Nobody seems to have them. Because people took them away or
eBayed them off.
It probably
possibly
or raffled them or
make something out of it. Yorked herself there, could be a run out. They go to the striker's end. A little bit of staring about there. It looked as though Chatley was struggling at the non-striker's end, maybe just thinking about backing up, and if the throw missed there might have been an extra one, but certainly not happy Somerset that was a single. Fired in very quickly. Jones has done well there because that could easily have been a set of 5. So Dean can bowl out from the river end now. We've just got to get one more out of the Orchestra Gothic Pavilion end. Heave from Davidson Richards. The ramp was working well. 2 to go and 290 for 6.
As you talk about memorability, anything with the story behind it, because it's not the objects. It's just.
Sorry, Michael, just break off because, as you see on the screen, a 7th of June, England versus West Indies in that ODI series. 4,000 tickets have already been sold, which means there's not many left. So if you want those, you better get on quickly and book those. It should be an exciting occasion. West Indies, Hayley Matthews, and
most of the Surrey team.
I assume Deandra Dotton is going to be playing.
Didn't Kate Cross bowl well the other day?
Yes, she did. Yeah, I think she really did show what you need to do as a seamer on this surface. Yeah. It's not the easiest place to bowl, but when you got the control that Kate Cross has, she made it look easy. Across the stumps again and helped away. It's a difficult boundary to defend, and that's going to be 4. It's good craft of the crease there from Kira Chatley. So back and across early. Around the corner it goes, and it's a good place to target with the boundary just shortening towards the Atkinson Pavilion, and Surrey look as though they're comfortably to 300. Heather Knight is going to have to go into the tumble here, and they don't come back for a second. Well-earned round of applause for the, and it feels strange to say this, but now former England captain. Sorry, did you mention, what have you got Heather Knight wise? Have you got anything?
Her 50th cap.
Oh, of course, the 50th cap. I thought
Western Storm.
Into the air and into the gap. Watch the spin, just about. They are coming back for a second here, and they are just going to make it as well. It does show you, I know it's towards the end of the innings where you can do this, but just sometimes you do feel there's the extra run that too often isn't taken. That's been clubbed as well into the gap. Yeah,
There's
2
one
again. And again, it forces the fumble from Charlie Dean. It's not going to be the easiest out there with this dampness that we've had from the rain, but the 300 comes up with an over to spare for Surrey. Looking to really ram this home in the last over. It will be Charlie Dean to bowl it, which is the only consolation for Somerset. But the card is really about Smith and Dunkley and the others. Oh, Wyatt Hodge, 44. I'm sure she'd have very much liked to have gone on, but the run rate is, well, that sort of bears out what we've anecdotally been saying for quite a bit, really. It's just been
constant.
Yeah, it started off high and it's just stayed high. There's been no dips really at all. That's hit her on the pad, that's out, and it is. So for once, the ramp shot doesn't work for Alice Davidson-Richards. Charlie Dean has a couple of late wickets just to round her figures out.
You mentioned Heather Knight's cap that we have. Lisa Paget gave it to me. It's in her car boot. She also had one for Niamh Holland, but Niamh didn't quite get to, I think she did 49. But no.
Actually had it made already?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So we haven't got that one, but
okay.
It's just an amusing story.
Yeah. Well, I remember Fran's 50th, which, given that she'd had a few years away at the Sunrisers, would have showed you that it was possible for some of those players. I mean, as young as Niamh Holland still is, it feels ridiculous to be talking about that.
Didn't she do well yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before?
Who's that? Sorry,
Niamh.
At Niamh. You may well be right. I had meant to check the score for the academy game. Which is one of the things I'd not got around to. Four balls to go. Wicket dot starting this over. McDonald Gay won't get any runs there either. Something of a high note to finish on for Somerset. The current score, Somerset's academy playing in a match at Worksop against Yorkshire. It's a little bit unusual. Dean should keep this to 1 and will. Somerset's academy making 199. Oh, slow tempter, and that's going to lob into the gap. They'll pick up 2. It was well placed. If that had been actually to the shorter boundary, it might have been a wicket, but the length of the boundary is saved Chatley, and we are at the last ball in this Surrey innings. I want 2 here. I might get 4. They won't get 4, but only thanks to sliding work from Emma Corney, and they pick up 2 to end. But Surrey have piled up another big score. It hasn't been the run scoring that has necessarily been the issue for Surrey in recent games, but even by their standards, that is some going. Nearly 7 runs per over. You'd imagine it'll get bumped up a bit as well, given where they were at the initial break. So for Somerset, that is going to be a huge ask. But the one thing you say, I suppose, in these sorts of situations is if there's one place in the world that you'd rather be chasing a score like that, it's here.
It's here in Taunton. Yes.
So, Mike, it has been a real pleasure to
thank you
to hear about that, and I hope that everybody is able to get themselves down at some point to see the women's section and the museum in general.
Yeah.
Now I shall look forward to doing that at some
We
point.
look forward to welcoming them.
Thanks
Thank
very
you,
much. Thanks very much, Mike. We will be back with you whenever there is news of whatever total an adjustment has been made. But as we look at the bowling figures there, it's Amanda Jade Wellington once again that stands out for Somerset. 4 for 47 in the context of an innings where the average runs per over was 7. Superb. Charlie Dean, a couple of wickets to round her figures out, and 1 to Chloe Skelton. And I'm hearing that the adjusted target is that Somerset will require 317 from 44 overs, which does mean that it is indeed higher than that Warwickshire chase that they executed. So if Somerset are to win this game, they will need the highest successful domestic List A chase in history. However, it has been shown that it can be done. Somerset have a power pack batting lineup of their own, and they will need it to be firing on all cylinders. Just a short interval. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes time as Somerset will require that 317 in their 44 overs if they are to beat Surrey.
Besides thanking Eurolane, we'd like to thank the following partners: Somerset and WPA Health Insurance, Silvertech, Brown & Brown Insurance Services, Thatchers, TWG, Chorus, Moldex and Virtue for their pioneering service. Somerset bowling figures. Anderson, 7 overs, no maidens, 45 runs, no wickets. Axels, overs, no maidens, 21 runs, no wickets. Griffiths, 5 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, no wickets. Dean, 9 overs, no maidens, 56 runs, 2 wickets. Wellington, 9 overs, no maidens, 47 runs and 4 wickets. Skelton, 7 overs, no maidens, 50 runs and 1 wicket. And finally, Heather Knight, 5 overs, no maidens, 38 runs, no wickets. For the 20 extras, comprised of 3 leg byes, 17 wides. Anybody wanting autographs, the players will be signing autographs at the close of play. You make your way to the underarching family stand. Mention again on Saturday, June the 7th, England women will take the West Indies on here. 3rd Metrobank One Day International for the Coopers Associates Cricket County Game. Make sure you don't miss out on seeing England in action this summer. Getting your tickets now on reception. power play started on 9 hours. We welcome back our umpires, Mr. Saggers and Gabby Brown. The Surrey women, led by Bryony Smith, their captain. Somerset Batters, sponsored by Elite Staffing Solutions, number 21, Emma Corney. And sponsored by Chorus, number 5, Heather Knight. From the River End for Surrey, number 12, Alexis Stonehouse. Heather Knight will be taking stride.
Welcome back here for the second innings. Somerset gone out to bat. Heather Knight and Emma Corney to open here. Surrey look like they're going to open up with Stonehouse, as Somerset look to chase down 317 off 44 overs. And it will be quite a task, but I'm sure one that Heather Knight is well up for, as Stonehouse comes in here first over, full delivery, defenders straight back to her. Yeah, Ed, what do you think? 7's and over is quite a task, but one I'm sure that Somerset are eager to get a home win, as we said earlier.
Yeah, well, I said to Mike just before we went off for a few moments, at least if there's one place you want to be doing it, it's here.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think, you know, it's quite a task. It's not exactly, you know, and Surrey went from the off, didn't they? They were going at 7s, nearly 8s from the off. And, you know, they did have a little bit of a phase where they kept losing wickets, and they probably lost a bit of momentum because they could have probably kicked on and started going around 10s at one point. But I think what it's going to come down to now is how tight Surrey bowl. And that will be interesting to see how they go about their business. We talked a lot about it threatening those stumps, and we'll see how Surrey fare in that. Obviously, Heather Knight scored a few runs recently, and she's in good form, and Sophie Love had that 100 in the last game. Good shot down the ground there. But 4 dots so far for Stonehouse with a good start.
Yeah, the start is going to be vital, isn't it? I mean, you need multiple people to come off in a big way if you're going to chase a score like this. So losing a couple of wickets up front can't really happen.
Good shot off the legs there. Heather Knight flicks one through mid-wicket, and that's going to race across the square away for 4. You can see here on the replay now. Just nice and late, head still, flicks that one through mid-wicket.
Oh, the ball is coming on beautifully, isn't it? You can see just in the way that, I mean, okay, there were some absolute gimme boundary balls in that first innings, a few too many from a Somerset point of view, but even a shot like that, you can see how it's coming on.
Another drive straight down the ground there from Knight, and that's going to be 4 off the over for Stonehouse. Not a bad start, a little bit full for that one, but in general, pretty good start from her. Left arm coming in, and I think we're going to see Monaghan, I would have thought. Who's going to come from this?
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? It's, well, actually...
No, it's
McDonald
not.
Gay, is it?
Yeah. Well done. It's the long blonde hair, a little bit for... Thought it was Alice for a second.
So did I. Could have been her. McDonald Gay gets the...
4 off the first, so then run rate slightly going up, 7.28 per over. Right arm over, and good shape there though, very good shape, nice action, shaping that ball, going away from Emma Corney there, slightly wide though, started that line, good shape on the ball there for Surrey.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think with the cloud that has come over and maybe temperature's just about right as well, it ought to do a little bit in this second innings. Just okay that time. But I'm particularly pleased to see Stonehouse playing, and I think Surrey probably had to do something as far as their bowling lineup went, so I'm excited to see what Stonehouse is going to do. These two were under-19 teammates in that inaugural competition in South Africa. I don't think I've actually screamed at a television quite as hard as I did when England won that semi-final game against Australia. I don't know why either, because it shouldn't really have meant that much. for some reason it did. I should never forget Stonehouse's role with the bat in that game, as England defended 99 to win that semi-final. Cut away, just gets underneath backward point, but they won't run on it. It wasn't easy for Somerset fielding in the ring, and seemingly didn't matter too much whether it was on the side where we've got the used pitches and the practice pitches, or on the other side where you're fielding on the hybrids. Which I can't imagine that's easy to be fielding on.
No, it burns your knees.
Oh gosh.
Good shape there, but well, good shot there from Emma Corney. Full face of the bat.
So is it actually like spiky at all, or what's it actually feel like? Yeah.
A little bit like a carpet, but not
like a
such
carpet
awful
that nobody would. A hateful carpet.
One you wouldn't have in the house.
Carpet.
A little bit too straight there. High risk shot there from Emma Corney. Just looking to flick one a little bit too straight.
Would it be like lying on a doormat?
That's not something I've ever done, Ed.
Presumably you've reached out and touched a doormat.
No.
No, okay. You've never touched a doormat.
No. Why would I touch a doormat?
Most people had just wondered what it felt like, but obviously not.
No, I've never touched a doormat. Apologies.
Okay.
Maybe that's something I'll try this week.
Well, you should try it, and then you'll come back to me.
I'll
Yeah.
report back, yeah.
Good idea. Just the wide from the over. It's 5 without loss. No, I must say, because you almost never get to go out to the middle nowadays, or slash can't be bothered. So I've never actually gone out to really feel a hybrid.
You should go out there.
Surface. So I should go out there. In fact, what you should do is we should get you to do a feature before one of these games. Nicole Harvey, pitch report, but not on the pitch that we're using.
Just on a hybrid.
Just do a hybrid pitch report.
I'll think about that one.
Nicely driven by Heather Knight, but picking up mid-off again. Somerset not going absolutely crazy at the start here, and I think it's still important. And I know it's not quite chases of this sort of magnitude and over this number of overs, but they have managed their way to a couple of DLS chases, the one at Beckenham and in the game up at Durham. Right, finds the gap this time, and I mean, when she hit that, I thought, well, maybe 2. Oh no. Absolutely no chance for Alice Capsey from mid-off. And there's really very little wrong with that delivery from Stonehouse. I mean, she's driven that on the up, Heather Knight, just timed it. And it just doesn't seem to slow down at all across this outfield.
No, it doesn't. And that's the problem, I think, especially because the square goes so wide. If you get it there, it's going to race across even faster.
Help round the corner, but there is protection down there. But yeah, they have managed their way to a couple of these sorts of chases. And actually, somebody, in the case of the match at Beckenham, it was Corney. And in the game at the Riverside, it was Odgers. Somebody's played that knock of 50 or 60, not actually scored at quite a run of ball, but it's just allowed the others
freedom.
Yeah. And that's pulled away, and that's 4. That's the shot that Emma Corney played extremely well against Surrey at Beckenham. And I think they probably, well, she's probably going to get outplayed the pull shot now I've said this, but you'd imagine that they would not want to bowl particularly short at her, having seen that innings, but that one was short, and that one was put away.
Hmm. 9 off this over so far.
What has Alice Davidson-Richards got on her shirt? down there? Number 24, because that cannot say Davidson Richards, because if it's that, then that font is squeezed together so tightly.
We'd have to get the cameraman on that, because I cannot see that.
No, well, it is the problem with this Surrey side. You've got a Wyatt Hodge, a Davidson Richards, and McDonald Gay, and Courtine Coleman isn't even playing. That's past backward point, and it's another boundary for Emma Corney. So Somerset have got moving that over. 13 runs from it. Again, it was just a pretty controlled shot. Waited for the ball to come to her, and backward point couldn't get down.
Just missed her length there a little bit there, Stonehouse, and that's just been put away.
Song makes me think darts, not cricket. Johnny Clayton, the ferret. Field spreads, there's no slip in for McDonald Gay here. Deep backward square and deep third, and well, extra cover and mid-wicket in a bit closer, but everybody else is already shoved right back to the edge of the circle.
Well. 7.32 and over, even though that last over did get taken for a fair few. It's just that run rate can creep up a little bit. If you get behind, before you know it, it'll be up at 8.
Yes, I can see you eyeing that run rate required with concern.
The thing is, here at Taunton, you get a few boundaries and over and you're easy caught up. However, if you go too quiet for too long and you're only going at 2s and 3s, that can jump up fairly quickly. And you don't want to take it too deep and then it be too many. So you've got to try and keep up with it as much as you can, in my opinion.
Slip back in for Corney. And there's a big gap at extra cover. It's probably heading down.
Watch the
Bless
replay.
you, whoever that is.
Someone on the pitch might kind of big sneeze there.
Yeah. Gosh, must be hay fever season already.
Watching the replay here. Going down.
Yes. Didn't think that had too much going for it, but Surrey was certainly vocal, as you'd expect them to be, with this volume of runs on the board. Oh, straight through!
That one's bolder.
It's beautifully bowled by McDonald Gay. Drew Corney into the drive, and then it's just nipped back through the gate and pegged back leg stump. And that's exactly what Surrey were after. They've thrown the new ball to McDonald Gay, and she is broken through in her second over. Just a bit of nip back, and that's enough.
Played the wrong line there, just a little bit, Emma Corney. I think she thought it was up there and she was going for that big drive and just missed the line of the ball. Here comes Sophie Luff, ready to rock and roll as she trots out there.
Unbeaten 111 from Sophie Luff in the last game. Really was a fantastic exhibition of what Sophie Luff can do. Boundaries all around the ground, 17 fours.
Wow, that's quite something. Yeah. I like McDonald Gay's action a lot. It's very smooth. She's put on a little bit of pace, I'd say, slightly.
Yeah.
And she gets good shape on the ball. And 1 wicket, 2 runs off 1.4. It's a great start from her.
Yeah.
Seems to be holding her length pretty well so far from what we've seen in the 10 balls so far.
Played first up. Yeah, it's good. There's good carry there, isn't there?
Yeah.
This does look
Seems to
quicker.
just put on a little yard, I'd say, in the winter. Seems to just a little bit quicker and nice action. And I think it's quite smooth. So hopefully she'll adjust that. She had a wide first ball and then adjusted well. And just another wide there. Worked off the legs there by Sophie Luff off the mark. And Heather Knight is there. 10 off 11 so far, and she's had a good start to her season. Ed would be able to tell me the exact stats.
Oh, right. You'd like a rundown of all of the scores, would
Heather's
you?
innings, yes.
64 in the reverse fixture. She made 6 against Lancashire, 45 against Essex, and then 70 in the last game against Warwickshire. Didn't play in the game against Durham, so yeah, solid scores. And
might be looking for a ton today.
Going to say that's you didn't like to call it, but you went there, so that's fine. I didn't know whether I was going to be accused in later times of having put the curse on her. For anything less than 100 is not good enough, but but no, it's.
See that replay there of Emma Corney wicket.
Especially with this wicket, the importance of Heather Knight going big has got that much greater.
Yeah, you can have one slip in here with Sophie Luff, Stonehouse, left armour, tall, tends to get good carry. Just the fine leg, third man, boundary.
She left that like she thought it was going to be a wide, but it wasn't. I haven't actually mentioned, speaking of other games, I haven't done a look-see to see what's happening in the other games taking place. Warwickshire got to 243 for 9 from their 50 overs against Durham.
Good stop there.
Parried it out into a vacant area. They're almost thinking about 2.
Good stop though, saved a 4 there at least, saved 3 runs there with that, only getting a single as Danny White-Hodge just cuts that one off.
So 3 wickets for, this is great, one of the Turners for Durham. I'm going to say Phoebe, maybe. It's a bit difficult to tell because I've got one Turner opening the bowling and one Turner as first change. Carved away and well stopped at backward point by White-Hodge. So Warwickshire 243 for 9 and Durham going pretty well in reply at 79 for 1 with Susie Bates on 46. Holly Armitage on 23. Hampshire made their way to 273 for 5 against Essex with Georgia Adams making it 110 not out. 61 for Rihanna Southby. And in reply, Essex 81 for 1 in the 18th over. Grace Scrivens and Joe Gardner in the middle. The Blaze bowled out for 222 by Lancashire, much improved this year. Half centuries for Eve Jones, of course. And it's not Eve Jones, of course, because it's Amy Jones. Just see a Jones opening the batting, getting runs. I assume it's Eve, but of course it's Amy. And Ella Claridge made 63 as well. 4 for 37 for Grace Potts. And Lancashire, with Eve Jones opening the batting, who made 33, are 106 for 2. So they're almost halfway there already, and it's only in the 18th over. Emma Lamb is 53 not out. Fine tickle, and I think that might just be fine enough. It is. Excellent effort. She got closer to that than I thought she would have done, Kalia Moore, but just couldn't quite get there.
That was a good effort there.
Actually, Kalia Moore on the field is a substitute. But anyway, boundary to end the over. Just a gentle leg glance. So yeah, as far as the the table in League One of the One Day Cup. The Blaze also losing at the moment. Just tightens it up a bit. Warwickshire and Durham, that could go either way. That's 5th against 7th. But either way, Somerset will still be in the top 4 after this game, even if they fall to defeat. It's a little fade of in shape again from McDonald Gay, but Knights work with it beautifully there. Sprint back for a second. But yeah, it's interesting how the table's looking. I know there's still a long way to go in the competition, but I don't think too many people would have had Surrey losing 4 of their first 5. It's just opened up the competition a little bit. I think Hampshire, well, you'd always expect Hampshire to be strong given the rich history, even though Charlotte Edwards is no longer coach of Vipers, a lot of the same players. 3 wins and a tie from their first 5, so they've been going pretty well. Lancashire certainly improved this year, sitting in 4th.
Lancashire, they've got a good team there, I think. Good experience. Well played there by Heather Knight. Yeah, I like the Lancashire team in terms of they've got a nice balance of experience and good variety of different players that offer different things. And they showed that here. They have a nice mixture, all-rounders, bowlers. And McKay here, 2.3 overs, 1 for 7 so far. That's a little bit too straight, and Sophie Luff has worked that off her legs. And oh, that's a great piece of fielding down there. Absolutely brilliant. Well cut off there. Surrey really setting a high standard there. You can just see that on our screens. Going to get a replay, I think. A fantastic sliding stop. Flick that one back in right in front of the Colin Atkins pavilion.
Kalia Moore again. She's doing fine leg to fine leg as a substitute fielder. Oh dear.
That was an effort. That was a brilliant stop.
I didn't think she had a hope of getting there. I think we've seen a boundary cut off in that area all day.
Short one.
Wide. On line, I assume. Yeah, just been signalled as bouncer for the over by Martin Saggers. They do like to bang a few deliveries in
just
short,
a little
Surrey.
reminder.
Yeah. So they possibly might have been guilty of bowling a little too short at Beckenham in that first game, but certainly something that they like to do. And as you say, she's slippery as McDonald Game digs that one in back of a length as well. You just don't see an awful lot of people trying to target Sophie Luff's rib cage.
No, and I suppose, you know, Luffy, she's not renowned for being a big puller of the ball, so it's not a bad option. If I was Surrey, she likes the ball full, she likes to drive. Yes, she likes a cut, but in terms of if you're bowling it straight and short, not so much so. So it isn't a bad option for Surrey.
Yeah, just then possibly creates a little bit of uncertainty as far as going onto the front foot there.
Somerset VI team, you can see there on our screens, they are playing in a final today. So very good luck to them, and we hope they have a brilliant day. Playing against London in the T20 final of the Metro.
Yeah, very best of luck to all involved.
Short one there, Knight just cuts that one. Good piece of fielding there from Wyatt Hodge. Point just cutting that off on the angle. In a very horrible place to field there, and that dusty, used Awful. That's awful. That really does tear up your body.
That's even more uncomfortable than lying on a doormat.
Yes, it is, because you slide across that and you'll get carpet burns, I tell you. Not the nicest place of fielding. A very used practice wicket. You're diving in the footholes, and before you know it, you are covered in dust and your skin's raw on your knees and elbows.
Did you not particularly like getting your kit?
Oh no, I liked it.
Oh,
I love that.
right, okay.
I loved a good slide, but when it's that rougher ground and it's that hard because it's been sunny,
Yeah, no thanks.
it's not that forgiving. Good shot there and another good piece of fielding. Just noticing how Wyatt Hodge has just come in off that used strip, and she's just fielding a little bit closer just to avoid those potholes, because it does deviate a little bit there and that can make it a little bit harder for you. So she's just come a little bit closer.
Oh, don't start talking about potholes. Get people really annoyed.
We'll have the cyclists on.
Oh, yes.
There we go. Stonehouse 3 dots so far in this over. Fuller one down the leg side. That will be a wide.
Yeah, I haven't given too much away of Surrey, even the boundaries that have been scored. Mostly Somerset have had to create those. There have been 5 boundaries in the innings so far, and that's seen this required rate just tick up above 7.5 now.
Flick that one off the legs. Good piece of fielding there again from Moore.
Yeah, I must say I've not seen exactly who she's on for. I think it might be Bryony Smith. I can't see.
Let's have a look.
I think I can see Bryony Smith out there.
Is she not at cover?
That might be her. Yes, no, you're right, it is her. Somebody else isn't out there.
Who's that then? Unless it's... No, is that Capsey at
That's
cover?
Capsey there, is
Apologies.
it?
So it is Smith. That is off the field at the moment.
Yes, you're right, so it is. Yeah. I did think Smith was the most likely candidate because she just a couple of times when she was
Tweaked.
running, she looked as if she might have just felt something.
Well, she's batted a little while, and now she'd have a sit down.
Yeah,
Not
just
too bad.
let the youngster run around. Happy
To be honest,
days.
she's only, what is she, 26, Bryony Smith?
Bryony Smith.
27?
Let's check. I'm sure you'll be right. 27.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't say this when she was batting, but I do feel quite sorry for Bryony Smith because it feels as though the England management sort of not pretend. What's the word I'm after? Oh, that's a wonderful shot. In the meantime, oh, it's going to hit the sawdust as well. Smashes right through the sawdust and onto the boundary. It's as good a straight drive as you'll see. I do like it when it just crashes straight through that mound of sawdust. But no, I just feel as though the England management remember that Bryony Smith is about every couple of years. She gets stuck into the England side. There's no sort of permanent role for her. They don't really know quite what to do with her, with ball or with bat, but they sort of think, well, she should be in there somewhere, but we're just not quite sure how to fit her in. I think it's very difficult when you're in that position, when you aren't getting a consistent run of games, you don't know quite exactly how you fit in.
Full delivery just miscued there. As Capsey fields that there at extra cover. 40 for 1 Somerset now. 7 overs gone. Run rate 7.52. And they're not doing too bad. Run rate of 5.5 at this phase isn't too bad. As you can kick on and go up through those gears, it's just going to be a matter of keeping those wickets in hand. I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. They need to have at least one of Knight, Luff and Wilson in at the back end, I reckon, and then the likes of Dean and Jones, Griffiths, Wellington, etc. They can all play around somebody, but you think if Somerset are going to have a good chance of this chase, they're going to need one of those big three to be there.
Nice late shot there from Heather Knight, just hit that straight to Wyatt Hodge at point. These two seem to be playing like a game of chess. Heather keeps hitting it straight to her, and Danny's getting peppered at backward point there. But she's fielding very well.
It's just desperate, Heather Knight, to see Danny Wyatt Hodge misfield one. She's going to keep hitting it there until she misses one.
Nice action, good shape there from Donald Gay. How old is she? 23?
I reckon she might be 21
That might be younger, actually.
or 22. 21.
Yeah, she's definitely put on a few yards this winter, and I like her action. It's smooth. And it looks quite natural. Oh dear, there's a little misfield there from Capsey. And they're going to come through for a couple, as that was hit nicely by Heather Knight.
So that was one of those where it might have been much easier for Davidson Richards just to field it up at mid-off, but Capsey wanted to get the hand on it, deflected it away from her.
She wants to be in the game, which is good to see.
Still can't quite see what's on ADR's shirt.
Short one, hooked around the corner, a misfield there on the 45, and that's going to race away for four in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. As Heather Knight puts that one away, little short one down the leg side. And Ed's going to take a break, and I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more from him later. Somerset now 46 for 1. Knight on 21 and Luff on 12. As they just go into the 8th. 8 overs gone and going into the 9th on 46. So not a bad start. Run rate of 5.75. And they're very much up with it because they can always go up through those gears. They've got the wickets in hand and try and take the game fairly deep. It's a very fast outfield here at Taunton, and yeah, it's a good batting deck, isn't it?
Yes, Nicole, it is a belter. Somerset just need one of the top order to repeat the excellence of Bryony Smith. One would say someone needs to get 100. I think it's pretty fair to say that it's a tall order without one batter really going on and making the most of this Taunton pitch. As we've seen already, if you stray off line and length, boundaries will come thick and fast. But I suppose if the Surrey bowlers can keep that tight line and length, Somerset batters will have to do something. We can't let that run rate creep up too much higher. It's at 7.5 at the moment. I know you like to keep your eye on the run rates, and rightly so. Yeah, 8 and over from a long way out will be a bit of a challenge, but I think
when you're getting up around 10s and 11s and you're losing wickets, that's when it's a big ask for people coming in lower. You know, if you lose your top 3, 4, and then you're asking, you know, your lower order to be coming in at going at 10s and 11s from the off, that's when it gets a little bit too far away from you. So,
yeah, playing a fair chunk of one-day cricket here at Taunton, the general feel was that almost regardless of the total, if you were going into the last 15 overs with 6 wickets in hand, you'd win. And I think it's that good a pitch. If you get in here, it's impossible to shut a good player down. Obviously, the obvious choice for me would be Heather Knight, you know, a stunning player, a proper player. If she can get in and have that bit between the teeth, and she bats deep into this game, I could easily see this being chased. I say easily, slightly guardedly. It won't be easy, but you know, any batter that really gets in, it's very hard to shut them down. Boundaries are easy to come by here at Taunton. Lovely shot there to mid-off and well fielded. I do actually think that Somerset in the start of their innings have played find the fielder, as you said. I know Danny White has done an awful lot of work there at backward point. Somerset have had that knack at the moment of finding the fielder, but that can turn just as quick.
Yeah, Heather's been a little bit unlucky because Danny has fielded very well, and she just seems to be playing a little bit with her. Change of bowling now. Monaghan has come on, just bringing Stonehouse off for a minute, and I think they might change the bowling at this end again. See, McDonald Gay might have another. Luff 12 from 12, Knight 22 from 29 so far. Both had some good runs recently. Luff 111 not out in the last game. Knight having 70.
Yeah, I spoke to Luffy's mum briefly this morning, and I just said, oh, she must be on cloud 9, that first 100 for Somerset. And very much so. And her mum said, oh, yeah, she was talking about giving up. You know, you have a couple of low scores. This game sort of beats you up a little bit. Only takes one innings to change momentum. I bet you now she's feeling pretty good about life. 111 not out, great knock. Winning knock as well, which is even more important. How this game can change day by day almost.
Short one, well played.
Very Luffy-esque shot down to third man, just running it off the face. You know, she's very much an accumulator early on, looks to sort of find the little angles, get herself going. Heather Knight's a bit more of a striker of the ball early on. They'll complement each other well if they can get in, but you know, partnerships are key. They had a good partnership at the start. They had that 150, 160 partnership.
Yeah.
Dunkley and Smith. It's just, I mean, like I said, that's the great thing about chasing. You almost look at what the opposition did, mirror it. Certain people take responsibility to match the scores the opposition batters posted.
Yeah.
And that's the way to go about it. Thanks to Brown & Brown, one of our sponsors there. Great insurer. Even after my race into the commentary box with Stephen Lamb, they managed to okay my car insurance, which is very good of them. They were a bit concerned with me and Stephen Lamb talking about having a little dart in from the M5 the other morning, but good on them. You obviously missed that bit.
Yeah, I didn't hear that. Sorry, apologies. McDonald Gay in there to Luff, full delivery, just trying to whip that one off her legs.
Yeah, we were coming off the M5. Stephen, I saw him in my rear view mirror. He's got I saw the front grille of his car that said GTI on it. I thought, oh, here we go. But he didn't take up the opportunity. What a shame.
Sensible.
He's a very sensible man. Yeah, I was interested to hear you talk about McDonald Gay's action. I'd echo your sentiment. She looks very, very strong at the crease. She's bowled with good pace. Certainly that first couple of overs really got the ball zipping through. Now into her fifth over. The pace has dropped a little bit,
yeah.
But that's natural. But yeah, some really good zip through those first few overs. Nice strong action. Doesn't look like there's a lot that can go wrong. And you always look at a bowler's action, especially opening bowlers. You know, if they're a little bit wibbly wobbly at the crease, you can sense that they're going to bowl a lot of erratic balls. Whereas, it looks like her miss would be quite small.
Yeah, no, I like the look of her. And Stonehouse too, as well. She has got a nice action. She's a little bit taller, but yeah, McDonald Gay. She's just got a strong and that nice front arm. It's smooth. It doesn't look like she has to put a lot of effort. That's something I like to see.
Easy to say from up here.
It's obviously something I've never had to do.
I assure you, charging in is definitely a lot of effort. But she's making it look easy. Luffy seeing the ball nicely. Plenty of balls hitting the middle of the bat, but just finding the fielders a little bit at the moment, the Somerset batters.
Lamb, no, he's off to Italy soon.
Is it just a well-rounded, well-travelled human, isn't he?
Yeah.
He'll come back, he'll probably be speaking the lingo. Expert on pasta and pizza.
Oh, bless him. short one.
Oh, there we go. Love that. Oh, referee.
That was a bit harsh, wasn't it?
Martin Sager's looking a bit confused.
He's confused.
I'm not sure he... did he give that as an option? Oh, I think that's very harsh.
Are they giving her a first warning for that?
That was a good ball, that. No, just one for the over.
I was going to say.
You don't get a warning for the old delivery around the old snot box, as I call it. Oh, have another one. There we go. Love that. That's a very low duck from Luffy. It's probably only about 8 inches.
That's not half the stumps, that ball.
That's only about 8 inches over the bails. He's done well there.
I'd like to see the replay of that, please, Ben.
I love that. I mean, that's one thing you don't see a huge amount in the women's game, a sort of genuine bounces. So good aggression there from McDonald Gay. Big fan of that.
That was a good duck. Good bit of flexibility from Luffy. It's gone low.
Very, very nice over. Interested to see. I wonder if we've got a side-on view of that first bouncer to see where it was in relation to the batter's natural stance. It felt a bit harsh, didn't it? It felt like a really good delivery. 50 for 1 though, 10 overs. Even I can do the maths there. 5 and over. Run rate at the moment is up at 7.85. But as I say, wickets in hand, 2 batters taking responsibility, and this will get very, very interesting later on this rather lovely Sunday afternoon. The clouds seem to have cleared. The 65%'s beating the 35% for now, and cricket's on.
There we go. I got stuck at the other end of the ground with that rain.
Was it that bad, was it?
I was chatting with Mrs. Luff.
Oh, lucky you weren't here last week. They had a few drainage issues in the Lord Botham stand last week. It probably would have been a less pleasant experience being under there and around all the pipes and all that whatnot.
I'll give that one a miss. That was nearly played on there.
The dreaded drag on just bounced over the stumps.
No, I think we've still got Bryony Smith off the field at the moment. Moore's on as a substitute fielder here for Surrey.
What do we reckon? A little injury or chilling?
Oh. I'd say injury, but...
Well, she did get hit by the ball about 30 times while she was at the non-strikers end, didn't she?
And she did have to dive on the floor over Skelton, so maybe it is definitely an injury. Oh, good shot there.
Oh, nearly. Little flick off of the bowler. Had the Somerset captain diving for her ground. Yeah, I think the chalk and cheese for the 2 innings so far is Surrey have kept the stumps in play, haven't they? They've bowled a good length, not too many freebie drag downs. I think Corney got one early on and a couple of wide ones that she put away, but apart from that, they've been a lot more disciplined early on. Bowled stump to stump, back of a length, bringing those fielders in. If you have a look at the view that we have now, those 4 fielders in the batter's face, if you like.
Ooh. Yeah, and I think we talked about this in Lancashire, the Lancashire game. I talked about it a little bit with Ed earlier, and it's just those small margins, those percentages of how many balls are hitting the stumps, how many are hitting top of off, and that length. You know, if you're going too short, especially to people like Bryony Smith, it's not going to be too good. And we talked about in the Lancashire game, that was probably the difference in the game. And, you know, to see Griff bowling in the power play is not something you do see very often. I think I had a little chat with her earlier and she said, you know, yeah, she was quite surprised herself because it doesn't happen often.
Yeah, it normally suggests that the wheels are coming off a little bit if the sort of all-rounder gets the nod. You know, it's a little bit of a desperation move from the captain to put a bowler on in a power play. Ideally, your opening bowlers get you through that first power play. That's quite crucial. Get through those first 10 overs, and the all-rounders and spinners can bowl when there's a bit more protection in the outfield. But Luffy didn't really have a choice because the Somerset bowlers were way off the mark.
21 off 2 overs for Jackson to start with is not really something you can afford to do, going at 10s, 11s as your opening bowler.
Certainly not rocket science. It's just about keeping those stumps in play, making the batter play good shots. I think that was always the barometer as a bowler myself, was, you know, you make that very quick assessment. Was that a ball that I gave the opportunity of a boundary, or did the batter play a great shot? And if it's the latter, you're doing your job. If it's the former, not so much, and you've got to pull your socks up.
Yeah, and I think that was the case because, as well, Luffy was almost having to play cat and mouse with the batter. She was setting fields because it was bad deliveries rather than, you know, we saw it with Jackson there. She bowled 2 short ones and they had to put Cow out rather than saying, you know, I'm going to bowl a better ball. But you're torn then, aren't you? You've gone for 9. I think they went off 3 balls, and can you afford to go for another, or, you know?
Yeah, well, it's the ultimate no-no, isn't it, in captaincy? It's the phrase that all of us cricketers would have heard, don't set fields for bad bowling, and that was kind of what happened in that first power play. But we are where we are. The game is still very much on. Somerset have got themselves off to a nice start here. Shame to lose Corney early, but Heather Knight's on 23 off of 33 and Luffy 13 off 22. So very much a brewing partnership, and it certainly needs to be one of substance.
Going to see a change of bowling here. Alice Capsey is going to come on, just taking McDonald Gay off for a second. Just going to see a little bit of spin. Just changing the field slightly as well. Going to have a backward square on the boundary, a cow and a cover out for the minute. And are they going to drop long on?
Yeah, it looks like long on. Schofield at long on is going to take a little trip down to the boundary just below us in the Trescothic stand. So maybe just looking to be happy with former England captain just getting off strike. I suggest they'll probably look to bring the field in for Luffy. And that's exactly what they've achieved. Be interested to see if Schofield comes up now, or whether they'll stay with the same tactic for both. No, bringing her straight up, so certainly a little bit of homework done. Even though I think Luffy hits really well when she comes down the ground, and she plays that lovely clip shot over mid-wicket. I don't think going aerial early on is a favoured route of hers, but she's not adverse to it if pushed.
No, but I mean, Surrey might be now thinking, can we just squeeze a couple dots, you know, get that run rate going up?
Yeah, that is exactly what they're thinking. Nicely played there. Just in front of square on the leg side. Luffy staying deep in the crease and just putting a nice bit of pace on that ball to split those 2 fielders. That's not a great delivery, but again, Heather Knight just finds enough of the fielder to stop the boundary.
Surrey's fielding so far has been really, really good. I've seen some brilliant stops, cutting balls off from the boundary, running around, and they've set quite a high standard so far, saving at least, you know, 1, 2, 3 and over with good pieces of fielding. Capsey just darting one in there as a dot ball to Luff.
Yeah, all those little bits of fielding certainly add up. I think there was a phase where I think Heather Knight bowled 3 balls in a row that were misfielded for singles, and it just allows that pressure just to release a little bit. Luffy down the ground, but well fielded by the bowler.
Just going to drop long on now as they've achieved those 2 dots, only 3 off the over so far. Maybe give Luffy a single and then she's on strike again. And I think that will be Surrey's plan in the next sort of 5-over spell. If they can go at 3 or 4s, they'll be very happy.
Yeah, it's smart cricket from Surrey, not to downplay Luffy's quality, but I think it's more the fear factor that Heather Knight carries. They would have played a lot of cricket against Heather and all the other England players. They know how good she is and know how dangerous she is. The least amount of balls they bowl to her, I think they would see as a win.
Yeah.
There's Max Waller and Lauren Filer on the screen there. A little Rafa.
What do you think? Filer's talking about a dog or
Whoa.
Western Superman?
Yeah, I think it's probably well, Max is a cat person.
Is he? Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's got this. It looks like a leopard. It's like a special breed of cat, but it's a vicious thing.
Is it?
Yeah, I went round. It was like I looked like I'd been dragged through a bramble bush after a little stroke. Savaged me.
Oh.
Up in the air. I think she's going to take a hell of a catch. She's going to take a great catch, and it was a great catch. That is a fantastic effort there at square legs, spiralling, spinning, blowing in the wind. But she's managed to hold on, and the Somerset captain goes. The informed Somerset captain just turning the face on that bat a little bit too soon, the leading edge. That really is a quality catch there at mid-wicket. Very, very difficult, running over your shoulder.
I think that was McDonald Gay, and what a brilliant catch. 21 years old. I've been very impressed with her so far this game. Brilliant bowler, great action, and what a fantastic catch we've just seen there.
Yeah, I'd have called that safe, to be honest. As soon as that went up, it looked like mid-wicket had too much to do, but she did really well to make the ground and, more importantly, hold on to that catch. Fran Wilson to the crease. Also been in a pretty solid run of form as well.
Yeah, shame Luffy was in great form last game, 111 not out, and yeah, but we have got two very experienced batters here, Wilson and Knight, who I'm sure are up for the task. Somerset now 56 for 2 off 12.1. Monaghan taking her first wicket, 1 for 4 so far. What a catch that was.
Yeah,
still a little bit.
Very impressive. I thought she got away with that, but yeah, great bit of work.
Short ball, Fran Wilson pulls that one down here to Moore. Just going to get through for a single. But Surrey's fielding today so far has been brilliant and made quite a difference, and that catch just shows that.
Yeah, you always, when you have those days, you always look back on little moments. I think there was an opportunity given, an easy opportunity, much easier than that one, given to Jackson at deep square leg off Bryony Smith, who went on to punish the team, and
good shot.
A key player was caught there in Sophie Luff, but Heather Knight does not miss out on that leg stump half volley, a rare, poor delivery, and it's been punished. Looks like a change of sponsor for Heather Knight. Do you know which bat she's using?
Are you plugging them again?
I'm just opening the door for a bit of information.
Glass is not working. It's a good bat.
Solid bat.
This is my sponsor, so I'm going to say the same. Anyway.
If you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah.
62 for 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset have a revised target of 317. They need 255 more. Just over 8 and over. A tall order. But two very capable players at the wicket.
Surrey are 6th in the table currently with only 5 points. Somerset are 2nd with 17. Just wrapping Wilson on the pad there, but going down leg as Monaghan finishes her 3rd over with 1 wicket. She is 3 overs, 1 for 10 so far. So there's a big difference in those 2 points on the table, 12 points difference at the moment. So this will be a key game for Surrey. They need to try and get a win from it to try and get amongst it. Looking elsewhere, we have got Warwickshire 243 for 9, Durham chasing that, they're 139 for 2 off 25. So they are on task, as they say. Capsy in there tonight, dot ball just defended into the offside. Hampshire scored 273 for 5, and Essex are currently 121 for 2 off 28. A little bit behind the run rate there. Flighted delivery, great piece of work there from Heather Knight as she moves her feet, opens herself up, hits that through extra cover hard and races away for 4 as she moves on to 34 now. The Blaze, 222 all out, and Lancashire 142 for 5 in response to that off 28 overs. So they need 81 off 22, and they are 5 wickets down though. The Blaze on top of the table at the moment. Well, that's an awful delivery, but it's only going to go for a single.
Love your honesty. That was a really awful delivery, I do agree.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that there have been a number of those that just haven't been put away. Plenty of opportunities to have scored another maybe 20 or 30 runs more, but a combination of sort of not perfect execution of the shots and some good fielding. It's just kept Surrey on top. That run rate, I suppose, will have to be in the grey matter at some point for the batters. It's at 8.2 at the moment. Somerset have spent the majority of the innings hovering around that 5 mark.
Flighted one there from Capsy as Fran comes down the wicket, but it is a dot ball. Capsy seems to be mixing up her pace a little bit here. Just one little drag down in that over, but a good shot there from Heather Knight as she used her feet. Again, very flighted delivery.
Yeah, I foresee Fran using her feet quite regularly to Capsy with that slightly more tossed up delivery. She seems to bowl more often than not. Good over though from Somerset, boundary and a number of singles, just keeps them in touch.
Knight, I think, could be key in this, in sort of playing the Smith role in a different sense, but just sort of batting through, and you know, everyone can sort of bat with her, as she seems to be very much in control. It's not looking too phased by anything.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, but I think the one benefit Somerset and Heather does have is she's got the target to keep her focus. I think when you get a first innings 100, you go into sort of like slog mode, and you know, not that she didn't play brilliantly, but her dismissal was almost, it was a bit of a sort of giveaway. You know, I've done my job thing, whereas, you know, the scoreboard dictates that the job's not done until that last run is scored. So if Heather can really, really bed in here, she'll score naturally quickly here at Taunton. And she'd certainly like to match the excellence of Sophie Luff and get herself on that hundreds board. They don't come around often in one-day cricket. Just caught a little bit of glove on the way through to the keeper, so no wide. Smartly picked up there by umpire Martin Saggers.
Just looking at their field, they've got cover out, backwards square, fine leg. Driven hard there by Fran Wilson. Quick single scampering through.
She's run on the shot there. That was a tight single. That was the old Red Bull run, that one. I've hit it in the middle. Go! Oh, I think she'd have been struggling with a direct. Yeah, I think she's out with a direct hit.
I think even Heather was surprised, but yeah.
Yeah, that was a halfway down the wicket panic on there from Fran.
Oh dear.
And so we'll push the accelerator into overdrive there to make her ground, and even that I don't think would have been enough.
Just watching on the replay here. You can see that would have been probably out. Just watching slow-mo. Yeah, that would have been out.
On the old struggle bus. Yeah. It's almost like you play a shot and you're like, that deserves at least a run. Oh, it's up in the air, but it's going to land safe. Probably going to get 2 for that. Definitely a strong area for Fran, that straight mid-wicket. The fielder they do have out on the leg side is very square, so a huge amount of acreage available for Fran if she can just get her timing going a little bit here. She plays that sort of like, yeah, that flick towards mid-wicket very well, if anything short.
Yeah, she's got that big pocket there she can hit, and possibly, I would say, backwards square is an interesting one, unless they're going to bowl short to her. I'm not so convinced.
Yeah, I wouldn't really want to encourage my bowlers to bowl short on this pitch personally, but
that's what I mean. I'm not quite sure Fran would hit.
Oh wow, that's a wide.
Yeah.
There's a very high bounce of that. Oop.
Ooh,
Oh no.
that's
Oh
run out.
my word.
Oh no.
No, that is when you know that you've got up on the wrong side of bed when stuff like that happens. Fran Wilson has absolutely clattered that back at the bowler. She's dropped the catch. It's ricocheted onto the stumps. Heather Knight, the danger player, stood no chance in getting back. That is what they call in the trade a death. Call the police, there's been a burglary.
Yeah, 36 for Heather Knight and 41 balls faced.
See, that's why I always think those batters that do lazy backing up and don't leave their crease, maybe they're onto something, you know? Once a season you'll get one of those. If I'm lazy just sitting on my bat handle at the other
You're
end,
all right.
you're going to be fine.
You might have been run out 10 times in the season.
That's not the argument, though. Forget the 400 runs you missed out on.
Oh, no,
terrible shame there. That is a hammer blow for Somerset. Heather Knight, the premier batter, the danger player. She was in, she was going well. And a ricochet off the hands of the bowlers.
Monaghan was not ready for that at all, that catch.
Very dramatic. That's probably one of the most dramatic run-outs I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes you got to ride a bit of luck. And that was certainly very lucky. And we're going to have a change of bowling here. Alice Capsey is coming off, and they're going to change from this end. It's going to be a little bit of leg spin. Gregory's going to come on for her first over of the day. Just having a look at the field. Are they going to put Long on out to start? They are.
Always easy to pick out Gregory, isn't she, with the old
Plats.
the plats, the long
Double plats.
the plaited pigtails flying around everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting though. Again, you know, are they going to just let her have a single? But Wilson's only on 5, and we've already spread the field and got 4 out. You know.
Yeah, you probably want to. I think leg spin is such a difficult art.
Still,
I
just
think
thing
you
have
just
long on up.
let them
She's on
settle.
5 and 0.
Let them settle. Leg spin is a challenge, especially if you're trying to turn it. There's a bloke behind us at the moment who used to need a few to warm up into a spell. Max
Cute.
Waller's popped up to say hello, keeping his eye on proceedings.
Yeah, Gregory with the plaits. I could never wear a plait. That would almost give me whiplash.
See, if Max would have done that run out where it ricocheted off his hands onto the stumps, he would have claimed that he did it on purpose as well, 100%.
Would it have been that dramatic though?
Well, he was a very, very dynamic-looking cricketer. To be fair, he'd have probably caught the catch though.
Yeah. Okay.
Gregory bowling to Wilson, I think. I hope she isn't, but I think Fran will be feeling pretty low at the moment after effectively running out. Heather Knight wasn't her fault, obviously, but sometimes you feel
In your head,
feel sort of
just a
like
little
semi-responsible for that
Yeah.
happening.
Why did I hit it that straight? But no, I'm sure she'll be all right. It's just one of those things, isn't it? Gregory in there to Dean, worked nicely off the legs. She's going to scamper through for another single. And the run rate is just creeping up a little bit. We're at 8.5 now. And Somerset not ideal, having a couple of breakthroughs. Just starts to creep up on you, and before you know it, will be 10s. Well, can we ask Max, was it about dogs or cats?
Yeah, what we were trying to work out, if you were talking to Lauren about dogs, well, I said you were a cat person because you got that cat that savages everyone that visits. Was it is it a Bengal something? Yeah. Just sounds aggressive, doesn't it?
Sounds impressive.
It's like aggressive. It's like a leopard, this thing.
I have a cat.
You go in Max's house and you can see it stalking you, doing that shoulder thing that they do.
What's the cat called? Leo. Mm. There you go. I've got a cat called Conker.
Conker.
It's a cute name, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, good answer.
What, did it fall out of a horse chestnut tree or something?
No. My son just wanted to call it Conker, so I agreed.
Fair enough. I have other names I like to call my next door neighbour's cat. When it's taken a dump in my garden. Yeah, I've released my hounds.
How many dogs have you got?
My 2 French bulldogs that literally, well,
Go sleep.
unless it's in their bowl, they're not catching it. There's a cat in the garden, they go absolutely ballistic, run round in circles and end up attacking each other. It's brilliant.
Change of bowling now. Alice Davison-Richards is going to come on. Monaghan has come off. Oh, no, that's a loose one down the leg side to start with. And that's going to be a wide. Haven't seen too many loose ones from Surrey so far in general. They have been fairly good with their lines and lengths, as we talked about earlier. But, yeah, just a loose one there for...
Yeah, Davison Richards, when I've seen her play, she's a fun cricketer to watch, isn't it? A lot going on,
Yeah.
lots of emotion, and really gets stuck in.
Yeah, she's definitely
seen her play really well with the
good.
bat a number of times. She's a very good cricketer.
Yeah, she is a character, as you say. She always wants to be in the battle, and she always wants to be amongst it and doing something, which is someone you always want on your team, I guess. She's definitely a competitor and a character. Charlie Dean out there now with Fran Wilson. And I think they're going to need to build a bit of a partnership here for Somerset. Short and wide. Just played out to cover
off the Q end of the bat, that one, right off the toe, nearly right out on the wide line. That run rate is crept up over 8.5 now, so starting to become a little bit of a concern. Yeah, yes, Somerset need a partnership, but they don't really have too much time to bed themselves in. Got to keep playing that positive brand of cricket that they have been playing this season so far, which has led them to second in the table.
Yeah, and I think Surrey at the moment are playing fairly clever cricket in terms of they know that they can go at 4 or 5s, and they're not stressed if they do that. You know, hit the boundary fielder, let them have 4 or 5, try and build a couple dots in that over, and that run rate is just going to keep creeping, and it's before they know it'll be at 10s. Great piece of fielding there.
Oh,
again.
wow.
Surrey's fielding has been absolutely outstanding today, and a big difference in the two sides for me so far has been not only the bowling, as in hitting the stumps, but the fielding and the percentages, the small margins, they do make a big difference.
Lovely shot down the ground.
Couple of bounces.
By Fran Wilson. Lovely strike, lovely clean swing of the bat. Her intended shot that led to the dismissal of Heather Knight. But this time she's got the elevation required. Very nice. I think Fran looks like she wants to be the aggressor, which is good. Yeah, slung a lot of balls at Fran last year. She's a clean striker and she hits the ball in unusual areas. Very good sort of use of the bat face, slices the ball over sort of backward point. She can hit that pocket cover mid-wicket, and then anything onto her legs. She almost defaults into this sort of sweep paddly sort of shot as well. She can be hard to bowl at when she gets going, so hopefully she remains in a positive mood, because we definitely need a Fran Wilson special today.
Short and wide outside the off stump, and that's going to race away for 4 there. Davison Richards just going too short, and earlier in the over a little bit too full, so she'll need to sort of rein that back in, get back on track, which I'm sure Surrey will back her to do.
Yeah, there's I don't think you get much spare change for anything halfway down, and that was well put away by Fran Wilson. Very hard shot actually to execute, to hit that ball over extra cover. Again, just demonstrating what I said before about Fran's scoring areas. She's definitely a pocket hitter. She needs to fill those pockets today. Those ODI tickets are still available. 7th of June, England take on the West Indies. 4,000 tickets have been sold already. Oh, is that a drop chance there at mid-wicket? I think it is. A high full toss, and Charlie Dean has offered a chance. But for once, Surrey have not capitalised. Yeah, sort of not overly well timed there, but certainly a chance to Dunkley. A wide and a bye. Fran attempting the reverse sweep. Very good option. There's a lot of space out there. Only really that short third man fielder to avoid. Makes contact with that reverse sweep this time. Just gets it a little bit too square out to the fielder for one, but looking to show intent to the bowler, putting her under pressure. 94 for 3 at the moment. Charlie Dean's already got away with one. Can she make the most of it? Well put away from Charlie Dean. A short ball. Another short ball here at Taunton, and you can't get away with those for too long. Charlie Dean puts that away and finishes the over with a much needed boundary. Friday the 13th of June, starting at 6:30 p.m. We have the opportunity for just £5 to come and watch Somerset women take on Lancashire Thunder, followed by a Taylor Swift tribute act, Forever Swift. What more could you want on a Friday evening here in Taunton? Monaghan continuing from the River End. She's got 1 for 15 off her 4 overs so far. She's bowled very nicely. Davison Richard removed from the attack. Captain didn't like the look of that first over and has reacted straight away. Another quick single. That's the 100 up for Somerset. 3 wickets down in the 19th over. Run rates hovered around 5.5 runs and over for the whole innings. Needs a little bit of impetus at some stage, but Charlie Dean and Fran Wilson certainly capable of that. Lost my co-commentator, Nicole. She's just taken over childcare duties from Max Waller for a short while. She'll be back at some stage, no doubt. No one can resist the Waller children. 2 cracking young lads.
I actually said it earlier. Did you hear? Oh.
Old Rafa and Milo. Couple of beauties. It was like a day out with Uncle Treegbucks. He always buys them a Freddo each.
I just had a little ride on his bike. Took it for a spin.
He's very zoomy on that thing. He made me very nervous going through Taunton Town Centre last month. Very, very fast on that bike of his.
Oh.
Especially with Max's parental style. He likes to parent from a distance, which made me a bit nervous when he was zooming towards the traffic.
Is that funny? Oh.
Like Lightning McQueen he is.
Full delivery there. Monahan. Got a bit of a Yorker.
Somerset 100 came off 110 balls.
There we go.
12 of which were hit for 4.
Now I think this could be quite a big ask now for Somerset. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they've got a small period just to build an innings together, a partnership. Fran's on 20, Charlie's on 10. You think, how many overs have we got left? We've got 25 overs. I think you always, one of the algorithms you can use is imagine what you think is chaseable in a T20 game. So 5 overs time to hit that spot. We're chasing 215 at the moment. If those 5 overs can get us, say, 30 runs, all of a sudden, would you fancy chasing 175 in a T20? So when you put it into that context, you kind of think it's certainly on. Obviously, we've missed out on those 3 wickets, but it doesn't sound as scary when you say in 5 overs time we'll be playing a 170 chase T20 game. Clever, aren't I?
You're very clever. I like the positive spin you put on that.
Yeah, I had to delve deep because it is still quite an ask, but that's what I'd be thinking.
Yeah, and I mean, last time Somerset played here, Griff had a nice knock, 40-odd, played pretty aggressively.
And we haven't unleashed Wello into the attack yet.
Exactly.
You know, she's got
good striker
that ability to clutch Somerset from the jaws of defeat into the arms of victory. She's done it a number of times with the bat.
Good delivery there from Gregory.
Yeah, so it'll all be, it should really be still quite positive. If you can get a decent partnership here, I think with 10 overs to go, if you needed sort of 80, 90, it's not out of the realms of possibility, but someone's definitely going to have to do something special, no doubt about that, whether it be one of these two going on for a big score or a couple of really, really explosive knocks from, like you say, Griff, Wello, down the bottom end.
Quick fire, 40, 40, 50 from Griff, and Wello coming in there, you know, 170 wouldn't look massive.
Well, that first win when I think Somerset needed, what was it, 30 off 10 balls or something ridiculous that Wello managed to finish off. I mean, that game was dead and buried, wasn't it, until she came in, and it can all change. Another couple of runs there, nicely played there by Fran. A deft touch past that one fielder. Dunkley's going to go from mid-wicket to that extra point fielder, which I think is a good move with Fran because she does like to reverse sweep.
Oh no. That's stumped Gregory getting her first wicket. Wilson going for 23 as she comes down the track and misses that one.
Yeah, I think what's undone her there is if you have a look at her bat path there, it's very horizontal, whereas a straight ball, you should be coming down the ground and playing that with a slightly straighter bat. Gives you a bit more of a margin for error. I look back at Dunkley, hit one over extra cover. She came down the wicket more of a classical style. I think Fran's come down there with the intent to chop a tree down, and she's missed the bark, unfortunately, and she's gone. Here we go, Katie Jones going out there to join her partner, Charlie Dean. Another partnership needs to be built, but it needs to be built quickly. She's going to have to bat with some intent. I haven't seen a huge amount of Katie Jones bat. Do you know more, Nicole?
She can. She is a good sweeper of the ball. Plays spin quite well. She can reverse in the same sense as Fran. She's quite busy with her feet. And so it will be interesting, but how much she can go from the off. I think that will be a little bit of a test, but she does know the Surrey bowlers fairly well. She's obviously played England under 19s, captained them at times, so she does know a lot of these bowlers quite well. So it will be interesting to see how quickly she can go from the off and be busy at the crease.
Number 12, Alexis Stonehouse.
Just a change of bowling there. Stonehouse is going to come back on. And slight change of the field there for Dean.
Stonehouse around the wicket, left arm around, quite an unusual angle for right-handed batters to face, but used more and more in one-day cricket in those middle overs.
Jones just hitting that one straight to cover. She's got to find a way to tick over and then crack on really fairly soon, and nearly getting up to the halfway point here, Somerset. 20 overs gone so far.
Yeah, you often at this stage when it goes under 20 overs, you get quite alarming spikes in run rates. I think dot balls become quite harmful, don't they, at this stage? I think while Katie Jones is getting in, she's really going to have to try and score a runner ball at least, just to allow Charlie Dean, just to take a bit of pressure off Charlie Dean. She's done well there. Just tickling that round the corner. I think dot balls will feel very pressurised out there. If there's 2 or 3 in and over, I think the batter at the other end will start to then, or the in batter will be feeling like they then need to take a risk to get a boundary, and that's where these sort of chases can rapidly come unstuck. That remains to be seen. Just need a calm head for now.
One off the legs there from Dean. Ticking over, 3 off this over so far. 2 balls remaining for Stonehouse. Who bowled a little bit short in her first spell, but she's now coming around. No, and like you say, I think Surrey are just going to play it safe. Ones are good for them. You know, they can afford 5, 6 and over, because the run rate is creeping up nearly at 9s now, 8.89. Another dot there, so that's 2 dots in that over.
Yeah, good comeback over that from Stonehouse.
111 for 4 Somerset now. Dean on 14, Jones on 2. Run rate just creeped up to 8.96. Couple dots there, just really let it go up a notch. And Gregory's going to come here for her 4th over. Surrey playing pretty clever cricket at the moment. And Somerset have just got to try and play almost like a game of chess, a couple steps ahead of them if they can, keep up with the run rate, build a partnership as much as they can. Ooh, good delivery.
I think it's more of a game of battleships.
Battleships. Oh, did you like that game?
Yeah, you need good strategy with a few bombs thrown in. That's what Somerset need.
I like that. Can't throw bombs in chess.
Chess will take too long, and everyone will fall asleep.
Gregory's bowling good lines and lengths here at the moment. Two dots. Only 1 off 3 so far, and yeah, the pressure's just going to build a little bit on Dino now, and I'm sure she's thinking she's got quite a bit of responsibility on her shoulders. Short one. Oh no, could be a run out. Not a direct hit there, but a little bit of element of doubt there from Dean. Jones was ready to go. A little bit of tweaking in their field as Gregory's only 1 off 4 balls so far.
Oh, someone's got, oh my word, that would have been some pretty average cricket, that. There was a no call, and then Casey Jones turned and didn't really try to get back, and I think she'd have been out there. Yeah, she would have been. That would have been a interesting moment. Very, very deftly played there. No run. Surrey are all over Somerset in the field. They're strangling them for
1 off the over.
Any runs in terms of free runs. They're not giving anything away, as the players are going to take a little bit of a drinks break.
So the second half of this innings ready to get started. Not quite started with a wicket by Alexa Stonehouse. Ed Seaborn and Nicole Harvey in the commentary boxes, trees having a break. Oh, and a close-up shot of Sophia Dunkley with the sunglasses on the back of the head.
Good piece of fielding there from Danny Hodge again, as she saved some runs. Surrey's fielding has been outstanding today so far, and really saved quite a few runs. Probably at least one and over with just a nice magic piece of fielding. Sophia Dunkley having...
Oh, she's broken the third wall there. Whack. That's a good shot. Back over the bowler's head.
Jones has just given that a little tap over the Stonehouse's head, and that's raced away for 4.
We're going to need a few more of those. Somerset, still she stayed. I mean, almost barely moving her feet at all, and then...
Bonk.
Yeah, off a length as well. That was not by any means a delivery which was in the slot, and she's treated it as if it were. Score the 4, take the single. It's old-fashioned batting though, that.
Is that what you like to see?
Well, I think it's what a lot of coaches of, how many years to say? Maybe not quite 20 even. You could still get away with that 15 years ago. Now you just got to whack at every ball. In the air and caught at backward point, and that's the end of Charlie Dean. Catch is taken by Danny Wyatt-Hodge. And a wicket for Alexa Stonehouse, her first. It was there for the cut shot, but in the end, Charlie Dean has just planted it straight into the hands of that fielder. Yeah. It looked as though there was enough width to use, certainly, and some length as well, but not kept down and not in the gap. And Somerset 5 down.
Not the best, but I think what they could do with now is someone coming in, just changing the spin on this and getting a bit of momentum here for Somerset. And Alex Griffiths is going to definitely try and do that. She is aggressive in her batting style at times, and we saw that last game here, Ed. She had a nice 40, 44 I think it was, and I'm sure she'll be up for a challenge.
Well, it's always an opportunity to go out and bat and get some runs and continue to build on what has been a strong start to the season for Griffiths, with both bat and with ball. Wasn't her most accurate with the ball, but can she get some of those runs back with bat in hand? I suppose here, you know, you're starting, it's not quite there, but you're starting to get into that sort of situation where you're thinking, well, are we going for the win here? Is there a number in mind as far as keeping Surrey from getting the bonus point, that sort of thing? And no, I haven't attempted to do the arithmetic on that at this point. We'll leave that to Tree, because I'm sure he'll get it done in the time that he's off air, but there will be a number that Surrey will know that they have to restrict Somerset to in order to get a bonus point. I mean, at this point, there's 12 points between Somerset and Surrey in the table. We just never know where things are going to come into play later on in the competition.
20 overs left here.
Oh. It's a nice little paddle. Might only be one, though, because the field is so quick out there. Looks like Kalia Moore out there again.
She has fielded very well.
Out there all innings, and I'm sure will continue to be out there all innings. But she has put in some sprints around that boundary.
Smith, any news? Is that an injury or?
No, I haven't got any news. I should have grilled the Surrey media person who came up into the live stream room. Cassia's here today from the Surrey media team. Didn't have any cross-examination on exactly what it was.
Oh, full toss there.
Probably better off bowling those to somebody who's on 0 than 80.
True, but nobody's on 80.
No, but she chose a good time to bowl it. So save your full tosses for then.
Got you mean now.
Griffith is underway. Quick single would be well taken, although yeah, left arm throw from Stonehouse just made that a little bit tighter. I was trying to think how many left arm seamers actually full stop are there at the moment in the domestic women's game, and of course one of them who's not playing for Surrey, and their attack has been really missing up until this game, Tash Farrant, I think would have been exactly the sort of person that Surrey would have wanted to help defend some of these big scores that they've been racking up. And actually I think the introduction of Stonehouse in this game has helped a little bit as well, but McDonald, Gay and Monaghan absolutely spot on. They didn't go searching too much. They were quick, but they were accurate as well. Just squeaks by short mid-wicket. But you would imagine that you wouldn't have got too much better intel than from Surrey's head coach, Johan Myberg, who plied his trade here for many years, will know exactly where they should be bowling. Of course, there's one thing for the coach to tell you what you should be doing, and another thing for you actually to go out there and do it. Reverse paddle there from Jones, as you mentioned. She's got those sorts of shots in her
Yeah,
locker.
I was anticipating more of a hit, which I think she seems to be practicing now, because with the fielder there, Monaghan, that's not really an option to sort of guide it. She's going to cut that off, whereas a hard hit through backward point obviously is an option as a gap.
Yeah. Just a little bit shorter. Dink presented itself. But yeah, it'd be great to see Tash Farrant fully back. I know she's been injured a bit again at the start of this year, but hopefully she'll be back out there playing before too long. It's a good single. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's thinking, actually, almost as many teams don't have one as do. And there's a lot made of the lack of left-handed batters in the women's domestic system, but not so much made about the lack of left arms. That is not out, but wasn't far off. Katie Jones aiming a murderous swipe, that's the one, into the leg side.
She's looking a bit frustrated here, Jones, and something's got to give in a minute. And I did say this was going to probably look this way. You know, if you lose those wickets and then all of a sudden you're asking your 7, 8, 9 to come in and go at 10 and over from the off, it's a big ask. You know, they're not in, they haven't seen it, and then they're asked to go in and score at 10 and over, and that's a run out. As that bit of pressure's just built, and you could see something was going to have to give there at that point.
Yeah, that's such a shame, because that's just a real giveaway of what could have been still a really decent innings from Katie Jones. It was just never a second run there. It looked like her call as well, and I mean, yes, they hesitated, but they hesitated because I think deep down they knew there wasn't a second run there, and when the keeper has that much time to take the ball and then take the bails, something's gone horribly wrong. And it's moved from my favourite score in cricket, although perhaps less so when when it's in this position, from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of a sudden one on to the total, but in both the runs and the wickets column. It's the end of Katie Jones, and the end is moving closer for Somerset, albeit with Amanda Jade Wellington certainly never quite called time on a game of cricket. But I think even for Wellington, to win the game from this position would be up there among her great career achievements.
Yeah, they've got to go some now.
Be interesting to see whether she just decides to go out there and whack it from ball one, or actually, I've got 20 overs to bat here. Might as well give myself a little bit of time before then going. Because, I mean, you know she's not just going to pat the ball about, is she? I mean, she's going to try and hit boundaries at some point. It's just whether she gives herself a bit of time or not.
Yeah.
Well, that's the shot that she did Surrey to death with at Beckenham. Had their short third up and their backward point up. In fact, they're pretty much everybody up on the offside. And they kept bowling it wide outside the off stump, and Wellington just kept running the ball into the gaps before. I think she must have hit at least 4 of her 6 consecutive 4s to start her innings there. And then up at Durham, she finished the game off with 3 consecutive reverse sweeps. She is just the most extraordinary cricketer.
Yeah, she's certainly a character, and she seems to like the West Country. She's been back here now a couple of seasons.
Well, they've named a place after her. They like her so much.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. It was already named, but there we go. Right, it's struck over the top by Griff as she's hit one over long on. Maybe that's why she likes it, because she likes Wellington as a place.
Yep.
There we go. You can see on the replay as Griff has just hit a 4 over long on. And she will be wanting to get a 50, as last game she had a 40-odd here at Somerset. A little bit of music here on our pitch mic you can hear.
Le Chic.
Was that one of your favourite songs?
Oh, yes. Yeah, well, of course, with my freakish nature.
There we go. Gregory here is going to be looking to get herself another wicket. She's bowled very well so far today. 1 for 22 off 5. Slight delivery there.
Almost an overthrow, but Griffiths has gone a little too far to consider. There's an awful lot coming at you when Danny Gregory's bowling. There's a whirl of arms and legs, and then you've got to contend with the pigtails flying at you as well. You're getting dizzy facing up.
Oh dear. Good shot there from Griff, but nice piece of fielding from Dunkley at mid-wicket. Great
She's put
stop.
her body on the line today, hasn't she? Dunkley several times batted well, and again, I thought she was a bit unfortunate with just the timing. I think she would have had a lot more time to try and manoeuvre herself to 100 as well in Surrey's innings, were it not for the interruption. She's really stationed herself in that position at short mid-wicket and has been diving about in the dust a fair bit. But as you say, they fielded well, Surrey, and they have outplayed Somerset today. They've been able to finish off in the field and with the ball. Well, they didn't finish off at Beckenham.
Gregory in that. Yeah, 10.15 and over now. There's that run rate just creeping up.
It's very important, that second decimal point in the run rate required, I always think.
Each ball goes up
Yeah,
and up.
oh yeah, well, the second decimal point's vital.
Before you know it, it'll be what, 11? Or it could be 9. Good delivery there, Gregory. Just seen Wellington coming and she's just brought her length back. Really well bowled as Wellington looked like she's coming down to chop down a tree, a bit like Fran
yes.
Wilson earlier there. She's gone for a big hack.
More tree chopping. Leggy on leggy.
Yeah. Flighted delivery, that one, and that is going to be a good piece of fielding there from Davison Richards. It is a dot ball and a few dots there to Wellington in that over. And it's Somerset now 131 for 6. 18 overs remaining.
Well, everyone talks about the fast bowlers. Kind of lack of code of, you know, banging it in short to each other and delivering vicious bounces. There's no code amongst leggies either, is there? I mean, you just see another leggy and you think, oh, well, they don't bowl as well as me.
Well, I think you just got to play the ball on merit.
Oh,
and,
no, don't give me that.
Yeah, just go from there, really.
Don't give me that.
Don't get too caught up in that. I don't think jealousy is a nice trait in any person, in any sport, to be honest. I actually genuinely don't.
No.
I don't think that's an attractive trait, and I think... yeah, you need to just watch the ball and keep things simple, as we said earlier, whether you're bowling, hitting the stumps, and when you're batting, just watch the ball very carefully, be clear about your plans. Great shot there from Griff. What a fantastic strike. Smash that one straight down the ground. And here she goes. Cracking on the Welsh. What a brilliant, brilliant shot that is. Hit very clean. Straight bat, down the ground. And that's gone racing away. One of the best shots of the day,
yeah.
I'll give that one.
Didn't see too much of that against McDonald Gay with the new ball. And she hasn't needed a sighter off McDonald Gay. That's where you know you're in pretty decent nick. Oh, and, and then we had some more attempted tree felling. Timber! They didn't hit the timbers. It's a fair whack to clear that leg side boundary as well, and Surrey have stuck 3 fielders out there. Griffith's still trying to target it. Oh, it's going to fall just short. She hit that very well, and almost too well, picking out the deep mid-wicket fielder. It's certainly not giving off the impression they're going to die wondering, these two. The chat seems to have been from Wellington coming out to join Griffiths that, well, they may as well still try and score these 10 runs per over at this point. Skelton, Anderson and Jackson will be in the dressing room over there thinking about their respective innings, because it does look fairly likely that they will get a chance to go out there and bat. You see Wellington winding up for one. It's nicely stroked through point. And again, it's Dunkley. They just put Dunkley wherever the ball's going to go, seemingly.
I'm getting a stiff back. Might need to stand up.
Yes, good idea. You might be out of camera shot then, though.
That's okay.
Ben's
I don't
not
mind.
going to be happy with you. Oh, there'll be words.
Too
words
short.
later in the post-game production meeting. That's actually you are still in shot anyway.
Thanks, Ben. Showing my obviously I'm really tall. Showing how tall I am standing up here.
Oh, I love it.
Very funny, you two. I'm actually 5'3". Thank you very much. I would say 6 foot, but it's just not really Bible, is it?
not with me of distinctly average height sitting next to you.
Yeah, Somerset going to have to go some now. Griff on 14 off 13 balls. Really good innings so far from her, and she had a brilliant innings down here. Last home game. Nice piece of fielding there from Stonehouse. Well picked up. Surrey fielded well, and seen that throughout this game so far. 139 for 6 now, Somerset. As we 27 overs gone, 17 remaining.
DLS 230. Just to give a flavour, DLS always likes to stick the knife in when your team's not doing so well.
90 odd behind.
Yeah.
Not the ideal situation, but
having to go some. But Amanda Jade Wellington, well, she's got a strike rate this season of 147. She is going to need to up that. Unfortunately, if Somerset are going to pull off another miracle. But it should be entertaining to watch whatever she's doing. Oh, down she comes through the gap.
Nice piece of feet there, nice piece of hand movement, well manoeuvred there, and just placed that one in the gap there. Good piece of control from Wellington. She uses her feet, opens that face, just placing that one through the covers. Gregory slightly full, didn't quite adjust there, but I'm sure she will.
She timed that move down perfectly. Probably won't be able to double this up. Short boundary to that leg side. But it really was just almost the instant it's about to leave the hand, when there's just no time to do anything about it. That was when the first move was made. So she could still get down in plenty of time. Gregory's not a leg spinner who's particularly flat and fast, which is nice to see a bit of flight.
She does flight it, as you say.
Oh, that's beautifully bowled. What a delivery that is.
Griff looking very disappointed there. She's just gone down.
I mean, it was a bit of a wipe across the line, admittedly, but it's really nicely bowled.
144 for 7 now, Somerset. Griff going for 14 off 14. Good effort, some nice shots there from her, but that one has just gone straight through. And a good piece of bowling from Gregory, as she's now 2 for 29 off 6.3. She's bowled really well so far and reaped the rewards there. McDonald Gay also some fantastic bowling from her, 6 overs, 1 for 25.
Yeah, it's this sort of time of the innings where, I mean, I said the converse at the end of Surrey's batting innings, where you kind of think, well, I just don't particularly want to be bowling here. I mean, okay, you can pick up some wickets, but nobody's particularly queuing up to bowl to Surrey as they're looking to tee off. But this is the point where surely you're just thinking,
well, to be honest,
get
Somerset,
me on skip.
Yeah, Somerset, you know, they need 173 now off 99 balls. It's a big ask. 2 fairly new batters in, Wellington only on 9, Skelton new coming out now, and it's a big ask for them, and I'm sure they will, you know, try their best and very much be amongst the challenge. That's a full toss there from Gregory. That's hit straight back to her for a dot. But only 3 wickets in hand, and that's going to be a big ask. But the leaderboard will certainly be moving around some if Surrey do win this game. They're on 5 points currently, Somerset on 17 in second. And this will be very much some points Surrey need. Looking elsewhere in the country, Lancashire 226 for 6. So they have beaten...
Almost, yeah, they just need 1 run.
They need 1 run to win against the Blaze.
So the top 2 are both losing by the looks of things.
And there we
today.
go, that's just how quickly it can change. And Lancashire, they looked very strong here, beating Somerset. Essex, the score is on 225 for 6, chasing 274. 5
dear.
Overs remaining there. That could have been a run out.
No, now the ricochet almost produces a run.
All going on here. Warwickshire versus Durham. Durham need 31 off 8.3 overs with 3 wickets remaining. Looking like a good game there for them against Warwickshire.
Yeah, so no bonus points anywhere other than here, possibly.
Interesting, though, if Lancashire are going to beat the Blaze. Lancashire, are they 3rd at the minute?
They're 4th. It depends what happens with Hampshire. Yeah, it looks as though possibly both Hampshire and Lancashire could leapfrog Somerset. They'll still be in the top 4 at the close of play. And then with Durham possibly looking as though they are going to beat Warwickshire. That's still the same gap between 5th and where Somerset might be in 4th anyway. And Jade Wellington is still out there and still batting, which is very much still something. And I mean, even if it's not just from the point of view of bonus points, and the net run rate is going to take a hammering at this point. Just want to reduce that margin a little bit at least, Somerset.
Brown and Brown there. Sponsors.
One Day Cup partners.
Donald Gay here into her 7th over. She took a fantastic catch there earlier. Brilliant shot, and we've nearly had a repeat of earlier as that has hit the stumps, but bowler didn't quite get a hand to that one. Imagine that, 2 in 1 game. That would be quite a thing, wouldn't it?
I don't think I've ever seen one quite like that Heather Knight one in terms of just almost self-defence and then on to the stumps.
It was very unfortunate, I must admit, but those things do happen.
I mean, just for how hard it was hit as well. In the air, it was.
Very dramatic. That'll be another dot.
Yes, well, I suppose if she'd taken the catch, then Fran Wilson would have been out. But tip it onto the stumps and get
Heather Knight.
Heather Knight. That's the way these things work. It's a genuine edge from Skelton, who certainly can bat. I mean, you wouldn't have your money on Skelton scoring 11 and over at this stage, but she certainly can bat and has shown that she's got the ability to produce runs down the order. She batted a bit with Griffiths in that last match against Lancashire on this ground. Tempted to be bludgeoned by Wellington. I think she might have decided that she's just about played herself in now. It's another one down.
Plenty of trees being chopped today.
Slower
ball, lovely ball there for McDonald Gay. Really nice. Followed the batter and a nice slowie there to finish the over. What a brilliant bowler she's looking like. 21 years old, 7 overs, 1 for 27, and I've been very impressed with her today. For me, one of the pick of the bowlers, and she's shown even in her decision making and her execution that she is quite a talent and one to watch for me. She is.
Yeah, she's made her. Well, she made her international debut in September of last year in that Ireland series. Played in the Test matches over the winter, the one in South Africa and the Ashes Test. So she's already had a bit of a taste of international cricket, but somebody who much is hoped for going forwards. And again, I think in a similar way to what Kate Cross did in that Lancashire game, they haven't banged too many in. There was the occasional short ball that McDonald Gay tried, but most of the time they've just been targeting that top of off and not deviating too much from it. Or if you are going to bowl just outside the off stump, not enough width really to fully free the arms. And Monaghan was the same, 5 overs, 1 for 19.
No, I think McDonald Gay, she has been the pick of the bowlers, that outstanding catch. 21 years old, and for me, she is very much someone to watch. I like her action. She's strong, she's smooth, and she's got a little bit of that X factor, as Peter would say. I think as well with that catch running backwards over her head, you know, that was a game-changing moment. and very much someone to look for in the future.
Yeah, it was right as Luff and Knight had just faced a good number of balls. Pretty much the same point in Luff's innings where she really kicked on Edgbaston as well. Must have been on about similar sort of equation in terms of runs and balls, 15 off 26.
Shorter delivery there, Wellington giving that a tap, and that is going to be 6. As Gregory's just got her length a little bit wrong there, and Wellington's showing what she can do again. She moves on to 16. Somerset needing 164 now, 87 balls remaining.
First 6 of the innings.
150 up though for Somerset, as they are now 153 for 7. And the 30th over. Oh no. Short one for Gregory there. She's just had a little bit of a drag down there. And that is going to be another 4. That's 10 off 2 balls. 11 actually off the last 3 balls, and that just shows how quickly the game can change when you get your lines and lengths wrong. And so far Surrey have done very well. They've bowled well, stump to stump, but 3 balls there, and that just shows how quickly it can change. And that was not the best, but Wellington has put that one away again. Flighted delivery, and that's better. And just a single off that one. Cooper Associates hit your next mortgage for 6, as you can see there.
Yeah.
Gregory, and it's a full toss. Just Skelton has skewed that one to a point for none. I'm going to leave you to it for a minute, Ed, and I'm going to have a little rest.
Yes, do be back in just under half an hour, if you would. And, well, who knows? That we'll see. 3 wickets in hand for Somerset, but Amanda Jade Wellington has shown signs that she wants to start to tee off. And that mighty 6 out towards the Undarchi Pavilion has given a flavour of what she could provide, as Somerset are almost at the halfway stage in terms of runs required. But back comes Capsey as the changes continue to be rung. So actually McDonald Gay's still got 2 overs left if Surrey need them. I've been trying to work out who's captaining out there. I think Davidson Richards is captaining, with Bryony Smith having not taken to the field after her magnificent 110. I think it's Davidson Richards who's tended to be ordering the troops about.
Might be a bit of a committee decision. But Somerset certainly need the show to go on, the Wellington show. We need her to bat through and be her normal explosive self. She's more than capable. I think the runs that she does get probably takes her into uncharted waters in some respect. You know, she's very well known for these short bursts of explosive batting, but you know, she's probably going to need quite a sizable contribution here, something in the region of an 80 or a 90, maybe even more at double quick time as well. So certainly asking a lot, but she is capable, as we've seen. Her confidence is going to be high. You know, she's also carrying 4 wickets from her bowling performance as well, which will only help. I think that's one of the great things about being an all-rounder. If you are in these sort of do or die situations and you've got a haul of wickets, so you feel like you've had that personal contribution in the game, and it does free you up to chance your arm. Certainly needs something like that to happen. But again, the required run rate, it looks daunting at 11.5, but if Wello gets going, she's more than capable of putting a dent into that, but she's got to do it for a sustained period and have some support up the other end. And she goes again, clips it out to mid-wicket, well struck. Fielder does well, cutting off the angle. She's going to come back for two. Chloe Skelton scampering down the wicket. Dust going everywhere. Feet going at 1,000 miles an hour to get back home.
She does have a list 100, does Amanda Jade Wellington, against Western Australia.
Well, she needs might need another one today. Lovely shot from Wellington, and that really is a mark of her game. She's awkward to bowl at. She's moved across the crease, created that angle for herself. It wasn't a bad ball from Capsey, but Wello, as you see there, has moved across the stumps and taken that off of middle and leg and swatted that over the fielder. She is incredibly hard to bowl at when she gets going.
Probably will have faced a bit of Capsey in the WBBL in recent years. They come across her.
I think what Wello does is she's one of those natural disruptors, and she's always putting the opposition under pressure. You know, if even if it's just for a 4 or 5 over period where she peels off 2 or 3 boundaries and over, you'll at least test the Surrey bowlers in terms of their nerve. You know, just make them think that the game's still on, because at the moment you probably suggest that they're just ticking this game down to a inevitable victory. If Wello can just get 30 quick runs somewhere here, all of a sudden those little chinks in the armour, a little bit of doubt creeps in.
And as we've been saying, that you do know that Skelton has got more than a little ability to bat. I mean, Skelton has got before 30s, 40s, that sort of region.
Yeah, I remember a great knock from Skelts up at Trent Bridge last year, where she was just, you know, a couple of clips through mid-wicket, and then she was, I think they had 3 points at one stage, and she just kept on dissecting them. She hit like 4 or 5 boundaries in a row. So yeah, I've got good memories of Skelts contributing. I think one of the dangers for Wello is often she tries to sort of move around too much. She's such a good striker of the ball. But I suppose you've got to take the rough with the smooth with Wello and her batting, but she's certainly a glimmer of hope, the Somerset fans that are enjoying this game at the Cooper Associates County Ground will be enjoying. Another slog sweep out there.
Yeah, I mean, she was looking to target that side of the ground that was even shorter in that Lancashire game, hit a couple over the boundary rope. As we've been saying, you need more than just a couple to clear the ropes, but you know, you could see even just when she hit that first one, immediately she buys herself that drag down from Gregory that's then hit for 4. We weren't seeing any of that really before. It does just change the feel of the game for the bowler all of a sudden under that extra bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think the important thing for Skelton is minimising dot balls, keep getting Wello back on strike, keep her in the mood. It is a tall order, but you know, Taunton is a very good pitcher, spun sharply away. Don't see an awful lot of leg to off spin from Gregory, but that's certainly offered. Beautiful delivery.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, the delivery that got rid of Griffiths just straightened, and yeah, Griffiths playing against the turn and across the line, but it was a really fine bit of leg spin bowling, and you've got such a good view here. I mean, you just see as soon as she let go of the ball that it was coming out really well, that particular one. Last over here, and Skelton has just got trapped on strike.
Well, a good day's work there from Gregory as she's looking to finish off her spell. Her last ball now, 2 for 42 at the moment. Certainly a good spell in the context of this run chase. That's a nice sweep there from Skelton. She's going to pinch the strike off Wellington and get up the other end. So 2 for 43 from Gregory. A good day's work.
Just to tie the knot on a few of those other games we've been mentioning. Lancashire have beaten the Blaze now by 4 wickets with 2.4 overs to spare. Essex are going down now against Hampshire. For a while, looked as if Essex might be on track for that chase of 274. Grace Scriven's got 100, but Lindsay Smith does it time and time again. 4 for 33 in her 10 overs. And Durham, still with 3 wickets in hand, just needs 7 runs to beat Warwickshire. So the table's going to change a fair bit, and it does look like a big one, that next one for Somerset against Hampshire. Which is only the day after tomorrow. There's not much turnaround time.
They're all big games. Thanks to our sponsor you just saw on the screen there, Brown & Brown, for all your home, motor, business insurance, even travel insurance. Give them a shout when you get your renewal through the post. Maybe even mention the name Trigo. You never know, you might get a sneaky discount.
Well, I shall be bound to do that now.
You must.
Any discount welcome.
Yeah,
that's a good shot. Beats extra cover and goes for 4.
Beautiful shot that from Skelton, hitting it on the up. A beautiful swing of the blade through the line of the ball and through extra cover. A real sign that Scouts has got a lot to offer with the bat. Yeah, I've been assured by the powers that be at Brown & Brown that they're always competitive, but the Trigo price is even more competitive. The Trigo special, as they've called it.
Well, there's nothing that I associate with Trigo if not competitive. Up and over this time.
Yes, another. Just kicking on. Not enough to get a boundary, but 2 more valuable runs. I like it. It's just that intent, isn't it? You know, when a bowler feels like if they miss, they'll get hit. I think that just changes the dynamic a little bit of the game. Good from these 2. Skelton 10, Wellington 30. In quick time as well. That Wellington 30's come off just 21 balls. Oh, great shot from Skelton. Over mid-on this time. 2 or 3 bounces into the fence in front of the Botham stand. Cracking batting.
Well, this is great to see from Skelton. I mean, even if it's too much this time, just the confidence of knowing that your number 9 could come out and strike the ball this well. She seems to be enjoying the pace on that she's getting from Monaghan.
And funny things have happened. You know, there's that little bit of sort of scar tissue from the Beckenham game and that close run game that Somerset managed to come away with as well. You never know, that sort of like sinking feeling, oh, it's going to happen again. Really good from these 2 so far. Another short ball. Oh, put away. Has it found the gap? No, just finds the fielder. Excellent little spurt there from Chloe Skelton.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of concern possibly when Skelton kept the strike, but actually she has more or less got the requirement off the over, still with a ball to go.
Yeah. Well, it's just about staying in touch. You know, if Somerset can take this into the last 5 overs, still intact again, it's a lot to ask. But you just never know. If you can, you know, go at sort of 9s and 10s, and we know Wellington is certainly capable of chasing those 15 pluses, which is roughly where it will be. All of a sudden, you're just asking the question, and I think that's one of the conversations we had. I think in the first game is not only competing, and you're going to lose games in a season. That's inevitable. But it's being hard to beat as well. Make Surrey work for it, because you know you're going to play this team again later in the summer. Just if you get known on the circuit of being rollovers when it's not your day, I think that's a poor trend to get in. So even Somerset are putting up a good fight here, which is good to see. Thanks to Green Thumb Lawn Treatment as well. No Trigo discounts on offer, but I'll tell you what, Ed, I really need them to come and visit my place. My lawn's an in a terrible state.
Were we talking moles or moss or... Oh, that's driven in the air, dropped.
Oh, excellent. If you're a Somerset fan, not sure where I was going with that. Yeah, it's my inner monologue talking there. Excellent that was a drop catch, but we're obviously, on the fence here in the commentary box. But yeah, real chance gone begging there. Skelton chipping that one up to, is that McDonald Gay there? Or Monaghan?
I think it's Monaghan, yeah.
Monaghan. Yeah, that's a real easy chance. So again, just a sign that the game's very much still on. No, Mrs. T just we're quite wildlife conscious, and we went through this period of trying to wild our lawn.
Oh, okay.
When everyone's going mad about bugs and bees and no habitat around, and I was, all for that because it meant that my mowing requirements
basically just didn't have to do it.
It very rapidly turned into it was something like Onslow's Front Yard for those who watch watch sitcoms through the 90s and noughties.
Was there
keeping
a
up appearances
old car at the front as well?
Keeping up appearances, there'd be a bit of like stuff just lying around, the kids' footballs, and then shin high, whatever it is.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it was a good
series.
Hyacinth. It's one of my favourites when I was a young lad. I used to enjoy that. The Bouquet residence, lady of the house speaking.
I'm sitting here completely surrounded by no beer.
I reckon that, that would have been very much the inspiration for Jim Royal, I would have thought, Onslow. I feel like they're a similar sort of character, aren't they? Jim Royal from the royal family and Onslow, that member of the family.
There's definitely that trope,
Rabsy
isn't there?
Nesbitt, that sort of the vest with the beans down, Good stuff.
It's obviously something deeply ingrained in our British humour about that sort of character.
Well, I think most families have got the black sheep, haven't they? Someone that just does things a little bit different. Oh, that's a nice shot. Oh, it's found the fielder again. A theme throughout this innings for Somerset. I could think of 10 shots that were a foot away from going for 4 that have been saved. I suppose credit to the Surrey fielders. 183 for 7. 10 overs to go. The equation is 134 required. So 13.4 runs and over. A tall order.
They've actually been very slow at bowling their overs, have Surrey, which I was quite surprised by, because normally sides are in absolutely no danger at all when it comes to the cut-off time, but there's only 29 minutes remaining. Oh, have they changed that? No, they haven't. It's basically half an hour to bowl 10 overs, just under half an hour to bowl 10 overs, or start the last over, I suppose, so it's 9 overs, really.
Probably will be a struggle. You think 16 an hour is the rule of thumb, isn't it? So, yeah, they're definitely going to have to get through a couple. Another single out to the leg side boundary. Ed's probably going to have to follow the remainder of this game on the live stream while he's shuffling across town to get to the train station. We wish you well.
Okay.
But we've got you for a few more minutes.
Yes, go on. I can hot foot it. But yeah, it's they haven't exactly helped me out here, have Surrey, put it that way.
6.
Monaghan into Wellington. Thumped over the offside, and Danny Wyatt-Hodge doing the fielding down there. I think they've learnt, and they've been watching the Wellington wagon wheel, and they've put that deep point in position where she scores so many runs. I just instantly thought that was 4. Very unusual to have that backward point deep fielder, but very smart from the Surrey Committee of Captains. Skelton chipping a nice little pitching wedge over mid-wicket for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it just sort of briefly threatened, but always did feel like a big task. But at least, say what these two have done, they've put on 42 now, actually add a runner ball, which, I mean, as you say, it just sends a little bit of a message, if nothing else.
Yeah, I think whatever happens, there's always key moments in games, isn't there? I think you've got the setting, the tone, start of the game where I thought Somerset got it all wrong really in the first 8 overs of the bowling. That cost 20 or 30 runs. I think dropping Bryony Smith probably also cost 20 or 30 runs, and all of a sudden you take that off the total. Yeah. And it's game on, and I think a massive moment was the run out of Heather Knight as Wellington flat bats that, swats it over mid off, and she's going to pick up a boundary into length. And Wello has forehand smashed that over mid off. It's often ungainly, but very effective.
Yes, it was a slightly higher chopping of the tree this time. It was slightly higher up the trunk, but felled it. But yeah, I mean, she's lined up that offside. It was what she does so well. You just give her an area, and she's got.
That was more of a pollocking of the tree, just taking it off at the knuckle.
Oh, slower balls have worked pretty well for both Monaghan and McDonald-Gay as late.
I never thought I'd have any sort of tree lopping experience, but we've got a tree in the garden that just
won't go away.
Every year, every couple of years, it costs me a fortune to get it sorted out. So I'm quite tight at heart, really, I suppose. And I was like, right, it can't be that difficult, can it? And then I looked at how high the tree had got. I was like, no chance am I going up there. Pollocking.
That's a good word.
Bought myself a chainsaw. Thought I think I'd have to do 10 years of tree felling myself to pay for the cost of the chainsaw. So it was a bad economic decision from me to even think that I'd do it myself. Lovely shot there from Skelton down the ground, pounded past Capsey. She picks up a 4, and there's just a little bit of momentum, and you can just hear on the effects, Mike, the Somerset fans are starting to just see a glimmer of hope.
I'm quite enjoying this.
Yeah.
For the first time really since the early stages of the innings, they're really warming to their work, and that is the 50 partnership up between Skelton and Wellington. 46 deliveries. They've done a really sterling job so far.
There is form for extraordinary things to happen in Somerset Surrey fixtures here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I think Somerset were dead and buried, 6 or 7 down, and Rolf van der Merwe came to the crease having never scored a one-day 100. And
I can remember watching that game on the TV.
Smited 150 from nowhere, and we won with 2 overs to spare. So funnier things have happened. Hopefully that little bit of luck can transfer over to the women's team.
Yeah. Well, last year it was different. It was Storm versus Stars, but Amanda Jade Wellington changed that fixture on this ground last year with 3 sixes hit over into the Somerset stand. Again, if you just, it's like she sees that short boundary. She knows exactly how she's going to target it as well. And she's not scared of just playing the same shot 3 or 4 times if it's working. Oh, hello. Gone right through everything.
That snuck through. Going to pick up a couple there. They won't get a wide because of the change of feet. And it's called by, is it? A couple of runs. Plenty going on. I really like it when Wello bats and it's really prescribed to her what she's got to do. The doubt is taken out of her mind. You know, if she goes for a big shot and doesn't execute, then it just is what it is. When it's a case of she has to swing for the ropes, she General, and right on cue. She swung for the ropes. She hasn't got anywhere near enough of it and it's caught on the boundary. A good catch moving forward. And Wellington is gone, and potentially with it, the hope that Somerset can do anything special in this game. It's been a enterprising innings from Amanda Jade Wellington, but unfortunately it finishes for 36 and just in time for Ed to depart.
I feel like a captain who's not going down with his ship at this point, but hopefully you and Nicole can take it the rest of the way. It's been great fun as ever.
You've gone full Captain Phillips, haven't you? And you're going off to safety. We wish you well, Ed. There's every chance the train will be late anyway, so you'll be fine. Or cancelled. Ellie Anderson joining Skelton, who's going to have to take up the mantle here of being the aggressor. While Ellie gets herself in, she can strike a ball. She hasn't got any huge form in terms of big scores, but certainly capable of contributing here, Nicole.
Yeah, here we go. Skelton 24 of 30 so far.
Well, certainly a bit of fun for the last 10 overs or so.
Yeah.
Always enjoy watching
49 balls.
Go about her business.
Sun's coming out now. Lovely. Capsy flighted.
Lovely shot there from Ellie to get off the mark. Nice strong shot down the ground. She'll retain the strike. Thanks to Virtu for their support. The earpieces are available somewhere in the ground, probably downstairs. I think they're about a tenner, and you can relax the day away. You can listen to us while watching the cricket. That sounds like a bargain, doesn't it? The batteries last for ages as well.
Do they?
Apparently, yeah.
Interesting.
Great partners of ours, Virtue. Sadly, no Trigo discount available.
You've not got like a little Trigo 10?
No, I tried to talk them into. I like me cars, Nicole, to be honest. I tried to do a little bit of wheeling and dealing to get myself a nice little new motor, but they're not keen. But we have got some brilliant footage of our press day. We filmed, you know, the Virtue Range Rover that comes out with the ball on match days.
Yep.
We set up a Top Gear-esque track, and we had a couple of the players driving that car around. So that's very entertaining.
I didn't get the invite for that. I would have loved that.
Yeah, very surprising. I'm not going to give it away, but the winner of the fastest lap was quite the surprise.
Really? And quiet. Someone quiet.
I'll leave it there.
There we go. She's gone for the blue shirts. Is that to match the car? Blue car?
That's probably whatever was pressed and clean, I would have thought.
Oh dear.
It's always good to accessorise. You know, you've obviously come from the plains of the Serengeti this morning with your leopard print jacket. It's very smart though.
Thank you.
Like it.
Always smart.
Do you have your glasses? Do you have different glasses that go with different things, or is that your yeah? Okay. Well,
I do.
It's the
Invested.
finer details, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. These are my big glasses. I'm not sure if I like them. I haven't worn them that much. They're quite new. But I only got glasses last year, actually.
Yeah. Same here.
Ooh.
And Skelton walks. A low catch there, questioned by the umpires who collaborated on that decision. Very good umpiring there from the two umpires, just making sure that went through to the keeper, and that is Skelton gone. Somerset are now 9 down for 2-0-1, and looking like it's going to be Surrey's day here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I didn't see the nick. Maybe I have to go back to the opticians and get a new prescription. But Skelton doing the right thing and trudging off. Yeah, definitely looked like that. Carried to the wicketkeeper. Low down. Laura Jackson to the crease, who I certainly hope does something with the bat, because she's probably had a little bit of a struggle today. Things not going her way, but maybe she saved the best to last.
Well, maybe.
Moments, isn't it? The Heather Knight run out, I feel, was massive.
Yeah,
massive. The Bryony drop and the start. The three really key times of the game. The start from the bowlers, feeding Bryony those short deliveries that got her off to an absolute flyer.
Yeah. That was the big difference there, you know.
And then the dropping Bryony on 70, something like that. So that hurt a little bit. Thought Somerset, when they came back out, they fought hard. They picked up a number of wickets. I thought Heather was looking $1 million when she was playing as well. And, you know, Fran hit a beautiful shot down the ground. They got deflected onto the stumps, probably the unluckiest way to get out. And I think that was a real big moment. Surrey have, even though they have offered up a couple of chances, spilt a couple of catches, on the whole, they've been excellent. Their ground fielding, they've got a number of sort of diving one-handed stops that I can, without thinking too much, think of maybe 10 almost certain boundaries that they've managed to cut off as well, which I think has made a huge difference. Thanks to Harrison Fowler for supporting us on this live stream. They offer a no-win, no-fee service, or something. I don't know why it makes me laugh. They're medical negligence specialists. You know those things you sometimes read in the paper where some, you know, a surgeon's left a pair of scissors inside someone's bowel or something, and they have to sue the surgeon or the hospital or something. So if you have had that unfortunate situation, you've got a set of toenail clippers somewhere in your in your body that shouldn't be there, Harris Fowler are the people to call. That's a plug, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not funny, but it is funny. There we go.
You do you see those things in the,
Yeah,
you know, on proper news channels where you think that can't be real, surely. What a lovely shot there from Laura Jackson. She stepped away, giving herself some room, and whipped that through mid-wicket for 4, and maybe just a turnaround for her day's fortunes. Very, very nice strike there through mid-wicket. Yeah, you sometimes see those things on the news, don't
Yeah,
you?
you
Like
do.
that cannot have happened. Sure. How do you do that?
Oh, that's a good shot.
Maybe if you're having if any surgeons are listening, maybe you should number your equipment and make sure you recount them back in at the end.
Well, you hear about people getting knee replacements and they go under and then they've done the wrong knee.
Oh, could you imagine that? Surgeon, I've had my knee operation and I'm still running around in circles. What's going on?
Oh dear.
Yeah, my son had a knee surgery recently, and didn't make me concerned because I knew the surgeon was excellent at what he did. But on his left leg, he had a great big black arrow up his shin with right knee or left knee.
Just in case.
Into bowl. You've enjoyed watching
I did have a
this young lady
cesarean.
bowl, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah, very good. I rate her. well, I had a cesarean, and they were saying to me, Nicole, is that in the middle of your back when they're about to do the injection? I thought, you're the one looking at my back. And I started to panic.
Is that the old epidural? Is
I
it?
started to panic. I was thinking, it feels like it, but you're the one looking at it. So yeah, there we go. Yeah, I like her. She's feisty. She's not short of character, and she's not afraid to bump him in. And
yeah, I love the bouncer. She's bold. She gets it up to a good height, just marginally down the leg side. I think that's still a very close call. That has gone over the line of the batter's body there, so pretty tough call there from the umpire.
go again.
Oh, there we go. That's one just might have to call Harris Fowler. one in the old helmet there. Hopefully
that should be a concussion.
Doesn't look like she's troubled at all. I think it hit her
don't know if it was
off
the
the gloves into the chest, bit of grill. The medical protocol though is to do a concussion test. One of the concussion tests is reel off the months of the year backwards, which
you couldn't do anyway.
I can't do without a thump on the head. In fact, I've probably got more of a chance if I have had a thump on the head.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I think it's normally a new helmet, isn't it? And they ask a few questions, but I'm not sure if it actually caught on the helmet. I don't know if you got a replay there at all, Ben.
Yeah, I think it sort of jumped up and sort of off the glove into the grill, I think, but looks like the helmet's okay. Ready to fight another day. I'd have hated having to change my helmet in the middle of an innings. I was very particular about my helmet. It was definitely not fit for purpose by the end of my career. Certainly not to the standards they're built now. They're like motorbike helmets now. They're very robust.
Yeah, no, I do like the look of her. She's a good bowler. She seems to be getting better and better.
I think it's great to have that option, especially the lower order batters. As we have a look at that replay of not the one that hit her in the helmet. It was a lovely replay of the wide though. Yeah, I think it's really like when you're bowling at lower order batters, you can get quite frustrated when you're bowling at the end. When you bowl the sort of like seeking the stumps out, you get your Yorker wrong, and the tail enders are pretty good at swatting the ball when it's full. All of a sudden, their decision making's questioned when they get a few bounces and the feet don't move as well. And certainly a good option to have a bouncer up your sleeve. Really good piece of bowling there. She's bowled nicely today.
Yeah, good stock delivery, bouncers. She bowled a nice slower ball. And yeah, good. 21 years old. Nice talent. And obviously that catch, which was fantastic.
Hit your mortgage for 6. A QR code on the screen right now if you're in the market for remortgaging or looking to buy a home. Visit that QR code with the Cooper Associates just across the road here. Support local.
Ed's dashed off for a train and he's an hour early. He's got it wrong.
Love it. Love it.
Oh dear.
Now, I have to say, now I'm out in the wild. For the listeners that follow this stream would have known that a couple of weeks ago myself and Charlie had I'm going to throw Charlie I'm not going to throw Charlie under the bus, but
Charlie was showing everyone the screenshots that it was
Charlie swapped dates. I got it wrong, didn't put it back in my diary, had a nightmare. But since I've been out into the wild, as in for the first time in 25 years, not being told where I have to be and sort of just following orders, which is much easier to do, organising my own diary a couple of times. I've had things that have been on the 15th, and I'll turn up to wherever I'm supposed to be on the 15th, and twice now I've been a whole month early. But I've just got the month wrong. The day's right, time's right, month early. That's
extremely organised.
That is embarrassing.
Yeah.
One of them was recoverable because they were happy to see me. The other one was like, sorry, I'm in Lanzarote or something. So there we go. It's better to be a month early than a month late.
Well,
isn't
exactly,
it,
exactly. Yeah, no, Charlie did. She did throw you under a bus.
Well, it's deserved, to be fair.
I was here for that. I said, Charlie, you're a bit late today. And he said, no, it's not me, it's meant to be Pete. He gets out his little phone and shows us. And I thought, oh.
I have no rebuttal to that argument. It was definitely my fault. I will take responsibility, learn from it and move on.
Good. Nice to hear.
I'm sure I won't be reminded every time I'm on with Charlie for the rest of the season. Penance I will pay.
No.
2:10 for 9 now, Somerset. 6 overs to go. Astronomical run rate required of 20 and over. But I think it's important not to roll over completely. Get it as close as we can get it.
That's it.
These two get an opportunity to have a bat. Anderson and Jackson probably don't spend a whole heap of time out in the middle, so good opportunity for them to get their eye in for when it does matter. Monaghan finishing her spell. She's finished with 2 for 43 off her 9 overs. Excellent figures in the context of the game, especially here at Taunton. She'll be happy with her day's work. Stumpy getting on the bus. His first bus app, and I'd imagine the driver would have asked, have you washed this morning, Stumpy? That outfit can get a little bit fruity, especially after the mascot race. He puts in a good shift, does Stumpy, on 2020 finals day. Jackson just working that round the corner for 1.
All systems go here. 5 overs remaining. $105 to win.
Nice, Danny. Great movement, Dan. Yes, see, Maka.
Somerset still yet to have a home win here at the county ground, which is a real shame.
Yeah, I think that's does feel like the seam bowling attack hasn't quite got it right, and I think you'll get exposed here more than anywhere else in the country. I'd say if your seam bowlers are struggling with form and the areas they hit, you don't get any margin for error, especially with the new ball and the field up. If you bowl short or offline, it can get punished, and I would say that other pitches that offer a little bit more lateral movement, you can be a little bit off target, but it's a brutal place to bowl here, Taunton.
Yeah, and we saw it with Lancashire, didn't we? We saw, you know, even I think some of the spinners struggled a little bit, and yeah, you know, got took down a little bit there when they just weren't quite on it. Scouts went for 30 odd. Whereas today she bowled well, and that was just the seamers, as you say, didn't quite hit their lines and lengths.
I think Taunton here is like not necessarily talking about the spinners, but I think it's where, you know, the seam was certainly up top struggled. Is I don't think you get the license to bowl what you'd say a cruise delivery. You know, if you play on a wicket that offers a little bit for the seamer, you can get into a nice rhythm with the occasional effort ball, but your in rhythm balls just on a nice length. you know, at 80%, so it's just all about accuracy and a bit of skill, you don't really get the opportunity to bowl too many of those. At Taunton, they get punished. It's almost like every ball, especially with a white ball in one-day cricket, you've got to really drive the ball into that hard length. You don't get a ball off really at Taunton. You've got to be absolutely on it, and I just feel that's where Somerset will come unstuck from time to time here, and definitely something to work on. You know, in practice days, really bring in the, you know, I'm sure the bowlers do their bowl throughs with the coach, with the targets. I think you've really got to bring those targets in and be monotonous at hitting that 7-yard length, top of off stump. And, you know, if it's not an exact science, but if you can hit 4 out of 6 balls in that area and the 2 aren't too far away, you'll have success here. But if you bowl 2 balls in that area and the other one's missed by a long way, you will get punished. And I think we see it here time and time again, both with the women's team and the men's team. They're it really isn't known as the best place to bat in the country for no reason. It is a belting place to play cricket if you're a batter.
Moore, the substitute fielder, has fielded really well as well. She's had some brilliant pickups and some great cutting off and boundary work from her as well.
We have any news of Bryony Smith's injury? Hopefully it's nothing too serious.
No, we haven't. And obviously that would have been another bowler Surrey would have had as she'd been on the pitch. So I would assume she is not shaping up too well. Hit that one fairly hard.
That could be the end of the day, and it is the end of the day. Surrey win quite convincingly. They've won by 102 runs by the Duckworth-Lewis method. This game was reduced to 44 overs a side, and Somerset have come up short. They're all out for 215 moments. And setting the tone, I would say, would be the reason for the quite large victory margin for Surrey. Tough day at the office, but there was some good fight in there. I thought Heather Knight played brilliantly. Unlucky to get out in the manner that she did. I thought Amanda J. Wellington was exceptional again. Just making the Surrey team just think that it was possible. Chloe Skelton played some nice shots. There were some good performances throughout, but Surrey were very, very well drilled today. They bowled a lot of balls at the stumps on a good length, and I thought their fielding, although they gave a couple of chances away, they spilt a couple of chances, I thought they were very disciplined. They, you know, especially those extra cover fielders and backward point. You know, you mentioned it early on that Danny White-Hodge did a lot of stops, good stops at backward point, saved comfortably sort of 20-30 runs there. So they were very well drilled and up for the challenge, and they've got their own back on Somerset today and are going to take the points and climb up a little bit closer to Somerset in that points table.
Yeah, I'm sure Somerset are looking forward to coming back here though on Tuesday, and hopefully they will get their first win here at the Cooper Associates ground. Safe travels to Surrey and well played, and we'll leave you there, I think.
Yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday, as Nicole rightly says. We'll be going live around about 10:15, ready for that game, so please tune in. And we hope you've had a lovely day joining us, watching the coverage here at the Cooper Associates Games Ground. Thanks to Ed Seaborn and yourself, Nicole Harvey. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you all again.